Section 16 of the Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the Second, The Day After the Night. The Forger. Chapter First, Fitz Coles at Home. The scene changes to a chamber in the fourth story of the Tun Hotel, which arises along Chestnut Street, a monster building with some 100 windows varying its red brick face in the way of eyes covered with green-blind shutters, looking very much like so many goggles intended to preserve the sight of the visual organs aforesaid, while the veranda on the ground floor, affording an entrance to the barroom, might be likened to the mouth of the grand edifice, always wide open and ready to swallow a customer. The sunshine of a cold, clear winter morning was streaming dimly between the half-closed inside shutters of the small chamber on the fourth story. The faint light pouring between the shutters of the two windows looking to the south served to reveal certain peculiar characteristics of the place. There was a dressing bureau, surmounted by a hanging mirror, standing between the two windows of the chamber. Along the marble top of the bureau were disposed various bottles of perfumes, whose strong scent impregnated the atmosphere with remarkable reminiscences of musk and orange and lemon and patchouli. A pair of well-used kid gloves, which had been white yesterday, a rumpled black scarf, a playbill figured off with intoxicated letters, displaying the entertainment at the Walnut Street Theater the night before, and a glittering bowie knife side by side with its silver sheath. All over the carpet were scattered Windsor chairs, either grouped in circles, as though they were talking about the various gentry who had reposed on their well-cushioned seats, or fixed in strange positions along the walls, like waiters at a party overburdened with coats and vests and stocks and other articles of apparel, thrown carelessly over their rounds, or yet again flung down on the floor, with their heels in the air as though they had taken a drop too much and didn't know how to get up again. There was a large sofa on one side of the room, a coal fire blazing in the grate opposite, while in the dim distance you might perceive the outlines of a bed, and hear the deep bass of a heavy snore which held a concert of its own within the closely drawn curtains. Altogether, that entire room, located in the fourth story of the Tun House, said as plainly as a room can say that somebody had come home very late last night or very early this morning, most probably in liquor, and called up as witnesses to this interesting assertion the chairs thrown disorderly about the floor, the gloves and bowie knife on the dressing bureau, the hat on the sofa, and the heavy snore within the bed. Sitting in the blaze of light streaming between the aperture of the half-closed shutters was a small Creole boy, whose slight yet perfectly proportioned form was perched on the edge of a Windsor chair, as, with his legs crossed and his hair flung back from his tawny face, the young gentleman was briskly engaged in elaborating a fashionable boot into the requisite degree of polish. The boy was eminently handsome. His face was a light brown in hue, yet perfectly regular in every feature. His complexion clear as a ripe Secco pear, his lips red as May cherries, his eyebrows penciled and arching, and his eyes full, large, and black, brilliant as diamonds and glittering as icicles. Long curling hair, marked by that peculiar jet black tinged with a shade of deep blue, which designates the child of white and African parents, fell waving around his neck and face in stiffened locks, resembling in their texture the mane of a horse. His form, light, springy, and agile, was the ideal of a Creole Cupid. Not an outline too large or too small, not the slightest disproportion visible in a single limb, with small feet and delicate hands, a waist as lithe as a willow, and a hollow in the back like a bow gently bent, the Creole was altogether one of the most beautiful things ever fashioned by the hand of nature. He was a pretty child, and yet his large black eyes had something in their glance which spoke of a precocious intimacy with the vices and intrigues of manhood. "Massa told dem to polish dat boot until he see his face in the morocco," muttered the young gentleman, brushing away at the glittering leather. "Dim can see his nose and his 2 eyes in de boot, but the mouth ain't not perfect. Stop a minute, I bring that feature out. Ha, ha, ha!" It was a pleasure to hear the little fellow talk. There was such a delicate accent lingering on his words, and his laugh, not at all similar to the usual African guffaw, was a quiet chuckle which rolled lusciously in his mouth like a delicious morsel, whose sweetness he wished to enjoy at leisure. "Think I shall have to discharge, massa. Debbil of a flare-up between me and him some day when I tells him, 'I don't want you no more, you sah. You can take them wages and go.' Kept dim up till broke of day. Say dat maraca don't shine. Break the looking-glasses hard, I tells you. Till broke of day kept dim a-waitin', and then tumbles into bed without so much as giving a child a quarter. Oh, the high golly!" This appealed to Master Endymion's favorite saint, the High Golly, supposed to be some imaginary deity created by the fertile fancy of the young Creole, was occasioned by a sudden mishap with the boot, which, resenting a vigorous push of the brush, slipped out of his hands and went spinning across the room. "Wonder if the devil ain't in that maraca? I just does. Never see such a boot in all my born days. I lay a brand-new brass dollar that if I was to set that boot at the head of the stair and no one watch him, he'd streak it right off to the bar-room and call for a mint julep and pull out his quarter to pay for it. I just try him some day. Ha, ha, ha. I say, Dim." "Yes, massa, I's about." "I say, Dim," continued the voice, which resounded from the interior of the bed-curtains, in the dark corner of the room where the snore had been heard. "I say, Dim, what kind of a day is it?" "Brand new day, massa. Got his new coat and trousers on." "I say, Dim, what have we got to do today?" "Last night the colonel give dis child a kick in order to memorandum dese things on Dim's memory. Dis morning you got to pay all your creditors. They comes in about an hour. Hi golly, ain't there a lot of 'em. Then you got to see the lady who lives in 4th Street. Then you got to go downtown to see if old Devilbug keeps dat there feller safe. You knows who I means. Then you got to give Dim a quarter, and not to give him no kick by no means." "Dressing gown, Dim?" "Yes, massa." "Got any hot water ready for me, Dim? Buzz like a steam engine. Light up the room, Dim." And in obedience to this request, Endymion flung back the shutters, and the full glare of the sunlight poured into the room. The owner of the voice and snore heard from within the curtain sprung from the bed, and assuming the dressing-gown, advanced toward the windows. Colonel Fitzcoles, the handsome Colonel Fitzcoles, stood revealed in the light, his dark-hued face looking somewhat worn and haggard around the eyes, while his slender form, attired in the rainbow morning gown and close-fitting drawers, though well-proportioned and graceful in its outlines, by no means displayed that perfection of symmetry which distinguished the person of the millionaire in broad daylight along Chestnut Street. For instance, the colonel was thicker around the waist, thinner about the hips, smaller in the region of the calves than was usual with him when arrayed in full dress. His face was very pale, and his cheeks lacked that deep vermilion tint which gave such life to his dusky countenance at the evening party or the afternoon parade. "Dim, you devil!" exclaimed the colonel, bestowing a gentle hint upon the gentleman of color with the toe of his slipper. "Go down and get my breakfast. Tell the cook to butter my toast and broil my steak. Vanish." Dim vanished through the door at the extreme end of the apartment. Arranging his shaving materials on the marble top of the dressing-bureau, Fitzcoles commenced the solemn ceremonies of the toilette. "Good razor, that. Keen. Bad soap, this. Must kick the barber who sold it to me. Just think of my ticklish position. In debt up to the ears. Forced to leave the United States Hotel only a day since in order to avoid my creditors. Perched in the 4th story of the Ton House. And why? Because I can't use the solid stuff locked up in that old hair trunk. Can't use it. Somebody might find out something if I did. Curse the thing, but I think the old trunk's laughing at me." Razor in hand, Fitzcole stooped to the floor and drew from beneath the sofa an old hair trunk, which looked as if it had been through all Napoleon's campaigns and suffered in the Battle of Waterloo. It was so battered and scarred and weather-beaten, with great wounds of uncovered leather visible among the worn-out hair of its exterior. "And 100,000 locked up in that old ruffian of a trunk," muttered Fitzcoles, gazing upon the object with an angry scowl. "Half in sovereigns, half in notes. The devil throttle the fool. Why couldn't he get it all in American gold? The toast is buttered and the steak is briled." And as he spoke, Endymion entered the room, carrying the breakfast of his master in his hands. "Must discharge that cook. She gets quite sassy." "Dim!" cried Fitzcoles, making a hideous face at the glass in the effort to shave his chin. "Set my breakfast down by the fire and come here. Now, Dim, answer me one question. Who are we?" "Massa take the chow for a fitty sofa?" "Dat very cute question. Sometime we are a planter from the South. Sometime we are a son of Mexican prince. Other time we come from England and our father is a lord. The high golly, we are so many tings that the devil himself couldn't count 'em." "Where were we this time last month?" "Charleston, massa." "The month before?" "New Orleans, massa." "Month afore that, Dim?" "Boston, massa." "How long since we first fixed our quarters in this city?" "6 months ago, and been a-travelling about eber since. Led this child a devil of a life." "What were we travelling about for, eh?" "Ax the old hair trunk. He tell you plain as pie crust." "I'll tell you what it is, Dim," exclaimed Fitzcoles, laying down the razor and turning to the handsome Creole boy. "If you ever whisper a word to anybody about anything you may have seen or heard while you traveled about with me these last 6 months, I'll just take this knife and skin you, you black scoundrel, skin you. Do you hear?" Dim looked up into the scowling face of his master with a glance of perfect calmness. The brow of Fitzcoles was disfigured by a hideous frown, and his entire countenance wore an expression characteristic of a low bully who has been accustomed to the vilest haunts in the most corrupt cities of the South. Dim was used to these sudden outbursts of passion when his master, dropping his gentlemanly repose of manner, was wont to stand before him with his bowie-knife in hand, while with a threatening tongue and sullen brow he bade him reveal the things he had seen and the words he had heard, if he dared. "You black scoundrel, do you hear?" "The high golly! Dim ain't black, and Dim ain't no scoundrel." "Yes, massa, I hears." "If you ever whisper a word, mind, a word, I'd just take this bowie-knife and cut your heart from your body. I'd do it, I tell you." "What make you do dat for? Dim couldn't draw breath den." "Pshaw! You know better than to whisper a word. Here, help me to dress, Dim. My corsets, Dim." "Here they are, massa," cried Dim, throwing open one of the drawers of the dressing-bureau. "New pair, massa." "Lay that morning gown on the chair. Now lace me. Tighter, I say. That'll do. That's about the waist we want, isn't it, Dim?" "Yes, massa. That's the wasp, complete." "Hips, Dim." "Which hip you want, massa? Big hip or little hip?" cried Endymion, rummaging in the open drawer. "Dis pair do?" "More subdued, Dim, more subdued. Just large enough to make my frock-coat set out in the skirt. That's the idea." With a careful movement, Endymion strapped certain detached portions of padding around his master's form below the waist, and in a moment this part of the ceremony was finished, giving quite a voluptuous swell to the outline of the colonel's figure. "Calves, Dim. Which boots massa wear today? Have dis big calf or dat t'other one?" "We want a good calf today, Dim. A large, fat calf. That pair will do. Tie it round the leg. There, there. Draw the stocking over it. Gently, gently. That's about the outline, eh? Dicky your shirt today, eh, Dim? Shirt, massa, as you's going to hold your levee. Ha ha, won't there be a lot of 'em, the creditors. Black scarf, Dim? Dar it is, massa. Turn the collar down and tie up the scarf with this gold pin. That's the ticket. Now, Dim, my slippers. She worked them for me, you know, Dim. How many ladies are engaged to be married to us, if we will have them? There's the soap-biter's daughter, who spends her father's fortune in perfumery. There's the rich grocer man's daughter, and the hardware merchant's daughter, and the wool merchant's only child, and there's, oh, damn them, the saddest cursed low. Black pants, Dim? Which is our principal ticket in the female line, eh, Dim? Ha ha ha! Down 4th Street, massa. The old gentleman in New York, and the lady at home by herself. The high golly! Vest, Dim. The new black vest, which last night came home from the tailor. What hour will the creditors be here? They comes in that 'ere door, observed Endymion, pointing to the door on the right of the western window. And, according to your directions, they is shown into that door, which conducts 'em into the large saloon, where there's fire to warm their hands and cheers to rest their bodies. Hello, Dim, there's a tap at the door, exclaimed Fitz Coles, as arrayed in the full splendor of his morning costume, with a gaudy silk wrapper all broken out into spots of green, blue, and red, thrown round his limbs, he resumed his seat in the easy-chair beside the breakfast table. I know the knock. It is Count Common Sewer. Show him in. Opening the door near the western window, Dim made a profound bow as he ushered the visitor into the presence of Colonel Fitz Coles. The editor of the Daily Black Mail, Mr. Poodle, sir. Busby Poodle, sir. Ha ha, Colonel. Bonjour, as we say in French. Seen the Black Mail this morning. Capital on dit about your gold mines. Quite the thing. Ensemble de chose, as we say in domestic French. As he spoke, Busby Poodle Esquire stood bowing and scraping in the center of the vacant space of carpet extending before the breakfast table. Busby Poodle wasn't handsome. Not precisely. He was a little thick-set man with a short, heavy body, shaped something like a pine knot, and irregular legs, fashioned like a pair of inverted parentheses, or like a pair of sickles with their backs placed together. It must be confessed that his legs were deplorably knock-kneed, nearly acquainted with each other at the knees, and quite distant in their intercourse at the feet. Busby's feet were not small. Doozle the bootmaker has been heard to say, with evident pain, that he would just as soon make slippers for a young hippopotamus as boots for Busby. You could not positively say that Busby's hands were small, or delicate, or decently aristocratic. Very short in the fingers, and very thick across the palm and back, Busby's hands reminded you of a terrapin's fin. They were such peculiar hands. Busby's face wasn't handsome. It may have been expressive or intellectual, but it was not handsome. Looking upon his countenance, you were aware of the presence of a saffron lump of flesh, with a small projection in the center for a nose, a delicate gash between this projection for a mouth, and 2 faint stripes of whitey-brown hair in the way of eyebrows. His eyes, looking from beneath the brows, without the intervention of anything you might call an eyelid, had a deplorable half-cooked appearance, very much like the visual organs of a salt mackerel roasting on the griddle. A delicate strand of forehead, about half an inch in width, was agreeably relieved by a dense thicket of curly brown hair. There were mysterious rumors about town with regard to this luxuriant hair. Several of Busby's intimates had been observed to smile when the ladies complimented him on his delightful curls. Petitos, the wig-maker, always grew mysterious when Poodle's head of hair was called in question, and once, but that was on a drinking party when Petito's intellects were muddled, he had said with a melodramatic scowl that there was some people in this here world that stuck themselves up mighty high, and yet wore dead people's, he wouldn't say what they wore, but they wore dead people's, he could tell what. The general contour of his face was so singular, and, to use a word which he delighted to repeat on every occasion, so unique, that Cottle St. Giles, the celebrated miniature painter, who, having been honoured with the patronage of Queen Victoria, had painted the whole royal family from Her Majesty down to the lapdog, said with a painful grimace that he had never experienced such extraordinary feelings as came over him when portraying Busby on costly ivory, but once before in his life, and that, to use Cottle's delicious Cockney dialect, was when the royal menageries had visited my native town, and I had the extraordinary honour to depict the lineaments of the female orang-outang. Altogether, Busby Poodle Esquire was an extraordinary man, something out of the common run of men, a specimen of that high-pressure style of editorial genius which the Quaker City admires and loves to the bottom of its universal heart. "Like that hint about your gold mines, eh, Colonel?" observed Busby, flinging his cloak on a chair and seating himself beside the breakfast table. "Nice steak for breakfast, quite recherché, as we say in French. Don't care if I do take a pull with you. Get me a plate, Tim." "Why, Busby, this will do. Yes, certainly," observed Fitz-Coles, stirring his spoon in the coffee while he glanced over the pages of the Daily Black Mail. "But what a bad smell your paper has. Quite an odour. The patchouli, Dim. Now get a plate for Count Commenseur." "You are so jocular," exclaimed Busby with a pleasant laugh. "You have such a quantity of fun about you. Count Commenseur. Ha ha, good. You like that on dit, then?" "Yes, Busby, but you must touch him up tomorrow about the mysterious stranger at the Ton House, supposed to be the son of an English earl, perhaps a prince. You know, my boy." "Don't I?" exclaimed Busby, taking up Fitz-Coles's toast between his fingers. "It takes me, il prie moi, as we say in domestic French." "Now, Busby," exclaimed Fitz-Coles, fixing his dark eyes on the unmeaning face of the editor, with a look that made the little fellow tremble in his shoes, "you know I pay you well for these little advertisements. As a matter of course, you have some knowledge of my affairs. Little knowledge, very little, but you might use it some day to my injury. What security have I that you will not do so?" "What security? Good heavens, Colonel!" cried Busby, rising from his chair. "Can you suspect me? This is too much." And Poodle's voice grew quite pathetic. "Why, Colonel, to show what are my feelings toward you, I will now place myself completely in your power." "As how?" Busby made no reply, but striding with a cautious step to every door in the room, he assured himself that they were fast locked and secured, and then, with an air of the deepest mystery, approached Fitz-Coles and gazed steadily in his face. "What the devil do you mean?" exclaimed Fitz-Coles as he observed the boiled mackerel eyes fixed upon his countenance. There, I'm in your power. The secret's out. Nobody knows it but myself and wife. Now you know it too. You can ruin me if you like." "What the devil do you mean?" Why," exclaimed Busby, fingering away at his curly hair, "I wear a wig." "Ha, ha, ha!" roared Fitz-Coles, as Poodle stood before him holding his head of hair in his hand. "Ha, ha, ha! Count Commenseur, you do look like old Jocko the Wonderful Ape, whom they exhibited some time ago at the Masonic Hall. Oh, Jupiter, I shall die! Ha, ha, ha! That head! That head!" It was not the most solemn sight in the world. There stood Busby, calm and solemn, his luxuriant head of hair extended in his right hand, while the outline of his real head, clothed with a short wiry stubble of real hair, became painfully distinct in the light of the morning sun. "And how is this to place you in my power?" asked Fitz-Coles, after his laughter had subsided to a quiet chuckle. Oh, Jupiter, that head! Busby, do put on your wig, or you'll drive me into convulsions." "How is this to place me in your power?" exclaimed Poodle in a half-offended tone, as he resumed his curly head of hair. "Would I figure so largely behind the scenes of the theatre if the ballet girls knew I wore a wig? Curse it, the very soups would laugh at me, and the scene-shifters would not hesitate to jeer me. Fitzcoles, it may seem foolish to you who have no such feelings of a tender nature, but, my whole existence is wound up in that head of hair." "The deuce it is! Why, Poodle, you didn't know that it was flung into my plate last night at Monk Hall, did you?" "Was it, though? Then I must have been drunk," exclaimed Busby, with a look of the deepest mortification. "That accounts for the peculiar sticky state of my hair this morning. You think any of the fellows noticed it?" "Too drunk for that, Busby. By the by, you must have had a great many tender adventures in your time, eh, Poodle?" "Hello, massa! Open this here door." The voice of Endymion, who had been downstairs in search of a plate for Busby, was heard in the entry. "I have got the plate for common sewer." In a moment the door was opened, and Dim entered with a plate and some additional refreshments, which, having been placed upon the table, Fitzcoles and Busby resumed their breakfast. "Tender adventures?" cried Poodle, masticating a piece of toast as he dropped his knife and fork. "Do you see that?" He drew a small pocket Bible from his bosom as he spoke, and displayed it complacently before the eyes of the astonished Fitzcoles. It was corpulent with letters, inserted between the leaves like so many anchovies between various thin slices of bread and butter. "This rather goes ahead of the wig. What may it mean, Busby?" "Don't you see? I keep all my love letters in the Bible. Ah me, if I wasn't married! Well, well, it can't be helped. But these letters might tell a strange tale." "Let them tell it, by all means," observed Fitzcoles, and Busby, pushing his chair back from the table, and displaying his legs very wide apart, laid the pocket Bible on one knee and commenced a soliloquy something after the fashion. "That's from a delightful creature, Colonel," he observed, turning over one of the leaves of the Bible and extracting a letter. "She loves me. Of course I had to be complacent. Faint heart never won fair lady. Le cœur enier n'est jamais pas engage la belle blanche, as we say in French. That's from a vocalist. That from an actress. And that's, Colonel, there's a mystery about it." "How so?" "It's from an unknown lady. I've tried to find out her name through the clerks of the post office, but in vain. She's a southern planter's daughter, Colonel. Rich, beautiful, just 17. Offers me her hand. Don't know I'm booked. Ah me, it would make the tears come into your eyes if I was to read this letter. There, Colonel, is a lock of her hair." And Busby, with a look of subdued melancholy, slowly unfolded the letter, and held up in the sunlight a lock of reddish-brownish hair, which, long and slender, looked amazingly like a patent whiplash. Fitzcoles preserved the gravity of his face with considerable difficulty, while the Creole Endymion, who stood at Poodle's shoulder, placed his hands alternately to his mouth and the pit of his stomach, as though he was suffering under the intermitting attacks of the cholera and toothache. Busby sat in the full light of the morning sun, holding the lock of hair extended in his right hand, while his other hand absently grasped the pocket Bible. "You see, she is a noble girl," he exclaimed, gazing fixedly upon the lock of hair with a glance of painful melancholy. "Loves me. Spoke of my early struggles in her letter. Asked me if the world hadn't been hard with me, if the iron grasp of persecution hadn't been on my shoulder ever since the days of slips and pap spoons, if it didn't gall me considerable to think my genius wasn't appreciated, if—" Busby paused, and with a look of tender melancholy jerked the pinkish lock of hair up and down as a carter cracks his whip. The action was too much for Fitzcoles. He burst into a roar of laughter, while Dim the Creole went rolling over the floor holding his hands to his side, as though he was laboring under an epileptic fit. "Curse me if I see any reason for laughing in this manner," exclaimed Busby, rising angrily from his seat. "That's a very singular boy of yours, Colonel. Damn him, he lays there wriggling like a snake." "Ha, ha, ha! This is too good," roared Fitzcoles. "Of course I had no hand in writing that letter," he muttered to himself. "Get up, Dim, and behave yourself." "Massa, dis quite convulses us, it does. He," exclaimed Dim, rising to his feet. "Massa didn't send me to the barber nor nothing to buy dat hair," he chuckled in a whisper inaudible to Busby's ears. "Dim didn't take the letter to the post office. The high golly!" "This is a quite tender affair. Il est une affaire tendre, as we say in domestic French," exclaimed Busby, resuming his seat, with this sentiment in his peculiarly detestable French. "'Pon honor, Colonel, it's a fact. The girl, the unknown, loves me devotedly. I should suppose that she read my paper. How do you feel after the bruise last night?" "Capital. I intend to have some fun this morning. You see, my governor hasn't sent me the usual quarterly remittance. My creditors have been hunting me down for the last fortnight. I have been attacked in the street, assaulted in the theater, besieged in my hotel. As a last resort, I appointed a day for each of them to call and see me, and even named the hour. Of course, each creditor is ignorant of the fact that I have made the same appointment with every one of his fellow bloodsuckers. It happens today at 10 o'clock in the next room, this glorious family party." "Ha, ha, ha!" laughed Busby Poodle. "This beats some insolvent schedules quite hollow. I say some, because I've had a little business in that line myself. Out of curiosity, mind you, only from curiosity, I have looked over some of the schedules in the court devoted to such interesting affairs." "And you discovered something rich, I suppose?" "The old proverb says, 'A man is known by the company he keeps.' Comprenez-vous un homme par ses compagnons de voyage, as we say in domestic French. Now, I'm of the opinion that a man is known by his insolvent schedule. There's a schedule filed in the proper court under the delicate nose of their honors, which says queer things for the character of its signer. One day he went round town, the jolly dog, getting 7 coats, on credit, mind ye, from 7 tailors, rings from this jeweler, and breastpins from that, boots by the quantity, and hats by the half-dozen. In short, there was scarcely a store in Chestnut Street that he didn't do, not a credulous merchant, ha, 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 but was diddled by him on this remarkable day." Well, what was the result?" "One day, like a clock, he went exclusively on tick. The next day the clock stopped going. It was wound up to some considerable extent. The creditors looked blue. Their friend and pitcher took the bankrupt law. High golly, by the way dat chap tells the story, one 'ud think he did all dat his own self. Ha, ha!" "Busby, your paper must make you some considerable amount of l'argent. How do you manage the daily black mail?" This question appealed to the noblest sympathies of Poodle's heart. He rose slowly from his seat, he glanced round with an expression of condescending pride, and his face became radiant with a sudden enthusiasm. "How do I manage the daily black mail?" he exclaimed, extending his right fin in the manner of a stump orator who wishes to enrapture a mass meeting consisting of a few dirty boys, 1 loafer, and 2 small dogs. "I do it a little in the footpad line. A big motto at the paper's head, Fiat Justitia, you know the rest. Do I want the cash? I stick in an article charging some well-known citizen with theft, or seduction, or some more delightful crime. Citizen comes down in a rage. Once the article contradicted in the next day's paper. He pays for the contradiction, of course. I have known a mere on dit that so-and-so had committed a hideous crime to bring me in as much as a cool 100 at a lick. How do you manage to acquire so much favor with the sex? Take the theater, for instance. A new actress appears. Suppose her virtuous or silly. I make advances. She foolishly repels me, very likely calls me a puppy. Next day, an on-dit appears in black mail, headed Licentiousness of the Stage, and embracing some compassionate allusion to the lady aforesaid. You understand? I damage her reputation by a paragraphical slur. And she capitulates? Sometimes, and sometimes she don't. But I keep up this delightful fire of genteel insinuations, delicate allusions, and spicy on-dits. If the girl's character is ruined, it isn't my fault, I'm sure. It's quite refreshing to hear you talk in this way. Are not times pretty dull with you now? Oh, Lord, yes. Hasn't been a suicide for a week. Not even a murder downtown, nor a nigger baby killed. I do wish something lively would spring up for Christmas. Now, an abduction case with the proper trimmings would go it with a rush. Aller avec une furie, as we say in domestic French. How do you stand with the other papers? Guess, when I tell you one slight circumstance. They regard my paper as a sort of literary galleys, in which every aspirant for fame must serve his time. An author who has once been connected with my sheet is regarded as a convict all his life by the rest of the world newspaporial. Good phrase, that. Do you edit your paper by yourself? Bless you, no. I know a trick worth two of that. Je comprends un artifice double, as we say in domestic French. Whenever I find an author in extreme distress, rather out of pocket, you know, I take him into my office, give him a dog's salary, and make him do a dog's work. Dog's work, indeed, if he assists in getting up your paper, was the murmured remark of Fitz-Coles. Should he leave me, and they always do leave me after a month or so, I libel him on every occasion, and talk about ingratitude. Ha, ha, ha! But the poor devil can never get rid of the crime of having been connected with my paper. That sticks to him like original sin to a Puritan. Well, Busby, you have given me some fresh ideas about newspapers, observed Fitz-Coles. I thought I knew them like a book. You have given me a new wrinkle. He said this and gazed silently into the saffron face of Busby Poodle. O glorious liberty of the press, let us take the opportunity afforded by this quiet moment and chant a psalm in your praise. O glorious press, what a comfort it must be to you to think and feel in your inmost heart that Busby Poodle, who sits smiling in yonder chair, is no reality, no fact, but a mere fictitious impersonation of all the evils which spring around your life and darken your existence. O magnificent Quaker City, with your warehouses and your churches, your theaters and your brothels, your banks and your insane hospitals, your loan companies and your almshouses, how delightful to all your denizens must be the reflection that Busby Poodle is no living nuisance, but an airy, though loathsome creation of the author's brain. Nursed from his very infancy in the purlieus of the dance-house, an associate of the ruffian and the courtesan from his earliest childhood, crawling from the pages of his foul journal over the fairest reputations in the community, sneering at the character of this man's virtuous wife, blasting with his leprous pen that man's stainless child, and in his person and soul one hideous blot and breathing deformity, an ulcer cankering over the bosom of society, a bravo who stabs for his dollar, a hireling who, without character, without reputation, without even a name, prowls abroad, selling his sheet to any man that will buy it for any purpose under heaven, a tolerated infamy, an uncaged jailbird, an unconvicted felon. O glorious Quaker City! Does it not make your moral heart grow warm when you remember that a creature, despicable as this is, has no existence in fact, but is only a fancy of the author, a fiction of his brain. Other cities may have their abominations in the shape of a licentious press, with marketable editors who have in their time pursued every honest occupation, from body-snatching up to newspaper publishing. But the Quaker City, like the ideal town of some far-off El Dorado, is so pure, so spotless, that an author in search of a cutthroat editor, by the portraiture of whose character he means to throw a dark relief around the brighter portions of his pages, must set his wits to work and invent a Busby Poodle. O rare invention, Busby Poodle! Long may it be ere a thing like you shall start into tangible existence, and all bewigged and sickle-legged walk visibly along Chestnut Street, a diminutive incarnation of a most nauseous emetic. Go to the door, Dim. There's the first of the creditors. Be quiet, Poodle, and enjoy the fun. Yes, massa, I opens the door, cried Endymion, as the hoarse voice of creditor 1 was heard in the next room. Tell Colonel Fitzcoles that Mr. Bluffley Bulk wants to see him. And as the hoarse voice echoed through the aperture, Mr. Bluffley Bulk appeared in the doorway, driving an immense paunch before him as he walked along. His small head overlooked his immense corporation, like a pea observing the circumference of a pumpkin. Well, Fitzcoles, said Mr. Bulk, I've called according to appointment. You owe me a fee in the case of Commonwealth versus Fitzcoles. Charge, lathering a watchman. The fee is 50. Pay it and let me go. Do me the kindness to step this way, exclaimed Fitzcoles with one of his best bows as he motioned creditor 1 toward the small door opposite. In a moment I'll see you, and settle this little matter. Bluffley Bulk, Esquire, disappeared within the eastern door, muttering strange curses as he walked along. Dar goes 10 o'clock, massa, exclaimed Dim, listening to the keyhole of the western door. The high golly, I hear more of him in the next room. Show 'em in, Dim, one at a time. Ha! Whom have we here? My friend Smith, John Smith the upholsterer. A little thin man, with a narrow face, a starved nose, and a green overcoat, advanced and seized Fitzcoles earnestly by the hand. Note to pay today, sir, he said in a thrilling whisper. Bill for the curtains you got of me when you was at United States Hotel. $652.12.5. Tight time, sir. Money very scarce. Shall I give you a receipt, sir? In the next room, if you please, observed Fitzcoles with a pleasant smile. You see, my old fellow, we'll fix that matter in a minute. Press your eyes, massa. They're a-growling like a cat and dog into the room, observed Dim, holding the door slightly open. I hears them coming up the stairs, and I hears the servant a-showing them in the next room. This grows quite refreshing, almost equal to a schedule at the insolvent court. Is Mr. Fitzcoles in the house himself, jest? Be aisy there, you nigger, and let me come in. Drop a word into his private ear that Michael O'Flanagan, French bootmaker from Paris, is a-one to get the taste of a sight of him. And a large-boned man, attired in a shabby white greatcoat, with an old fur cap drawn over his eyes, came rushing into the room. He stood full 6 feet in his stockings, and his red face, seen through the apertures of his hair and whiskers, all of the same burning red, looked very much like the countenance of a man who won't stand upon trifles, or occupy his time in breaking the hind legs of a flea. Oh, the blazes! But them 16 pair of stairs gave me a pain in the side. The top of the morning to you, Colonel. It's yourself that's looking like a canary bird today. Shall we finger the pewter, Colonel? Consider the 17 pair of boots all done and completed by Michael O'Flanagan, French bootmaker from the city of Paris in the old country. He's got the real Parisian accent, exclaimed Busby Poodle. Talks like a native. Quite au fait. The accent? And who the devil should have the accent but me? Wasn't I brought up all my life a genuine Frenchman, and didn't my father fight with the old Boney in the scrimmage of Waterloo? You speak it like a native Mikey. This way. I'll talk to you in a minute. Show him in, Dim. Mr. Doozle, Tartara bootmaker from Paris. A mouldy-looking man of short stature and a heavy face, invested by a dampish beard of some indefinable color, was now shown into the room, with his arms hanging straight by his sides like pendulums to some walking clock. "Colonel, I want very much of that small bill for the French boots. Times is hard. Mine wife is sick, and one child has got the measles. 8 pair of fine French boots, $7 a pair. 7 8 is 48. Next room, Doozle. See you in a minute. Keep on showing him in, Dim." "I have the honor to present my small bill," exclaimed a little man in a cockney face and brown sack coat. "To one portrait of Colonel Fitzcoles, $50. Very much in want of money today, sir. Obliged to you for a little. Never since I had the extraordinary honour to paint Her Royal Majesty Victoria and Prince Albert in the Houses of Parliament and the lapdog in the background, never since that there blessed moment have I taken so much pains with a miniature as with yours. Out of wood, sir, out of coal, sir, out of ivory, sir. Not out of brass, I hope. Ha, ha, ha! There I had you, St. Giles. Walk into the next room, if you please. Pass him this way, Dim." And Dim did pass them that way to some considerable extent. It should be borne in mind that Colonel Fitzcoles had been living for some time past in a style of princely splendor, kept up and supported by a numerous retinue of credulous tradesmen. The results of this princely style now manifested themselves in the shape of some 34 creditors, who came pouring from the anteroom, one after another, in quick succession, with their bills in hand and their demands ringing loudly on the air, like a delightful chorus to the grand drama of bankrupt law. "A small bill for horse hire. To a chaise and 4," began a little thick-set man with brown whiskers and a short bang-up, smelling strongly of the racecourse. "To a chaise and 4, 17 times. My little bill for 10 coats, 15 pair of pants, 14 vests, and a dickey," interrupted a solemn-looking personage, pressing hurriedly forward. "Firm of Flunk, Checkley and Company, $550. I furnish you with parfumerie to this amount. 71 pair of gloves, white kid, Hoskins. To the use of my cab, General Washington, 150 times. To the Gentleman's Universal Wardrobe and Furnishing Store, Colonel Fitzcoles, debtor, 16 fine shirts, and—" "My bill for dry goods, sir," said a pompous man with a snub nose and immense ragged whiskers. "McWiley Mumshell, sir, 206. Apothecary's bill for medicine, 7 bottles Swain's Panacea. Ha, ha! This beats the insolvent court. What a scene for the next black mail! Hi, golly, they come with a perfect looseness this time." "Gentlemen, gentlemen!" exclaimed Fitzcoles, looking from face to face with a pleasant smile. "You are really too impatient. To see you rushing forward in this style, one would think I had the wealth of Gerard in my pockets. Step into the next room, gentlemen. All your demands will be satisfied." A murmur of satisfaction burst from the contrasted throng, and in an instant they had all disappeared into the next room. "Now, Busby, let's wait a few minutes until they begin to grow feverish. When I think they've worked themselves up into the proper humor, we'll step in and take a look at them. I'll show you how to bluff off a creditor. I thought I was rather au fait at that business myself. However, entre nous, as we say in domestic French." End of section 16. Section 17 of The Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the Second, Chapter 2nd, Fitzcoles and His Creditors. In a large saloon, furnished in a style of magnificence popularly known as the gingerbread style, with immense red silk curtains along the windows, scattered patches of gilt glittering around the cornices, and a colossal mirror above the mantel, sat the 34 creditors waiting for the appearance of the millionaire. The softened light which came through the drawn curtains gave a mild and shadowy effect to the figures of the patient band, while it was quite delightful to witness the animated expression of their countenances, as gazing into each other's eyes, they seemed to wonder why in the deuce they were all penned up there together, like various kinds of cattle at an agricultural fair. Bluffly Bulk Esquire, the fat lawyer, sat glaring upon the little bootmaker, Doozle, as though he was wondering what kind of a fry the fellow would make for his breakfast. Michael O'Flanagan, the Parisian bootmaker, was engaged in polishing his shoes on the handsome hearthrug. Caudle St. Giles gazed vaguely around with the look of a man who has been feloniously decoyed into a den of thieves, while the rest of the 34 creditors were occupied in examining their various bills, which they raised frequently in the light, and crushed between their fingers as though the action was productive of great peace of mind and tranquillity of spirit. A buzz of satisfaction resounded through the saloon. Colonel Fitzcoles appeared in the doorway with Busby Poodle and Endymion at his back. "Gentlemen," said the colonel, placing one hand between his back and his flashy morning robe, while he waved the other gently up and down, "I owe you money." "That you do," muttered Bluffly Bulk Esquire, stamping his cane on the floor, and a buzz from the 34 creditors confirmed the truth of the sentiment. It was quite pleasing to see how much unanimity of feeling existed on this point. Had there been only half the concurrence of opinion visible in the doings of most of our religious conventions, synods, and conferences, the world would have been Christianized long ago. "I owe you money, and I mean to pay it." "He means to pay it. Hurrah! 3 times hurrah!" "I mean to make your fortunes. I should suppose you all want money rather bad?" "Deuced bad. Cursed bad. Ugh, don't I?" "Wife and children, one sick with the measles. Starvation. Go to jail. Out of wood, out of coal, out of ivory." "If I don't pay you this morning, I suppose it will ruin you all?" "Totally. Have to leave the city. Can't think on't. Horrible. Ach, Willaloo. Ruin me root and branch." "Well then, gentlemen, I will make your fortunes. You have a pleasing countenance, my friend Bluffly Bulk, a respectable person. You shall oversee the hands." Yes, that'll just suit you. Mr. Flanagan, imagine yourself perched on the edge of a well, some 100 fathoms deep, telling the labourers below to mind their eyes and be damned to 'em. "Hoist away, my hearties." "D'ye take?" "Caudle St. Giles, your remarkable talents will here be called into requisition. You can take drawings of the mines. Publish 'em when we all get back. Splendid volume. Letterpress by Sylvester J. Petraikin of the Western Hem. Flunk, my dear friend Flunk, of the firm of Flunk, Checkley and Company, merchant tailors. You can make up a lot of the clothes for the miners. Gad, gents, I'd like the plan altogether. It will suit our various talents. It will make our fortunes. Gentlemen, my name is Maggie O'Flanagan, bootmaker, from Paris, and me father fought with old Boney. So you see, there's some learning in our family, but may the devil fly away with me if I can make out what the colonel means. By Julius Caesar, we're all a-listening to a gentleman from the insane hospital." "What in the devil do you mean?" exclaimed Bluffly Bulk, growing like a turkey cock in the face as he fixed his eyes upon Fitzcoles, who stood in the centre of the saloon in an attitude of deep abstraction. "Be so kind as to explain yourself." "Yes, the plan is feasible," exclaimed Colonel Fitzcoles, elevating his eyebrows with an absent stare. "But there's a rough desert to pass through before we reach the mines. Plenty of Mexicans and Texans, not to mention the Indians and wild beasts. Still, the mines are productive, on my father's estate, you know. I'm incog just now, but when the company's in full operation, under the combined patronage of Santa Anna, the Mexican government, and Sam Houston, I'll make known the old man's name." "Sir," cried Bluffly Bulk in a voice of thunder, "will you tell us what you mean?" "Man, and be quick at it." "Oblige us with some slight knowledge." "Guess he wants a straight jacket." Tell you what I mean, exclaimed Fitzcole, starting from his reverie. With pleasure. You see, gentlemen, I propose to make your fortunes by allowing you to enter your names as stockholders of the Grand Montezuma Gold Mining Company, of the gold mines of one Catapapatel, district of Tolcaptal, South Mexico. Algernon Fitzcoles, president. Bluffley Bulk, secretary. Board of directors as follows. You can fill up the blank at your leisure, you know. I will allow you each to take 10 shares of the capital stock at $100 per share, and we will say nothing about the small sums I owe you. Mere trifles, you know. Bluffly, in consideration of the post of secretary being tendered you, 100 shares will be the smallest number you can be permitted to take. Fitzcoles paused and looked around to note the effects of his important proposition. There was a dead silence in the saloon. You might have heard a pin drop. The 34 creditors looked into one another's faces, but said nothing. Busby Poodle and Dim the Creole concealed themselves among the window curtains, which quivered and shook as with a sudden convulsion. "Gentlemen, do you like my proposition?" said Fitzcoles blandly. "Is it feasible? We can all go to one Catapapatel together. Times are so hard in this city. Those that are married can take their families with them. Those that are single will get families soon enough on their arrival at the mines." You are silent. It is with surprise, I suppose. Or do you want to advance some small amount on your shares? No, gentlemen, I can't think of that. The trifles I owe you one and all will more than pay for your shares. Well, may I be rammed into a shotgun and fired off at a niggers' riot if this isn't the coolest thing I've heard of for some time. And as he spoke, the fat lawyer started from his feet and confronted Fitzcoles. Zounds, sir, what do you take me for? A fine, fat old gentleman, replied Fitzcoles, bowing, who would make a capital superintendent of the mines. By Jupiter, Bluffley, that person of yours carries respectability in its every outline. It is worth at least 1,000 shares to the company. The storm, long gathering and silent in its growth, burst suddenly over the head of Fitzcoles. One and all, the 34 creditors rose. One and all, they poured forth their anger in broken words and bitter curses. Jesus, the villain! The scoundrel! Swindler! This is what I gets for his miniature. I'm paid for the 15 coats, and here's the cash for my gloves. Tish is damned pat. My wife's sick, and the children got the measles. Hurrah! Let's whack into him. This beats an insolvent schedule all hollow, laughed Busby Poodle, peeping out from behind the curtains. Gad, what a scene for the blackmail! 34 creditors of all shapes, sizes, and patterns surrounding Fitzcoles, who greets him with a commiserating smile. Ha ha! Capital! The high golly! Shouted Dim, thrusting his head from the other curtain. They look as if they eat massa up without any pepper or salt. Gentlemen, will you hear me? Shouted Fitzcoles in a voice of thunder as he gazed upon the 34 threatening faces. Will you or will you not? Am I to be insulted in my own house? Dim, go and call the servants, and have these fellows trundled downstairs. Well, sir, what do you propose? Cried Bluffley Bulk, his voice rising above the tumult. No more humbug, sir. You then reject my offer, made with the best feelings in the world, to combine you, one and all, into the Grand Montezuma Gold Mining Company of the one Catapapatel? One catty kettle potty be damned! Shouted Flunk the tailor, pressing forward as he shook his clenched hand in the air. Petch guan gut potty to the devil! Screamed O'Flanagan, the bootmaker. Just as you like, gentlemen. Pitch one Catapapatel to the devil, by all means. But I was about to observe that the various sums which I owe you separately, taken in the lump, amount to something over $3,000. You are interested. Well now, my fellows, here's the difficulty. I've but $1,000 cash in my possession. You can divide it among you if you like. Now you talk, observed Bluffly Buck with a pleasing smile, as though the previous remarks of Fitzcoles had not risen even to the dignity of talk. "Of course, my little fee of $50 will be satisfied out of this sum, in precedence to all other claims." "Of course, me little bill of $37.60, observed Mr. Flanagan, stepping briskly forward as he thrust his hands deep into the vacuum of his greatcoat pockets. "Will take the precedence of your trifling claims." "Of course, Colonel, my bill of $250 for dry goods," mildly exclaimed McWiley Mumshell, pulling his ragged whiskers with a hand, all glittering with costly rings. "My little bill will be considered first of all." "And is it the likes of you to stand afore me? The devil drag me under a harrow, but old Ratface, you've a deal of impudence in them same whiskers." "Colonel, don't forget the miniature, nor the horse hire. Remember the gloves. Isn't I to be paid for my poots? De parfumerie, Monsieur Vicole. Just stand back there, will ye? Devil take your impudence. I'm as good as you. Say that again. You're another. My bill, Colonel. Mine, I say. Wife and 5 children, one sick with the measles." "Gentlemen, do be calm," cried Fitzcoles as he viewed the gathering storm. "Remember, gentlemen, that you are gentlemen. Be calm, Flanagan. Quiet yourself, Bluffly. Soothe your excited feelings, Mumshell." "Will you settle my bill?" shrieked Bluffly Buck, red in the face with anger. "Yes or no?" "Botheration! Stand back, old purpose, and let me give him a receipt. Or is it a row you've a wantin'?" "Damned Irishman," grated Bluffly between his teeth. "Damned Irishman, am I? And me a Parisian barn? For the sake of my old man, who was an Irishman, and who fit with Boney at Waterloo. Take that!" And with his clenched hand he aimed a blow full at the immense corporation of the fat lawyer. The blow brushed Mumshell's whiskers and took effect on the person of the lawyer. The effect was terrific. In an instant, the 34 creditors, their bills in hand, were all mingled through each other, every man striking the man who stood next to him, without regard to consequences, while Bluffly and Flanagan went at it tooth and nail, exchanging fisticuffs with remarkable goodwill. The scene was peculiar. A forest of fists rising up and down, a mass of angry faces, all mingled together. Some 34 bodies of all sizes and descriptions, twisting and winding about with so much rapidity that they all looked like the different limbs of some strange monster undergoing a violent epileptic fit. "Gentlemen, do be calm." "Go your death. Allez-vous votre mort, as we say in domestic French. Hit him again. Frappe 2 fois. That's it. Give him another. Donnez-lui une autre." "You scoundrel! I'll prosecute you for damages." "Damages, you old purpose. Then, by my father's soul, I'll damage you a trifle more." "This is shameful. Show me the man who struck me in the eye." "By God, I will murder somebody directly." "Let me up. It wasn't me that struck you." "I'll take the worth of my gloves out of somebody." "Oh, my eye! Here's a pretty miniature for you." "Oh, will it do? Anyone here that'll say I wasn't a Parisian born? Fight it out, boys. Lather it into one another. Whoop! Say that black mark under your eye isn't a bit of patchwork, will ye? Just say it. Come on, 6 of you. I ain't particular which. Hurrah! There goes the looking-glass. Crack, smash, bang. Try it again, old purpose. This bit's Waterloo. Hooray! Hooray!" End of section 17. Section 18 of The Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the Second, Chapter 3rd, The Death Warrant. The mirror which hung above the dressing bureau reflected the handsome form of Colonel Fitzcoles. It must be confessed that the colonel looked decidedly interesting, as standing before the mirror in the glare of the morning sun, he surveyed his form for the last time, ere he sallied forth on Chestnut Street. His figure, with its broad chest and tapering waist, was enveloped in a close-fitting overcoat of dark cloth, which, falling open along the breast, disclosed his black scarf, gathered over his shirt-front with a plain gold pin, and tastefully disposed within the collar of his glossy coat and satin vest, whose jet-black hues were in harmony with the other portions of his attire. The dark visage of the colonel, relieved by long curling locks of jet-black hair, was surmounted by an elegant hat, remarkable for its conical crown and width of brim. This was the much-admired and very aristocratic Fitz-Coles hat, worn by all the distinguished bloods of the Quaker City. Introduced by the gallant colonel, it soon became the rage, and was at the time of which we write the standing test of fashion and elegance among the exquisites of Chestnut Street. "Dim," said the colonel, gently waving the gold-headed cane which he held within the white kid glove of his right hand. "Are they all gone?" "All turned out, massa. The sarvants tumbled 'em downstairs more'n a half-hour ago." "Dim," continued the colonel, impregnating his snow-white handkerchief with an additional scent of patchouli, "what's the damage?" "The looking-glass above the mantel broke in 1,000 pieces. One of the window curtains torn down. The berry devil kicked up all over the room." "Busby," resumed the colonel, passing a comb lightly through the locks of his jet-black hair, "how did you like it?" "Quite recherche. But won't they sue you for their various debts?" "Let them sue and be hanged. The amount I owe them, applied in the proper way, would command a great influence in court. Why, man, I've got the price of 7 judges, 10 juries, and some score of lawyers in my pocket. These things are all for sale." "Ha, ha! This is libelous. Hello, there's a knock at the door. See who it is, Dim." Dim opened the door at the extreme end of the bedchamber. He gazed for an instant through the aperture, and then, closing the door with a sudden movement, he came running to his master's side, his eyes dilating with surprise, and his tawny face pale as Fitz-Coles's white kid gloves. "What in the deuce is the matter, Dim?" "Oh, golly, massa! Oh, Lord! Oh, the debbil!" cried the Creole, dancing about the room. "Shall I knock you down with the chair, you scoundrel? Or would you like to be held out of a 4th-story window by the heels again?" Dim approached his master's side and whispered in his ear. The colonel's face grew suddenly pale, and a blasphemous oath escaped from his lips. "Busby, go into the next room," he cried harshly, with the same tone he would use in getting rid of a troublesome dog. "Be quick. I have a visitor whom I must see alone. Why do you stand there staring in my face like an idiot? Be gone, I say. I must be alone." Busby Poodle disappeared through the saloon door with a look of malignant anger that boded no good to his friend, Colonel Fitz-Coles. "Open the door, do you hear, Dim?" shouted the colonel, as his face grew paler and his dark eye emitted a clear flashing glance that betokened powerful though suppressed emotion. "Show our visitor in." Dim opened the door at the end of the bedchamber farthest from the windows, and the visitor entered. It must be confessed that the surprise which the mere utterance of his name occasioned might be easily explained when the singular appearance of the newcomer was taken into consideration. A short, thick-set little man, dressed in a suit of glossy black cloth, advanced from the open door. His face, which from its remarkable length gave you the idea of a horse's head affixed to the remnant of a human body, seemed to lay upon his heart, while his shoulders arose on either side as high as his ears, and his back, protruding in a shapeless hump, was visible above the outline of his head. His face, it is true, from its extreme length and the peculiar manner in which it seemed to lay on his breast, might have appeared distorted and deformed, yet were the features perfectly regular. The nose a decided aquiline, the mouth well-proportioned and indicative of firmness, the chin full and round, while the high forehead, with the dark eyebrows, overarched 2 large and brilliant eyes, whose intense luster beaming from a face marked by a clear, healthy complexion, gave the beholder the idea that he beheld a supernatural rather than a human being. Should the latter portion of this description appear overstrained, The reader will remember that the diminutive stature of the strange visitor, the hump on his back, and the manner in which his face seemed to rest on his chest, all gave additional effect to the expression of his face and eyes. Jew was written on his face as clearly and distinctly as though he had fallen asleep at the building of the temple at Jerusalem, in the days of Solomon the rake and moralist, and after a nap of 3,000 years had waked up in the Quaker City in a state of perfect and Hebraic preservation. "You are here, are you?" whispered Fitz-Coles in a tone of ungovernable rage. "Why is this? Why leave your hiding-place in broad daylight?" "I have come because I wanted to come," said the Jew calmly, as he folded his hands across his breast. "You have you?" whispered Fitz-Coles, as the gleam of rage brightened in his dark eyes. "Do you know, you dog, you miserable dog, that I've a great notion to give you a taste of this?" And as he spoke, quick as thought, he flung open the breast of his overcoat, and drawing the bowie knife from a secret pocket, he brandished it above the head of the Jew, with a look of ungovernable hatred. "Puts away the carving knives, puts away the carving knives," said the humpback, with a bitter, though scarcely perceptible sneer. "You will not hurt nobody. Perhaps you will tell me why you have left your hiding-place, in broad day, with all the police at your heels." "Ha, this is delightful. Curse that devil-bug," he muttered as he strode to the window. "How could he have let this dog escape?" "I tells you why I have left that nasty place," said the Hebrew in the coolest manner imaginable. "Because it was a nasty place. Because these little hand do all the works, and maybe, after all, you reaps the profit. I must hide in that hole, whilst you walks chestnut streets. Was that the contract? You keep your bargain, will yous?" "And what was that bargain?" exclaimed Fitz-Coles, again facing the Jew. "When the things was done, you was to give me $10,000 in gold. I was to sail for Europe's. What have you done? Left me to rot among robbers and thieves, while you walks chestnut streets. God damn!" The Jew sat down, or rather fixed himself on the sofa, and looked up calmly into the flushed countenance of Fitz-Coles. Well, Von Gelt, let's shake hands and talk the matter over." "We may talk as much as we pleases, but we don't shake hands." "Just as you like. Well, Judas, is that your first name, Von Gelt?" "Suppose it was my nature's. Wonder how long afore the handsome colonels would be, Father Moses. I know theirs." "So you threaten me, do you, Gabriel?" This is amusing. May I ask what you propose to do?" "Tomorrow mornings I will take the cars for New York's. Next day I will sail for Europe's. Today you will give me $10,000. "But Judas, that is Gabriel, Judas for short, you know, you must remember that I have not $10,000 in my possession." "Theirs is the old Herr Trunk's." "But Gabriel," exclaimed Fitz-Coles in a conciliating tone as he seated himself beside the table opposite the Jew. "But, Gabriel, you know that it is impossible for us to have this money for months to come. The sovereigns and the notes might be recognized at once. It is better to wait a little while and make sure of the whole sum beyond a chance of detection. Pen and ink, Dim. Meanwhile, the police ransack Monk's Hall and find me hid away among thieves and robbers. No, I will bear tish no longers. Tish day I must have $10,000 or, echoed Fitz-Coles as he scrawled a few words on a sheet of gilt-edged notepaper. Or, you was about to observe? Maybe I can get $10,000 somewheres else, said the Jew with a meaning look. You grow humorous, Gabriel, observed Fitz-Coles with a smile. Please deliver this little note to Devilbug if you should chance to see him again before you start for Europe. Will you, Gabby? "Ha, what is tish?" exclaimed the humpbacked Jew as his eye glanced over the note, which read as follows. Devilbug, our friend leaves us tomorrow. It is all right. Aid him as far as you can in anything that concerns his departure. The abbot. Then you consent? Exclaimed Gabriel with a smile of triumph. You will give me the moneys? Of course, of course. You know I would never refuse you anything, Gabriel. You must be careful, though, Gabriel, with the money. Mighty careful. What a fool I was ever to part with it, muttered Gabriel. I had it all in mine own hands one time. Excuse me one moment, Gabriel, while I write a note to my jeweler, said Fitzcoles with a pleasant smile. Here, Dim, take this ring and this note down to Melchior the jeweler in 4th Street near Chestnut. Hurry back, do you hear? As he seized the note and folded it, Fitzcoles gazed smilingly in the face of the Hebrew. But when he took the diamond ring from his finger and handed it to Dim, with one quick flashing glance of his dark eyes, the smile deepened into an agreeable laugh, and Fitzcoles looked for all the world like a man whose mind is unburdened by a single care. And this while his life and fortune hung upon the note which he handed to the Creole. Dim, you understand? This ring and note are for the jeweler in 4th below Chestnut. Yes, massa, answered Dim with a stolid and imperturbable expression of countenance. I'll be back directly. That note was the death warrant of the Jew. Thus it read, Devilbug, when the Jew comes back to Monk Hall, he will have about his person $10,000. You can pay yourself for the care and trouble you have had with him. The ring will tell you what I mean. The abbot. Now, Gabby, exclaimed Fitzcoles as Dim hastened from the room, you can amuse yourself by looking out of the window while I get you the money. As the handsome Algernon, stooping to the floor, drew the hair trunk from beneath the sofa, Gabriel the Jew rose from his seat and advanced toward the window. There's nothing like improving one's times, he muttered as he seized an object which lay exposed on the top of the dressing-bureau. Father Moses, he will swear when he misses this thing. 10 notes of $1,000 each, murmured Fitzcoles, locking the trunk again. Much good they will do him. Devilbug is such an amiable man. Now I will be gone, exclaimed Gabriel, hastily concealing the notes within the breast of his overcoat. This country is too hot to hold me. He strode to the door and looked back at Fitzcoles as he uttered this pleasant good-bye. Farewells. When we meet again, may we be in better spirits. Good-byes. He disappeared, and in a moment was heard passing hurriedly along the entry without the bedchamber. Go! Shrieked Fitzcoles the moment he had disappeared. Go, and to your death! He paced hurriedly along the room, his brow darkening over with a heavy frown and his eye blazing with excitement. The door leading into the saloon is ajar. Could anyone have listened to our conversation? He pushed the door open and glanced around the spacious apartment as he spoke. There is no one in this room. What a fool I am to fancy a listener near. And yet that fellow Busby. But he's too cowardly to betray a man. He might muster courage to betray a lame nigger woman or a sick rag-picker, but a man, never. He closed the door leading into the saloon as he spoke. And as the door was closed, the form of a man stole softly from the folds of the silken window curtains, and Busby Poodle stood disclosed in the light. His face was very pale, and his hands trembled like pendulums, very much out of order. Here's a secret worth a fortune, he exclaimed as he passed through the saloon door into the winding entry of the 4th story. Betray a rag-picker indeed. Ho, ho! What if I betray a forger? Meanwhile, Fitzcoles strode swiftly along the floor of his bedchamber, his face and manner betraying the wild excitement which possessed his soul. If I manage my cards right, I am safe. That Jew got up some very neat letters from my father, the Earl of Linswold, Lincolnshire, England. To give the devil his due, the Jew managed these letters with a masterly hand. English postmarks and all. I showed them to Dora, together with a parchment containing our pedigree, the Linswolds of Linswold.
I have used the Jew, and now, egad, he must retire from the scene. By next Monday morning I can arrange everything. And then, as from the decks of a steamer bound for England, I gaze upon the receding shores of America, while Doris smiles in my face and the cash rattles in my pocket, then, ha, 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 how I shall laugh at these fools of the Quaker City. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the Second, Chapter 4th, Dora Livingstone at Home. The boudoir was lighted by two long and narrow windows looking to the south. The morning sunshine shone mildly around the place through the folds of the thick curtains of light silk which hung drooping along the windows. In shape, the room was sexagonal, with pedestals of dark marble standing along 4 of the 6 walls. On the top of one pedestal stood an alabaster vase, containing flowers of the choicest hues and fragrance gathered from the conservatory which was visible through the small door. On the summit of the second was placed a statue of the Venus de Medici, sculptured by a master hand in snow-white marble. The third supported another vase, also filled with flowers, while the top of the fourth was occupied by an image of the Virgin Mary, her eyes raised upward to heaven and her hands clasped over the crucifix resting upon her bosom. The small door leading into the adjoining conservatory, located in the second story of the western wing of Livingstone's princely mansion, hung slightly ajar. A delightful fragrance, the breath and sweetness of many flowers, pervaded the atmosphere. The perfume of the full-blown rose, the penetrating scent of the heliotrope, the delightful odor of the arbor vitae, mingling with the fragrance of 1,000 other plants and flowers, created an air of delicious and intoxicating sweetness. The appointments of the boudoir, or perhaps closet would be the more correct designation, were neat and classic. 4 handsome Gothic chairs with worked cloth seats disposed along the walls, an elegant sofa placed between 2 of the pedestals, a severely classic table of snow-white marble standing opposite, all burdened with books and costly bindings strewn over its surface, and a gorgeous Turkey carpet, whose deep rich colors were in effective contrast to the light and delicate papering of the walls. All combined produced an effect of elegance and taste, heightened and refined by the vases of flowers and the marble statues presenting beauty in the contrasted forms of religion and love. The heat of the conservatory, mingling with the sweetness of its flowers, imparted a fragrant warmth to the boudoir. No stove nor grate with glaring coal or crackling wood was therefore needed to render the place comfortable. Altogether, the entire room was imbued with an air of spiritual repose, of dreamy languor, which would have been very ethereal indeed if it had not been for the presence of the small breakfast table, which stood in the center of the carpet, like a plain and stubborn earthly fact, with its silver coffee-pot, porcelain cup, and buttered toast disposed along the surface of a snow-white cloth. However, the coffee was cold and the toast untasted. This was something in favor of the spirituality of the boudoir. Through the dim light which imparted a twilight effect to the room, you might discern the outlines of a woman's form, as she lay reclining on the sofa. Her form, full, large, and voluptuous, was enveloped in the folds of a snow-white morning gown, which, gathering lightly around her queenly figure, displayed the symmetry of her rounded arms, the fullness of her bust, and the swelling outlines of her person, in the richest varieties of light and shade. A single red gleam of sunlight, escaping through the folds of the window curtain, streamed over the whiteness of her snowy neck. Her head resting on the sofa cushion, with the dark hair falling carelessly around, her eyes were half closed in dreamy reverie, and the brightness of her glance, subdued to a hazy dimness, which attested the absence of her thoughts from all outward things, stole mildly from the shadow of the long and trembling lashes. Her entire attitude was that of a person absorbed in some delightful reverie. Her hands were gently clasped in front of her form. Her limbs, as you might see by the folds of her dress, were carelessly crossed, one over the other, while one small and delicate foot, with the slender ankle, encased in the snow-white stocking, was visible, as she lay with her voluptuous person thrown lightly along the sofa. She was indeed a beautiful and voluptuous woman. The deep vermilion of her lips, the burning flush crimsoning each cheek, the blackness of her eyelashes and penciled brows, the long dark hair, which, when all unbound, fell in thick and glossy tresses below her waist, the fullness of her bosom, the swelling roundness of her limbs, the smallness of her feet, and the delicacy of her hands, with long and tapering fingers, all attested her loveliness and beauty, while the swimming glance of her large eyes indicates the innate voluptuousness of her nature. Her eyes were of that deep and well-like brightness which seems to throw open to the vision of the gazer not only their mellowed glance and dazzling radiance, but the entire prospect of the hidden soul. You gazed not upon but into those eyes, and felt that you were in the presence of a mighty intellect and a sensual organization. As she lay reclining on the sofa, a low murmur of delight escaped from her lips, and a flush like the sunny side of a ripening peach brightened over her face and neck. Her eyelids, slowly unclosing, revealed her large dark eyes, animate with an expression of sudden delight, and beaming with a swimming brightness that finds no parallel save in the glance of a lovely and voluptuous woman. Dora rose slowly to her feet and stood erect upon the floor. "That were a boon worth the peril of a soul to win," she whispered in a low and softened tone, as her hands absently toyed with the rose which rested upon her bosom. "A coronet. Yes, yes, a coronet. This is a fair brow, they tell me. How well the glittering circlet of diamonds would become its beauty. A coronet. But one short year ago, a poor girl clad in the threadbare costume which seems to belong by right to poverty-stricken gentility, watched by the bedside of a dying mother, in a meanly furnished apartment, faintly illumined by the beams of a flickering lamp. Now that poor girl is the wife of one of the merchant princes of the city, rolls in wealth almost without limit, and, of course, moves among the first circles of the aristocracy of this good city. Such aristocracy, ha ha, like a specimen of pasteboard statuary, giving but a grotesque outline of the reality which it is intended to represent. Another year, ha ha, my brain grows wild. Another year, and this same poor girl will stand among the glittering circles of a royal court, with the blaze of rank and beauty flashing all around her, with the smile of a queen beaming upon her face, while a coronet that tells the ancestral glories of 1,000 years rests brightly upon her brow. Dora Livingstone, wife of Livingstone, the merchant prince. That sounds well, though prince that word merchant as you may, it still retains, ha ha, a wonderful taint of the shop. But there is a title, written on the very clouds which darken over my future, which would sound much better, and that title— but hold, my brain grows dizzy. I seem to glide on air. That title is— Dora Linswold, Countess of Linswold, said a deep voice at the shoulder of the beautiful woman. She turned hastily round, gazing upon the intruder with a glance of mingled surprise and anger. Fitzcoles, in all the elegance of his fashionable attire, stood before her, with his conical hat in one hand, his gold-headed cane in the other, while a smile of peculiar meaning lighted up his dusky countenance. "Ha ha! Dora, you are surprised to see me. The truth is, old Artichoke, your gardener, attracted my eye as I passed through the hall. He wanted me to examine some of his favorite plants. While his attention was turned another way, I stole up the back staircase, reached the conservatory, and here I am. Yes, yes, Dora, notwithstanding your incredulous smile, it is in your power to be Countess of Linswold." "Algernon, it can never be!" exclaimed Dora, fixing the gaze of her brilliant eyes upon his countenance with a glance of strange meaning. "But it can be, Dora, and it must be. answered Fitz-Coles in a careless tone, as he gently balanced his gold-headed cane on the palm of his right hand with a seesaw motion. Dora silently laid her hand on his shoulder and gazed into his eyes with a glance of deep interest. "By what means, you would ask? By flight. Yes, by flight. Next Tuesday the Great Western sails from New York. Let us arrange all our matters, take passage on board the steamer, and in 15 days we will be in London. It is but a day's ride from London to Linswold." "Linswold," echoed Dora, and the name seemed to act like a spell upon her. "Aha! England boasts an aristocracy, founded on high deeds, whose records we trace in the history of 1,000 years. The aristocracy of this land, and, this city, is founded on what? Can you tell, Algernon?" "I've been trying to find out for the last 3 months. I flatter myself that I know something about the peculiar merits and glories of Quaker City aristocracy. An aristocracy founded on the high deeds of dentists, tape-sellers, quacks, pettifoggers, and bank directors, all jumbled together in a ridiculous mass of absurdities. Your dentist, whose proper coat of arms should be a tooth and pincers on a field gules, sends to the Heralds' College in London and asks the heralds to trace back his pedigree to the Conquest. And so with all the classes of the Philadelphia ton. Now, could we establish a Heralds' College in the State House, I would make the profession of every man the rule by which to fashion his crest or coat of arms. To the quack, a pill-box. To the pettifogger, 3 links of a convict's chain, with a penitentiary in the distance. To the bank director, a widow's coffin, with a weeping orphan on either side by way of heraldic supporters. Pah! There is no single word of contempt in the whole language too bitter to express my opinion of this magnificent pretension, the aristocracy of the Quaker City." "You are quite animated, Dora. I never trouble myself about such small matters." "Do you know what was the profession of my grandfather?" exclaimed Dora, as with a smile of bitter sarcasm played on her proud lips, she again confronted Fitz-Coles. "Why, he was, guess what?" "A merchant, perhaps, or member of one of the oldest families of Pennsylvania, to use the slang of the day, or... "A shoemaker!" shrieked Dora, with a burst of laughter, as she strode hurriedly up and down the room. Yes, a shoemaker." "A cobbler?" muttered Fitz-Coles, starting with a look of silent disgust. Yes, a toil-begrimed cobbler, who sat working all day long on an old bench, minding other people's old shoes. And I am ashamed of this? Not in the least. The cobbler's granddaughter moves in the first circles of the aristocracy of Philadelphia. And what is something to her credit, she is not ashamed of her ancestry. She does not conceal it with some sounding pretension to high birth, but at once and without reserve horrifies the tape and bobbin nobility of the Quaker City with the plain declaration that Dora Livingstone's wife of the merchant prince is a cobbler's granddaughter. Deuce take me if I can understand you, Dora. You are not ashamed of having a shoemaker for your grandfather, and yet you reverence the spirit of ancestral pride. You have given my opinions with remarkable precision. I tell you, Algernon, that I respect the mechanic at his bench, though his hands be rough, his face begrimed with toil, his manners uncouth and destitute of polish. But for the petty aristocrat, the Duke thimble and thread, the Count soap and candle, the Baron pedal and cheat, for all these I do entertain the most sovereign contempt. Give me the honest mechanic at the bench if we must have a nobility for your true Republican nobleman, not the dishonest bank director at the desk. But if you pass the mechanic aside, whose honest vote sustains your republic, if you pass him aside when you form your aristocracy, then I say, give us the titles and the trappings of an English nobility. Let us at once have a throne and a count, a king and courtiers. Dora, you grow philosophical. Decidedly so. But you have quite forgotten my proposition. Flight, Dora, sudden and successful flight. And do you think, Fitzcoles, that I would fly with you as it is a sweet word and a true one, as an adulteress forsaking her husband? No, no. By my life, no. Once in England, we could be united in marriage without the slightest difficulty. You would become the Countess of Linswold on the death of my father, when I would succeed to the earldom. During his life, our title would merely be my Lord and Lady Delvany of Linswold. Countess of Linswold, and my husband living in America. Ha, ha, ha. This is like some probable history of the Arabian Nights. And how do you propose to overcome the difficulty? Which is but another name for a husband, after all, muttered Dora in a tone inaudible to Fitzcoles. You know, Dora, that we must arrange our plan of action without delay. A solitary word of suspicion whispered in your husband's ears by some officious friend, and our schemes are blown to the gentleman in black. Dora approached Fitzcoles and laid her hand on his shoulder, while her dark eyes, flashing with a deep and meaning glance, were fixed upon his countenance. Suppose Livingstone should die, she said in a low whisper, while her eyes became intensely brilliant and her face grew suddenly pale. Why, replied Fitzcoles with a slight start, why, you would then be the widow Livingstone, with a fortune of some 200,000 in your possession. But you know, Dora, Livingstone bids fair to live at least half a century from the present moment. Livingstone may die, and that suddenly, said Dora in that same low tone, while the hand resting on Fitzcoles' shoulder trembled like a leaf. Egad, Dora, you're white as snow in the face. One would think you meant something by the glance of your eyes. Do speak out and let us hear the news. Listen, Algernon, and I will tell you a secret. Strong and vigorous man as he looks, Livingstone has been for years the victim of a secret and insidious disease. It is that disease which slowly and quietly, almost without pain, ossifies the main arteries of the heart. The victim may live for years, with the flush of health on his cheek and brow, while this insidious disease is closing up the avenues of his life. He may live for years with all the outward signs of health and vigor, when a sudden excitement of mind would lay him down a lifeless corpse. Aye, in an instant, without a single pain to warn him of his danger, he would fall a lifeless corpse. Yes, I remember. McTourniquet, the queer doctor who talks of Henry Clay the statesman and Henry Clay's blood horse all in the same breath, took the trouble one day last week to explain this disease to me. However, he did not tell me that Livingstone was its victim. This doctor, who is our family physician, called here but an hour ago and asked me when I expected Mr. Livingstone back from New York. I answered, of course, next week. He then told me that the main arteries of my husband's heart were now almost entirely ossified, that I must take every care in the world of him, for any sudden excitement would kill him in an instant. What a pity! Poor fellow! To think of a man going about with such a bad heart in his bosom. You understand me, then? Livingstone may live for 20, nay, for 30 years longer, and he may die in a year, a month, a day, or, it may be, in an hour. I appreciate his position, Dora. To say the least, it's a very ticklish one. Jove! The idea of a man having red cheeks, bright eyes, and a firm step, while his heart is turning to bone. The idea of such a state of affairs, I say. Dora drew nearer to Algernon's side, and suddenly grasped him by the wrist. There was a wild light gleaming from her dark eyes as she gazed fixedly in his face, and a slight wrinkle indented the surface of her fair forehead between the eyebrows. Her voice was utterly changed in its tones when she whispered these words to the listener's ear.
Algernon, give me your advice on a point of the deepest interest. When my husband returns from New York, I will seize the earliest opportunity to press upon his attention the importance of having his will prepared without delay. Poor man! His life hangs by a slender thread. The most trifling chance may sever that thread and precipitate him into eternity. It is important, therefore, that he should hold himself prepared for death. Justice to his wife demands that his will, making a final disposition of his fortune, should be executed with all possible haste. By Jove, Dora, you look quite wild. To what tends all this? Hush! Did you not hear a footstep in the conservatory? Suppose, Algernon, that my husband should make his will. Suppose he leaves his fortune to his wife. These suppositions made, I wish you to imagine a scene. Livingstone and myself are seated in the parlor on a winter's evening beside the cheerful fire. His face is lighted up with a pleasant smile as, displaying the unfolded will in his hands, he gazes upon the beaming countenance of his wife. And that wife, mark you, Algernon, at the very moment when the husband reaches forth his arms to clasp her to his bosom, falls on her knees at his feet, and in broken words shrieks forth the story of her guilt and his dishonor. Yes, to his ear, to the ear of the man who loves his wife as man never loved wife before, that young and innocent wife tells the dark story of her shame. Even while his face beams with affection, she tells him that he is dishonored, aye, dishonored, that she has been false to his bed, recreant to her plightful faith, that she is polluted in person, corrupt in soul, that this young wife, whom he loved so well, is, an adulteress. This she tells him with tears of repentance, with prayers for mercy, with groans of anguish. And he, how think ye Livingstone would hear this confession from the wife whose very image he now worships? Algernon, think ye not it would kill him even before his frantic wife had done with her tale of guilt? Even as he sat without a moment's delay, he would fall from his chair a stiffened corpse. Would he not, Algernon? A blasphemous oath escaped from Fitzcole's lips, and in a sudden start which shook his frame, he suffered his hat and cane to fall on the floor. By God, Dora, I don't think you're a human being. He said this in a low-toned voice, and turned away from the merchant's wife as she stood in the center of the room, her statue dilating to its full height, while with a panting bosom and a flashing eye she awaited his answer to her momentous question. "And this," she cried, gazing upon Fitzcoles, who stood near the window with his face averted from her glance, "and this after I have sacrificed all I possess on earth, all I hope in heaven, and sacrificed for you?" "Hush! Didn't you hear a footstep in the conservatory? Really, Dora, you are very imprudent," exclaimed Fitzcoles in a sullen tone, as he gazed vacantly through the window curtains. "Would to God there had been a footstep in the conservatory when I first resigned myself to shame," said Dora in a tone of keen and biting sarcasm. "When a lady agrees, makes up her mind to part with her virtue, and a gentleman makes up his mind to accept the gift, all is fair and satisfactory, and nobody but an injured husband has a right to complain. But murder, Dora, murder!" "Murder? Madman that you are, who spoke of murder?" "Fitzcoles, I beseech you, do not force me to change my opinion with regard to you. I thought you were a man, one of that class, in fact, who look rather to the end that is to be accomplished than to the delicacy of the means. But, Dora, this experiment of yours has 10 chances of failure to 1 of success. Livingstone might recover from the shock occasioned by your confession. Then it is the chance of failure, not the experiment itself, which turns your face to the hue of ashes. Damn the thing, Dora. Livingstone never wronged me, and I can't see that he has done you any injury sufficient to warrant such a return." "I perceive, Algernon," said Dora, crossing her arms with a calm gesture. "You do not understand me. Livingstone never did me a wrong. On the contrary, he has bestowed wealth upon me almost without bound, and lavished affection upon me until it amounts to idolatry. You never gave me wealth. You never gave me love. Then what is the tie that binds me to you? You have it in your power to grace the the cobbler's granddaughter with a title. Livingstone is the bar sinister, between me and hereditary rank. Who spoke of murder? Not I, by my life. Livingstone may die. He may die. That was all I said." "He may die, that is true," said Fitzcoles, turning away from the window. "By the by, Dora, you are remarkably ambitious for a sensible woman. Your very soul seems absorbed in this ambition to rise." "There is a leaf of my heart, Fitzcoles, which you never yet have read. I loved once, loved with all the intensity of my nature, and sacrificed my plighted love for wealth and Livingstone. Did you never read in books that the first love of a strong-minded woman, when divested from its proper source, turns to the gall and bitterness of worldly ambition? I feel in my inmost soul that I was destined from my birth to rank and station, to the sway of hearts and the rule of power. In my early childhood, when forced by penury, my mother, a widowed and friendless woman, sought a home in the outskirts of the city. The prophecy was whispered in my ears that one day I should wear a coronet and walk a titled lady among the grandees of a royal court." "And some old crone, I suppose, with a cup sprinkled with tea grounds in her hand was the oracle?" "It matters not, for the prophecy, come it from whom it might, found its echo in my heart. Does it not often chance that a casual word uttered by an ignorant mechanic strikes a mighty chord in some statesman's heart, and originates a new and magnificent scheme of state policy? So a chance word from vulgar lips may arouse a prophecy which has been hidden in our souls since the hour of our birth. Why did the Creole Josephine credit the withered hag who foretold that her brow would one day be encircled with the crown of France? Because the old crone was gifted by heaven with a special power? No, no, no. She might have foretold 1,000 incidents, and not one would have impressed the heart of Josephine with even a passing sensation. On the heart of this same Creole Josephine, from the hour of her birth, had been written down by God's own hand the high destiny for which she had been born, and the chance words of the old crone aroused the prophecy into life." "Hush, Dora, there's a footstep on the stairs," exclaimed Fitzcoles with a sudden start. "My God, it is Livingstone's footstep!" And as she spoke, Dora's face grew suddenly pale. "Ha! The note which I left last night on the center table was gone when I looked for it this morning. Could he have returned in the night?" The door leading into the main building of the mansion was suddenly opened, and a red-faced servant in grey livery turned up with velvet entered the boudoir. "Mr. Livingstone, ma'am." And in an instant Livingstone appeared in the doorway and entered the room. "Aha! My dear, I've stole a march on you, have I? Back from New York sooner than I expected, you see. Aha! Colonel, is that you? How do you do?" "My God, Livingstone, how pale you are!" was the involuntary exclamation of the wife as her eyes were riveted to his countenance. "Have you been ill?" "Egad, you look as if you'd been sick a month," exclaimed Fitzcoles. "Why, Livingstone, positively you're turning grey." Calm and smiling Livingstone advanced and gathered his right arm round the waist of his beautiful wife. His face was very pale, and his blue eyes had an unnatural brilliancy in their glance, which in the mind of an acute observer might have aroused a suspicion as to the sanity of the merchant. "One kiss, my love," exclaimed Livingstone as he pressed his lips to the full and pouting lips of his wife. while his face brightened with a look of pleasure. "You must excuse these little matrimonial attentions, Fitzcoles. We married men are very apt to be fond of our wives, especially after a long absence. And how's your poor sick friend, my dear?" "You have my note, then?" exclaimed Dora, as a slight tremor was visible on her lip. "To be sure, my dear, to be sure. I returned from New York in the night, found your note on the center table, and having read its contents, I retired from the house without alarming the servants. I spent the night at the counting-house examining my books and papers. How did you say your poor sick friend was, Dora?" "Alas, she is dead," and Dora turned away as if to conceal her agitation. "Well, well, it can't be helped. Debt we've all got to pay, as the old women at a funeral have it. By the by, Fitzcoles, I've got some traces of the forger at last." The merchant laid his hand playfully on Fitzcoles' shoulder and gazed smilingly in his eyes, while his unoccupied hand toyed with his watch-seals in a careless manner. "The deuce you have," answered Fitzcoles with a stare of surprise. "By Jove," he muttered to himself, "there is a strange look about Livingstone's eyes that doesn't exactly please me." "I tell you how it was, my boy," continued Livingstone, still toying with his watch-seals. "While I was in New York, the head clerk of the Charleston House arrived in town. He recognized the forger one day in Broadway, strutting it among the finest bucks of the city." "And you arrested him?" "Not exactly. We had evidence enough for suspicion, but conviction, you know, is a different thing. You'll laugh when I tell you how I managed it with the fellow. He was one of my most intimate friends in New York, and was wont to frequent my rooms very much during the day, manifesting his familiarity by calling me a jolly old fellow, old Lynn, and all that kind of thing, you understand. Before the head clerk arrived from the South, I did not ever dream of suspecting this perfumed gentleman of the forgery. Why, Colonel, do you know that I just as soon suspected you as him?" "Curse me, Livingstone, these kind of comparisons are deuced unpleasant," observed Fitzcoles, growing very uneasy under the merchant's gaze. "What do you think we did when we found that we hadn't evidence sufficient for conviction? Why, it's too good. We dressed up a decayed police officer like a Southern planter, and introduced him to the forger as a gentleman of immense fortune from the South. The forger promenades New York with a disguised police officer at his elbow, showing the pseudo-planter all the lions of the town, and making himself agreeable in a general way. Now the joke of the thing." "Yes," echoed Fitzcoles, "the joke of the thing is simply this. The Southern planter has a warrant in his pocket for the arrest of the forger the moment he shall attempt to leave the city." "Ha, ha, ha! Capital!" "Capital, capital! Ha, ha, ha!" roared Fitzcoles. "Isn't it too good?" "Ha, ha, ha! It is too good. A warrant in his pocket for the arrest of the forger all the while, did you say? Capital! Ha, ha, ha! Capital!" "Why, Fitzcoles, your lady-love has been making free with a lock of your hair!" exclaimed Livingstone playfully. "Look here, Dora, what space there is near Fitzcoles' right temple! A large lock severed close to the skin. Why, Dora, I declare you too have been making somebody a present of a lock of your hair. A large tress severed from the hair near your right temple, too. Singular coincidence, oh Fitzcoles?" With the same involuntary gesture, Fitzcoles and Dora both raised their hands to their right temples, and both discovered that a large tress was missing from among the clustering locks of their raven-black hair. "Curse that barber! I shall have to flog him," muttered Fitzcoles. "How deuced careless in him!" "Positively, Albert, I can't tell how this occurred," said Dora, approaching her husband. "I must have cut it off in my sleep. How extremely odd!" "Or somebody may have cut it off to save you the trouble while you were asleep," said Livingstone with a kindly smile, as turning from his wife he approached one of the windows and looked out upon the sky. Meanwhile, Dora stood silent and thoughtful, her bosom heaving upward with sudden pulsations, clashed for a moment convulsively together, trembled with the agitation that quivered through her whole frame. "Now," she murmured as a slight pallor overspread her beautiful countenance, "now is the moment of my fate. The disease, gathering round his heart, manifests its progress already in his countenance. I will confess all, ha! I will throw myself at his feet and beseech his pardon." Fitzcoles turned pale as ashes. He did not hear the whispered words of Dora, but he read her fixed and desperate purpose in the lines of her countenance, now moulded into an expression as unrelenting as death. While his brain whirled round in wild confusion, he resolved to delay or at least to thwart the accomplishment of her purpose. "Aid me now, great Father, before whom I shall so soon appear," were the murmured words that broke from the white lips of Livingstone, as with his face turned from his wife and her paramour, he made a pretence of gazing upon the clear and blue winter sky. "I feel that fit of madness coming over me again. Oh, for a little strength to go through with the mockery, to pretend affection to the wife, friendship to the paramour. There is frenzy in my veins, I know it, I feel it, but I will command my soul." And yet, as the words escaped from his lips, he felt that same feeling of mocking frenzy which had given its impulse to his actions in Monk Hall the night before, rushing like a torrent through his veins. Conscious that he was acting like a madman, he drew a pistol from his bosom, and making one stride across the floor, held it to the heart of Fitzcoles. "A handsome pistol, Colonel, silver mounted with a hair trigger. One touch of my finger, and you're a dead man. Ha! How you step backward! How you recede to the wall! Zounds, man, but I believe you're afraid." "For heaven's sake, Livingstone, put the thing away," cried Fitzcoles, as with the pistol at his heart, step by step he retreated to the wall. "You might, pull the trigger by chance. It's loaded, you say, and the ball might lodge in your heart. Ha! So it might. Suppose we try." As he spoke, he pulled the trigger. Dora uttered an involuntary shriek as the clinking of the pistol broke on the air, and then covered her face with her hands. When she again looked around the room, she beheld Fitzcoles standing in one corner, pale as ashes, while Livingstone, with a bitter smile wreathing his white lips, still held the pistol presented at his breast. "Confound these caps! Not worth the having!" exclaimed Livingstone with a pleasant smile. "Why, Colonel, ha! You look as frightened as if, ha! I had intended to shoot you." "The pistol was loaded," hesitated Fitzcoles as he averted his eyes from Livingstone's flashing glance. "Loaded? Nonsense, man! I was merely trying some new percussion caps." "The disease has affected his reason," muttered Dora as she advanced to her husband's side. "Now for the confession and the result." "You dropped your handkerchief, Mrs. Livingstone," exclaimed Fitzcoles, as starting hastily forward he presented the snow-white mouchoir with a low bow. "Not on the peril of your soul," he hissed the whisper between his set teeth, as his dark eyes were fixed upon her face with a malignant yet frightened glance. She returned his glance with a look of scorn. She advanced to her husband's side. She seized his arm with a convulsive grasp, while her dark eyes flashed with an expression of the deepest emotion. "Livingstone," she shrieked, with all the pathos of voice and gesture at her control, "I have much to tell you." In another instant she lay panting upon his breast, with her arms flung round his neck, while the convulsive sobs which heaved her bosom broke wildly on her husband's ear. Fitzcoles saw that his fate hung in a balance which the weight of a feather might turn. "Ha!" cried Livingstone, with the same strange glance which marked his wandering intellect flashing from his clear blue eye. "Ha! What means this agitation, this sudden emotion, these sobs and tears?"
Why, the fact is, Livingstone, your wife is anxious. That is to say, deuce take the thing. Dr. McTourniquet was here this morning, and dropped some strange hints about a disease to which you are subject, and your wife is alarmed for your health." "Fools! They think to deceive me," thought Livingstone as his wife lay sobbing in his arms. "They do not dream that I overheard their ingenious plans as I stood in the conservatory not 5 minutes past. Ha ha! I will be even with them. Oh, with regard to the disease of the heart," he continued aloud, "which has threatened me for so many years, I forgot to mention a slight circumstance. McTourniquet this morning assured me that he had long mistaken my symptoms. I am no longer in danger from any malady of this kind than you are, my dear. There, Dora, don't weep. I can well appreciate this affectionate regard for my health, but you mustn't weep." As Dora lay with her head buried in his bosom, a quick and sudden tremor shook her frame from head to foot. She was deceived for once in her life, and after having betrayed her husband in the very hour of his madness, became his willing dupe. With one start she raised her head, and her face, pale and ghastly from the effect of the sudden revulsion of feeling, was disclosed in the morning sunlight. "Oh, Livingstone," she said in a voice tremulous with emotion, "I am so glad to discover that all my apprehensions are groundless." She walked to the window as if to hide the agitation, the joyful agitation which Livingstone's unexpected disclosure had aroused in her soul. As she passed Fitz Coles, she darted a look in his face, full of dark and fearful meaning. For a moment her countenance was convulsed by an expression hideous as it was resolute, and then, like a sunbeam gleaming from a cloud, all was calm and smiling again. "By the by, Dora, I had nearly forgotten an important circumstance connected with our celebration of the Christmas holidays. You know my country seat of Hawkwood in New Jersey, some miles from Camden. It is the old family mansion of the Livingstones, was built, in fact, long before the Revolution. Full of secret passages, solemn old rooms with wide fireplaces, lofty halls, and wainscoting without limit, you know." "I have often heard of this strange old family seat," replied Dora without turning from the window, "and have as often felt a desire to see the place." "You shall see it, my dear, within 2 days. I have this morning dispatched servants to the place in order to arrange the old hall for the celebration of Christmas in the old English style. Tomorrow morning we will start for Hawkwood and spend the holidays there. Fitz Coles, I hope you will favor us with your company. You nod assent. Well, that is settled. And now I must away to the warehouse. You will excuse me, Fitz Coles. I'll be home for dinner, my dear." Livingstone left the boudoir as he spoke. Dora turned from the window and faced Fitz Coles. Their eyes met in one deep and meaning glance. "Well," said Fitz Coles, drawing a long breath, "we're out of that damned scrape anyhow." Dora smiled but did not speak. Her attention was attracted by a loose slip of letter paper which lay on the carpet near her feet. With a manner of easy nonchalance, she picked this paper from the floor and examined it with a careless glance. In a moment, quick as a lightning flash, her dark eyes shone with sudden fire, her stature dilated to its full height, and her bosom rose and fell beneath the folds of her morning gown with an impulse of the deepest agitation. She stood in the center of the room, in all her beauty and loveliness, regarding the paper which she held in her trembling hand, with one intense and flashing glance, while her face was crimsoned over by a sudden flush of excitement. There was an expression of scorn mingled with triumph on her curving lip, and her high forehead was impressed with a slight yet meaning frown. "Why, Dora, you are agitated," exclaimed Fitz Coles, advancing. "What can there be in that slip of paper to move you thus?" Her eyes gleamed like flame-coals as the answer broke from her lips in a slow and deliberate whisper, rendered most wild and thrilling by the sudden huskiness of her voice.
Leave that to me and to the future.
End of section 19. Section 20 of The Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the Second, Chapter 5th, The Gold Watch.
Luke, you know how liable we are to accident and sudden death. If I should die suddenly, I wish you to open this packet and execute the commission which it names. Consider this request, Luke, as the last request of a dying man. Will you promise me?"
"I will and do promise you," Luke replied, grasping the hand of Livingstone.
"As soon as you are dead, I will open this packet, and at every peril, at all hazards, execute the commission which it names." "Egad," he muttered to himself, "he seems to have recovered from his mad fit. A precious tramp I've had up and down this beautiful city ever since daybreak in order to cool him off."
"Now, Luke, I must go home to my family," said Livingstone with a faint smile as they emerged from the exchange. "Here we part, Luke, at least for a little while. It is now 9 o'clock. At noon I will meet you at my house on especial business. Good morning." They parted. Livingstone pursued his way up Walnut Street, while Luke Harvey remained standing at the corner of Walnut and Third. "I don't suppose anything peculiar will take place between this and sundown, do I? Very likely I don't. Possibly I do. Well, well, let matters take their course. When a woman adorns her husband's forehead with horns, she ought to remember that these ornamental branches may be turned into dangerous weapons. Stags gore people sometimes. Phew, there's that tooth again. I must to some tooth butcher right off." With great deliberation, Luke took his black silk cravat from around his neck, and investing his mouth and jaws with its folds, fastened it over the top of his head with an ornamental knot. He presented rather a singular picture. His long and slim figure was enveloped in a tight overcoat. His hat was drawn down over his brows, while his face was nearly concealed by the folds of the black cravat, which left a glimpse of his eyes, the top of his nose, and a small portion of each cheek exposed to view. "I'll swear that tooth of mine must have joined a fire company by the way it goes on. Phew!" Passing the various good citizens who were pursuing their way along Walnut Street, Luke, after half an hour's brisk walking, with his hand pressed against his jaw all the while, arrived before a splendid mansion, with a great big silver plate affixed to the door. "Pilpet, Surgeon Dentist," was blazoned on the plate in immense letters. Luke rung the bell and was swearing quietly at his tooth when a liveried servant appeared and showed him into a large room, furnished in a style of lavish and auction store splendor, where Mr. Auguste Pilpet stood surrounded by the materials of his elegant profession. Mr. Auguste Pilpet was a stout little man, with a high forehead and a nose which would have been Roman if it hadn't been shaped like a pear. Mr. Pilpet prided himself on his resemblance to Louis Philippe, and his acquaintance with the literature of the day. Mr. Pilpet had been a bricklayer the year before, and his name had been Jonas Pulp, which, by the same lively exertion of imagination that transformed the layer of bricks into the puller of teeth, had been changed into Auguste Pilpet. "Pilpet, this tooth's a-going on as though it would break my jaw and blow my brains out. Pull it." "We will soon arrange this little matter," said Auguste Pilpet, seating Mr. Harvey in a chair, which looked as though it had been made for an alderman, in the days when aldermen averaged 300 pounds apiece. "We'll soon arrange this little matter. A bad tooth. Shocking. What's your opinion of Bulwer?" "Bulwer be damned! Pulp, pull my tooth." Pulp did not please Mr. Auguste Pilpet. On the contrary, Mr. Pilpet was chafed. "Pulp, indeed," he muttered. "I'll give him a wrench for that." And accordingly, throwing Luke's head so far back that his upturned eye commanded a view of the vane surmounting a distant steeple, which was visible through the lofty window, Mr. Pilpet proceeded to give Mr. Harvey a wrench. It was decidedly a wrench. Luke sprang from the chair with a tremendous bound and an oath. "Damn!" he muttered or hissed, and the man who objects to the oath never had the toothache. "Damn! Why, Pulp, you were born 2 centuries too late. The Inquisition ought to have had you." "Don't you think Dickens excels in the quiet touches?" said Mr. Pilpet with great suavity, as Luke performed an irregular polka over the room. "It seems to me there's a feeling and a finish in Dickens." "Pulp, you are an ass," replied Luke rather harshly, as well nigh convulsed with the pain of his unworthy member, the half-drawn tooth, he dashed into Mr. Pilpet's window curtains and looked out upon the street. "It's my opinion, Pulp, that in you the Inquisition would have experienced a great acquisition. Hullo, what's that?" Pulp, Pilpet, Inquisition, toothache, and all were forgotten as Luke gazed out in the street, with a stare of vacant wonder lengthening his visage. "I'll soothe him by a criticism," thought Pilpet. "Do you think, Mr. Harvey, that the beauties of Shelley are appreciated by the mass?" "What?" shouted Luke, gazing into the street. "In the street at broad daylight. I'd swear it's him. Ha! Ellis Mortimer! He turns the corner. Now or never." While Mr. Pilpet stood stricken dumb with astonishment, Luke flung up the window sash and sprang out upon the pavement, before Mr. Pilpet could say Jonas Pulp. Rising from the pavement, for he had fallen in the spring, Luke rushed down Walnut Street at the top of his speed, while his long black hair and the flaps of his overcoat streamed carelessly in the wind. The spectacle of a hatless man traversing Walnut Street at the top of his speed in a cold winter's day had rather a maniac wildness in it, and accordingly 2 ladies with sharp faces and blue nose-tips stopped somewhat suddenly in their course and gazed after the retreating form of Luke. A very ragged newsboy, with whom the sharp-nosed ladies had just been endeavoring to trade 2 pious tracts headed "Bad Children in Hell" for 1 extra leggy containing accounts of a steamboat accident on the Mississippi, also turned round and looked after Luke, with an emphatic adjuration to his whiskers. "Oh, you bad youth," said the sharpest of the sharp-faced tract distributors. "Don't you know where little boys that say bad words will go to?" "Can't say I do. House of refuge, ma'am?" "Oh, you ignorant and deplorably neglected youth," said the other lady, whose nose was tipped with the faintest shade of blue. "Give me that extra ledger, and I'll give you this tract which tells you all about the bad place." "I'd rather not, because when the bad place comes, it comes, and what's the use of a feller writing his system with it aforehand?" With these words the unrepentant youth strode away, making the air vocal with "Extra leggy, steamboat blowed up on the Mississippi, 1,000 lives lost, all for 2 cents." Meanwhile, dashing along Walnut Street, Luke Harvey pursued the distant form of a little hump-backed man, who, all unconscious of the danger at his back, was quietly wending his onward way. It was not long, however, before he became cognizant of his pursuer. While Luke was half a square distant, he suddenly slipped into an alley and was lost to view. Luke turned into the alley, emerged into an adjoining street, but no signs could he discern of Mr. Ellis Mortimer. "I would have sworn it was the Jew," he muttered, gazing hurriedly up and down the street. "The very look and dress of the man. Here's a remarkable state of affairs. One of the first merchants in town digging along Walnut Street on a cold winter's day without his hat. Ha, ha! Quite unique in the way of le grand spectacle, as we say in domestic French. Eh, Harvey?" "Harvey?" echoed Luke, turning round to greet the newcomer. "Why, damn, it's Poodle of the black mail. Go away, fellow. I haven't any bribe for you." "He, how jocular," replied Busby Poodle, rubbing his hands pleasantly together. "I know what you're after. The Jew. Ha, ha, ha. I've been watching him. Yonder he goes. Harvey, I say, I might tell you something if I liked. I might. I've been watching the Jew." "Pooh!
The Jew has no bribe to give you," exclaimed Luke with the most emphatic disgust. "Hello, there he is, far down 7th Street. I'll have him yet." And down 7th Street Luke started, with as much speed as though he had a match against time, his hair and coat flaps streaming in the wind, while Busby Poodle watched his progress with quiet wonder. "Ha, ha, there he goes like mad. He's a-digging down 7th Street. He nears the Jew. 2-1 on Harvey. Anybody take that bet? Ha! The Jew turns round. Bravo! Now the race becomes exciting. Some little boys join the pursuit. A coal heaver flings down his shovel and pelts after him. The Jew's ahead. Go it, humpback! Go it, Harvey! Hello! He's got him! No, he's clear. He turns down an alley. They're gone. I'd like to bet a considerable amount on the Jew yet. Hum, hum, Harvey wouldn't buy me. Bad that for Harvey. I can guess that he entertains some suspicions with regard to Fitz Coles, else why does he pursue the humpback gentleman whom I tracked from the rooms of the millionaire? I think we must sell Harvey to Fitz Coles. Damn, I'll cut up that fellow Harvey in tomorrow's black mail. I'll be bitter, damned bitter."
The State House struck 11. His face, all crimson with excitement, his brow streaming with thick drops of perspiration, his long hair flying wildly in the wind from under the shadow of a very bad hat, which he had borrowed from a friend, Luke Harvey came slowly round the corner of certain prominent streets in a remote district of the city, his entire appearance betraying great exhaustion of body mingled with considerable depression of spirits. "Nearly 2 hours passed in chasing that cursed Jew. Poh, pretty figure I cut. The Jew ahead, a long tail of boys, sweeps, and coal heavers behind me. Wild chorus of yells rending the air. People flinging up their windows. Ha ha! Twig that man without a hat! All humbug. Hello, here's the old woman's house. Damn, I'll go in and see her." Luke stood in front of a 3-story dwelling, which, remarkable for its old and desolate appearance, stood among a cluster of pawnbroker shops, like a decayed gentleman surrounded by pickpockets and thieves. Thick masses of rank green moss grew over the steep roof, and the garret window was stuffed with an old straw hat and bundles of rags. The shutters on the 1st story were entirely closed. Through the windows of the 2nd floor, faded green blinds of a damp and moldy aspect were visible, while the glasses of the remaining windows in the 3rd story were concealed by rough boards, nailed loosely to the window frame on the outside. The solitary front door was one of your old-fashioned front doors, with massive posts and heavy cornices. The old brass knocker was covered with a thick crust of verdigris, and all along the door and frame some industrious hand had driven innumerable nails, and spikes of every size and pattern, as though a hardware merchant had been seized with an original fancy, and wished to turn the whole concern into a business card. In fact, it looked just like the house which all the restless spirits in the city, gentlemen and lady ghosts, who frequent graveyards nightly, and prevail very numerously in Christmas time about the halls of old mansions, would choose for their scene of assemblage, in case the spiritual fraternity determined upon a national convention of all the ghosts in the Union, a sort of Death's Head festival, with the skeleton god himself in the chair. Becky Smolby lived in this ancient house. Becky Smolby and an Irish female servant were the only tenants of the old-time mansion. Who Becky Smolby was, or what were her sources of livelihood, was a question often asked, but by no means frequently answered. Becky was old, penurious, and avaricious. Everybody knew that. Didn't she keep the female servant for one entire week on stale gingerbread and sassafras beer? Becky was queer and whimsical. This point was never doubted. Did she not keep candles burning all the day long in the old mansion, even when she was starving herself for the want of generous onion soups and broiled steaks? Becky was rich. Aye, old rooms lumbered with antique but costly furniture. Mysterious caskets standing upon picturesque sideboards of black mahogany,
Great monsters of chests, stowed away beneath canopied bedsteads, ribbed with brass bands and corded with thick ropes, all bore witness of Becky's hidden plate and doubloons. Becky was capricious to a fault. Had she been a little younger and worn blue stockings and talked dictionary, she would have been termed a genius, and her whims would have assumed the shape of amiable eccentricities, peculiar to a gifted mind. Becky had 4 cats and a parrot, by way of agreeable companions, on whom she was wont to bestow her daily investments of good humor, which, as the reader may judge, were sometimes remarkably limited in their nature, while she kept her Irish female servant as a sort of safety valve for all her vapors, spites, animosities, and what was worse than all, her reminiscences of her 5 husbands, Buddy, Crank, Dulpins, Smolby, and Tuppick. How Becky made all her money was a mystery. The tariff, free trade, or even the grand question, whatever became of the funds of the United States Bank, were nothing to it. Some said she had saved it in the course of matrimonial experience by stinting her 5 husbands. Some averred she had made it by trading at sea to Europe and the Indies. Others stated that it had been slowly gathered at home in the legitimate exercise of a profession which may be dignified by the name of the mum-mum trade. For instance, a gentleman on whose back a seedy coat hung very lightly, in comparison with the firm grasp of hard times, a modern deity, which was ever on his shoulder, pressing him steadily down, some day or other became possessed of a watch, or a few dozen spoons, or a piece of gold plate, all in a sudden and mysterious manner. These costly articles, the gentleman aforesaid being modest in his disposition, and not disposed to aristocratic ostentation, would transfer to Becky, for a few hard dollars, or perhaps a gold eagle or 2. While the transfer was going on, the gentleman, placing his finger to his lips, would whisper mysteriously the monosyllable mum, to which Becky would reply with equal brevity and point, mum, wherefore the transfer was known as the mum-mum trade. By some means or other, either by the sea trade or the mum-mum trade, or by stinting her 5 husbands, Becky Smolby had acquired various stores of gold and silver plate, great chests full of everything valuable, together with 4 or 5 houses and a small court located in one of the purlieus of Southwark. Becky was rich, crusty, and ancient. And Becky, in her old age, had joined a conventicle, which flourished under the pastoral care of the Reverend Dr. F. Altamont T. Pine, one of those independent gentlemen who, saving souls on their own particular hook, acquired their degrees from some unknown college, and hold forth in some dark alley 2 stories upstairs, where they preach brimstone, turpentine, and Millerism in large installments according to the taste of their hearers. "Well, well," cried Luke as he gazed upon the front of the old house. "The old lady has always passed for my aunt. The man in the moon knows whether I'm related to her at all. At all events, I'll go in and see her." He gave a slight tap with the knocker. In a large room, furnished in an old-fashioned style, sat the ancient lady, bending over a small table on which was placed 2 lighted candles, flinging their glaring light full in her withered face. Opposite the old lady sat a gentleman of some 45, resting in a capacious armchair, his corpulent form clad in glossy broadcloth, while his round face, of oily sweetness, was strikingly relieved by the snow-white cravat encircling his neck. The sharp features of the old lady, all their harshness of outline thrown out into the light by the tight-fitting black silk cap which covered her head, were impressed with peculiar and distinctive characteristics. A long aquiline nose, hooked like an eagle's beak, thick gray eyebrows meeting together and shooting up into the forehead at either extremity, like 2 sides of a triangle. Small dark eyes, quick, piercing, and brilliant in their glance. A wide mouth with thin lips, much sunken from the absence of teeth. A pointed chin and high cheekbones. All gave a stern and decided expression to the countenance of the aged dame, who was in strong contrast to the oily sweetness of the round face whose large gray eyes were gazing in her own. The Reverend Dr. Pine, who sat opposite, commonly called Fat Pine from the initials of his name or his peculiar disposition to blaze up in his sermons, was a fine specimen of a well-preserved dealer in popular credulity. A red round face with thick lips, watery gray eyes, and lanky hair of a doubtful color, mingling white and brown and hanging in uneven masses around the outline of his visage, formed the details of a countenance very sanctimonious and somewhat sensual in its slightest expression. "Trouble, Brother Pine, nothing but trouble in this blessed world," said the widow Smolby, bending over the small workstand which separated the parties. "Only to think of it, this very morning I was sitting upstairs in the back room with Wes on one side and Nappy on t'other, when I heard a knock at the front door. Do you mind? I was sitting in one corner, Washy was carding wool near the fire, Abe was hanging up against the winder, and I hears a knock at the front door." "I didn't know that the old lady's family was so extensive," muttered the Reverend Dr. Pine. "Ike, Washy, Nappy, Wes, and Abe. Hired men, I suppose." "Peggy Grudd, that's the young woman who lives with me, you know. She goes to the front door and lets in a little humpbacked Jew who wanted to sell me a gold watch. Ike was a-spinning near the fire as I heard the Jew's voice below, and Abe was a-hollering murder with all his might when I comes downstairs. Now, you know, Brother Pine, that a poor lone widow woman like me ought to turn an honest penny whenever she can, and so accordingly I buys watches whenever opportunity offers. He that provideth not for his own house is worse than an infidel," said Brother Pine with great oiliness of manner. "Considerable. Well, the Jew hands me the gold watch, and I goes upstairs to compare it with some timepieces I has on hand. Abe was a-hollering murder all the while, and Washington carded wool with all his might. Napoleon looked in my face as I compared the watch with another one, just as if he'd say, 'Take care, old woman, something's wrong about this house, I do say.' Downstairs I comes, considering the price of the watch over in my mind, when I discovered that the Jew was gone. I say," she cried, elevating her voice into a shriek, "I discovered that the Jew was gone." "And left his watch with you? Surely, sister, this was not the act of a Jew." "Do you see that little drawer in the old sideboard yonder? Do you see the keys a-hanging in the keyhole? When I went upstairs, I left the keys in the keyhole just as they are now. When I come down, the keys was just the same as ever. But $5,000 in gold, which I, a poor lone woman, had saved up from 5 husbands, was gone. The Jew took 'em. I'm ruined. I'm ruined. Oh, Lord, oh, Lord, and Abe a-hollering murder all the while." "He cried murder, did he? What could have induced Abel?" "It ain't Abel," said the old woman sharply. "It's Abraham. I named him arter the first patriarch. Washy I named arter Washington, Nappy after Napoleon, Ike arter Isaac, son of Abraham, which was the son of Haber, and Wes arter the great and good Wesley." "Bless me, sister, what a numerous family. Your grandchildren, I perceive?" "Grandchildren? Och, pelt me to pieces with timbles. They ain't no grandchilder, only 4 cats and a parrot." "Now, Peggy Grudd, who told you to put in your 6pence?" said the old woman, turning sharply round to the newcomer, who stood in the doorway. "Bless my soul, if you ain't more provoking nor bad bank stock. Put in my 6pence, indeed, and you're selling your soul to the devil for your cats and your parrot. Twist the necks of 'em, wouldn't I, if I had my will of the creatures?" Peggy Grudd, who suddenly appeared in the doorway of the room, was a tall, stout Irishwoman, coarsely clad, with large hands and a withered face, looking as though it had been scorched in some fire and hardened to the dryness of an Egyptian mummy, surrounded by an immense cotton nightcap adorned with colossal ruffles. "And Abe was a-hollering murder all the while." "Excuse me, sister," said the Reverend Dr. Pine, arising, "if I name the object which brought me here. I came on an errand of mercy. I have noticed you, sister, again and again mingling with the crowd which weekly fills my church, the church of true believers and free repenters, conducted by Providence's blissful permission by the Reverend Dr. Pine, up Dorkley's Court, 2nd story, brick building to the right. Sister, Is it not a comfort for you to think that however hard the times may be, there is one thing cheap, very cheap? And that's mackerel, said the widow Smolby with a delighted smile. Mackerel is cheap. I'll stick to that. 2 small 'uns for a fip. Yes, yes, mackerel is cheap. No, sister, you mistake me. I meant grace, sister, grace. And talking of grace, sister, if you have any small sum about you which you would like to invest in a heavenly bank, here is an opportunity which should not be slighted. A poor man, sister, with a wife and 7 small children to support, has met with a sad accident. Ascending a scaffold with a hod on his shoulder, he fell from the height of 5 stories, laming a negro sweep who was passing at the time, and injuring a schoolboy for life. He fell upon them both, sister. I say, auntie, let's have a look at that watch, said a voice proceeding from the doorway occupied by the form of Peggy Grudd. Let's see the trinket, anyhow. Luke Harvey advanced toward the light, his jaws enveloped in a kerchief of burning red, which gave a singular and flaming effect to his entire appearance. My nevy, Brother Pine. Bah! Ejaculated Luke in a whisper intended for the reverend gentleman's ears. You can't come it, Fat Pine. Have you a small sum about you, say $5 or 10, which you would like to invest in a heavenly bank? Said the reverend doctor in a remarkably bland whisper. Heavenly bank, echoed Luke. Monk Hall, for instance. Monk Luke. The reverend gentleman turned aside and spiritualized a whistle, or in plainer English, puckered up his mouth as though he was about to perform a lively air, while a faint sound like a sigh was all that escaped his lips. I say, aunt, exclaimed Luke, this Jew must have had some accomplice in the house. Otherwise, how could he know that you had $5,000 in yonder drawer? Troth, and so he must, said Peggy Grudd. He must have had an accomplice, sure. That's just what I was a-going to tell Brother Pine, exclaimed the old lady, rising to her feet. 3 days ago, there comes to my house a poor girl, without cloak, bonnet, or shoes, a-begging me to take her in for God's sake, for somebody was pursuing her and a-going to murder her and what not. I took her in, though she would not tell me her name. I took her in, gave her bread to eat and a bed to sleep on. Here's my thanks, I say, here's my thanks. Ha! This is singular, exclaimed Dr. Pine, his red face turning suddenly pale. Has the girl dark, very dark hair and dark eyes? I merely ask from curiosity. Black as your hat, vociferated the widow Smolby with vehemence. Black as your hat. Very pale in the face, said the worthy doctor in a suggestive tone. A freshly whitewashed wall ain't no paler, responded the widow Smolby. And you suspect that this girl was a spy, introduced into your house by the Jew in order to accomplish the robbery of your $5,000? Asked Luke in a quiet tone. Don't I? Ain't I a-going to give her up to justice in an hour? Haven't I penned her up in the room which has been open for these 17 years? The ghost room, as Peggy Grudd calls it. To think that I should outlive 5 husbands, Buddy, Crank, Dull... I say, Peg, what was my 3rd husband's name? Dolphins, av it plaise you, ma'am. You see, Brother Pine, I hadn't that one more than 3 months, so I sometimes forgets his name. Buddy, Crank, Dolphins, Tuppig, and Smolby. 5 husbands in all. To think that I should... What was I going to say, Peg? To think that you should outlive 5 husbands and be robbed after all in this murdering manner. Just so. And afore an hour goes over my head, this girl shall be placed in the care of Alderman Tallodocket, that she shall. I'll have justice. Justice in the Quaker City, said Luke with a quiet sneer, as folding his arms across his breast he gazed from face to face. Justice and in the Quaker City. A strange monster, I trow. One moment it unbolts the doors of the prison and bids the bank director, who boasts his 10,000 victims, whose ears ring forever with the curses of the widow and the orphan, it bids the honest banker director go forth. The next moment it bolts and seals those very prison doors upon the poor devil who has stolen a loaf of bread to save himself from starvation. One day it stands grimly smiling while a mob fires a church or sacks a hall. The next, ha ha ha, it hurries from its impartial throne and pastes its placards over the walls of a theater, stating in pompous words and big capitals that the truth must not be told in Philadelphia.
My friend, you are severe upon the proper authorities, exclaimed F. Altamont T. Pine, pastor of the Church of True Believers and Free Repenters, with great suavity of manner. Take care. There are muzzles and prisons and fines for those who speak thus. Justice in the Quaker City. Suppose the Almighty God should hold a court one day and try the justice of the Quaker City by his impartial law. Ha, ha, ha! What a band of witnesses would come thronging to that solemn bar! Come into court, old Stephen Gerard. Come into court with your will in hand, that will which bequeathed your enormous wealth to the white male orphans of the past, the present, of generations yet unborn. Come into court and testify. What say you of Quaker City justice? Is your college built? Has a single orphan been fed, clothed, or educated at your expense or with your money? Come into court, widows and orphans, beggared by the frauds of bank directors. Come into court in your rags and misery. Come and testify. What think you of justice as she holds the scales in Philadelphia? Come into court, religion, and point to your churches in ruins. Come into court, humanity, and point to the blackened ashes of the asylum, the schoolhouse, and the hall. Come into court, one and all. What think ye of Quaker City justice? Quaker City justice, cries old Stephen Gerard. Where is my college? A generation has passed away since my death. Where is my college? Where is my money? Quaker City justice, shout the widows and the orphans. By its decision, we walk in penury and rags, while the bank director who robbed us rides in his coach and four. Then, in God's name, what has this solemn mockery, justice in the Quaker City, ever accomplished? It has laughed pleasantly while riot after riot went howling through the town. It has chuckled gaily as it bade assassin after assassin go scatheless from its bar. It has grown violent in glee as it beheld its judicial halls soiled by the footsteps of corruption. And now and then it has crept from off its lazar throne and arrested an editor who raised his voice for the right, or stopped a play that dared speak out for the truth. Well, well, Luke, ain't you most out of breath? Said the widow Smolby, rubbing her hands together. But that ain't neither here nor there. Afore an hour goes over my head, this gal, who is now upstairs in the ghost room, shall be took to Alderman Tallowdocket's and bound over for this here robbery. Could I see the young lady for a few moments alone? Said Dr. Pine with his usual bland smile. It would be such a comfort to tell her that in the next world she'll be burned up forever and ever. It would indeed. I expect you can't see her, brother. I'd rather not. Come this way, Luke, and I'll show you the watch. The old lady led the way up 2 pair of dark stairs, followed by Luke. In a few moments they stood in a large room on the 3rd floor, whose outlines Luke might dimly discern by the glimmer of the candle which the old lady grasped in her hand. It was wide and spacious, the floor covered with carpet of an ancient though costly pattern, while the ceiling was emblazoned with a picture in fresco, whose gorgeous hues had been softened down by time. Massive velvet curtains hung along the 3 windows, which, facing the street, were hermetically closed by the boards outside the sashes. A bed with a lofty canopy was in one corner. An antique dressing bureau surmounted by a circular mirror stood in the space between 2 of the windows. A wide hearth with ashes and loose pieces of half-burned wood scattered over the bricks extended along one entire end of the chamber, while the wall above the mantel was concealed by a large picture set in a gorgeous frame. It was the picture of a fair and lovely girl, remarkable for the brilliancy of her eyes and the midnight blackness of her hair.
It was a singular circumstance, which did not escape the notice of Luke, that the carpet was covered with thick dust, as though it had not been opened for years, while the velvet of the window curtains, the gilt of the massive portrait frame, and the hangings of the bed were all obscured by the same thick gray dust and hung with heavy spider webs. "Ghost room, indeed," muttered Luke. "Why, look here, Aunt. The carpet is covered with dust, and the air is damp and unwholesome as a grave vault. What's the meaning of all this, anyhow?" "It has not been opened since she died, until this day," said the widow Smolby, as her features, withered and wrinkled as they were, glowed with an expression of strange feeling. "She died in yonder bed. I held her in my arms. Her child lay dead upon her bosom. Yon hearth, do you see it, Luke? The fire went out when she died. It has never been lighted since." "What mean you?" cried Luke, amazed at the agitation of the old woman. "Ha!" he shouted, ere she could answer his question. "Here is the watch on the dressing-bureau. It is Fitzcouls's, by my life. The Jew must have stolen it from him. Fitzcoul's once told me that his name was inscribed within the case. Hold the light while I open it, Aunt. Ha! What is this? A memorandum on a slip of paper in Fitzcoul's hand, inserted between the case and the body of the watch. In Charleston on such a date, must be in Philadelphia on another date. Ellis Mortimer. Ho, ho, ho! We've tracked the fox at last. Ellis Mortimer and the humpbacked Jew are the one. Fitzcoul's is the master villain. Before tomorrow night, I'll have him, ha, 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 where patchouli can't sweeten him." "Why, Luke, what in the world's the matter with you?" cried the widow Smolby in utter wonder. "You go on like mad. Howsomever, here's the Jew's accomplice sleeping in the bed. Don't she sleep sound for such a guilty thief?" Leading the way along the floor, the old lady pushed aside the cobweb-hung curtains and gazed upon the sleeper's form. "Ha! The dead have come to life!" she shrieked, starting backward. "It is not the stranger. It is my daughter, just as she looked 19 years ago, when she was pure and innocent. Look, Luke, look, I say. That pale face, that long dark hair, that lily-white hand. I'd swear it was my daughter come to life." Advancing to the bedside, Luke gazed upon the sleeper's form as it lay dimly disclosed by the light of the flickering candle. The face of a fair young girl, relieved by long tresses of jet-black hair, broke like a dream upon his gaze. True it was, the young form thrown along the bed in an attitude of slumber was clad in a dress of tattered rags, yet the outline of a figure ripening from the bud of maidenhood into the bloom of beauty and womanhood might be discerned beneath the disguise of mean apparel. True it was, the face, pale as death, bore the traces of a long life of sorrow, yet were the features regular, the dark eyebrows penciled and arching. The brow was calm and white, full of the silent grandeur of intellect, while the rounded outline of the cheeks, the fullness of the pouting lips, the dimple of the chin, all bespoke the youth and loveliness of the sleeper. "Thus 19 years ago she lay upon that bed, my only daughter. 17 years ago upon that bed she breathed her last. Since that hour the light of day has not shone within the walls of this house. Since that hour I have not stepped beyond the threshold of my home. And now she has arisen from the dead." "And this?" cried Luke, gazing in silent wonder upon the pale yet beautiful face of the sleeper. "This is the accomplice of the Jew?" Luke's exclamation aroused the old woman from her waking dream. Her daughter, for whom she had mourned so long, was forgotten when she remembered the $5,000 stolen from her house that very morning by the Jew, whose accomplice lay sleeping on the bed. "The hussy!" she cried, shaking her fist at the form of the unconscious girl. "To steal my hard earnings, and arter I'd given her a home and a bed, without so much as axing her name. But I'll have justice, that I will, Luke. To jail with the trollop." I tell you what it is, Aunt," exclaimed Luke, with his gaze riveted to the face of the lovely girl. "Promise me that you will not consign this child to the care of the police until tomorrow morning, and I give you my word that before sunrise your $5,000 shall be safe in your hands again." "You never yet broke your word to me, Luke. You've got my promise. But mind you keep yours. Hush, she wakes."
The lids of the sleeper, fringed with long dark lashes, slowly unclosed, and her eyes, large, dark, and brilliant, gazed wonderingly around. In a moment the gaze of wonder changed to one of deepest terror. "My father!" she shrieked, starting up in bed and gazing fixedly over Luke's shoulder. Luke turned hastily around. The Reverend Dr. Pine stood by his side, with his smooth face all radiant with an expression whose doubtful meaning of malignancy and triumph Luke found it difficult to fathom. "My father!" again shrieked the girl, crouching up in the bed, with her limbs all huddled together as though she anticipated a violent blow. "My child, you please me," said Brother Pine mildly. "You recognize your parent. You repent your late flight from his roof. You will return to your home." "To the prison!" shrieked the girl. "To the cell, to the gibbet, anywhere you please, but not to him. For God's sake, good woman, do with me what you will, but save me from his power. He is my father, but sooner than return to his roof again, I would drag out the life of a convict within a dungeon's walls. I would beg my bread on the highway. I would... Stand back from the bedside. Back, I say, or you will drive me mad. I see it all again. That scene, the night I fled from your roof. Oh, God, oh, God!" She fell prostrate on the bed, her limbs writhing in a convulsive spasm, while her cheek grew like death and the white foam hung on her livid lips. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the Second, Chapter 6. The Poison of Catherine de' Medici. This, you see, is my museum. My museum, Livingstone. A little of everything from all parts of the world. In that jar, a Negro child with 2 heads, preserved in spirits. Capital specimen of a double-headed Negro. Ought to have been at the hall this morning. Cut off a poor fellow's arm. Took it quite lively. Henry Clay. Seen my blood horse, Henry Clay? Splendid creature. Capital action. Glorious gait. Paid $800 for him. Make a good president. In favor of the tariff. A chivalrous fellow. Got a soul, Livingstone. A soul, I say, and a big soul it is, too. Which do you mean, McTourniquet? The blood horse or the statesman? You're disposed to be jocular. Why, the fact is, I'm such an admirer of the statesman that whenever I begin with praising the horse, I'm sure to slide into an expression of feeling with regard to the man. Singular specimen of an arm that, in that long jar. Took it off the body of a man who was hung for robbing the mail. Hand had 7 fingers. By the by, did you hear that Henry Clay won the purse at the last races? He didn't run, he flew. All stuff about that duel with Randolph. Randolph came on the field in a morning gown. Who the devil ever heard of fighting a duel in that way? Pshaw. By the by, Doctor, what erroneous notions have come down to our time with regard to poisons? Now, some credulous historians would have us believe that, in the time of Catherine de' Medici, the art of poisoning was carried to such perfection that a feather, a glove, or a perfume impregnated with a chemical preparation would send the victim quietly to his long home. All fudge, isn't it, Doctor? Fudge? Echoed Dr. McTourniquet, raising his tall form to its extreme height, while his long black morning gown floated loosely around his spare limbs. Fudge! Let me tell you, Livingstone,
that I have devoted some small portion of my time to the study of chemistry. It's very well to encourage the idea that these legends about Catherine de' Medici's poisons are all fudge, for were the truth known, there would be an end of all civilized society. Do you know that there are poisons so stealthy and subtle in their operations that the minutest particle infused into a drink mingled with food, laid gently on the victim's lips, will produce instantaneous death? But such a death will be attended with marks of violence. Not a bit of it, Livingstone. No mark of violence, no sign of murder attests the manner of the death. The victim lays as though he or she had but fallen asleep. What do you suppose would be the consequence were these chemical secrets made known? Very disastrous, I presume. Just fancy what a world it would make. A lawyer picks a quarrel with a judge and sends him to heaven with a whiff of a perfume. Two clergymen disagree on matters of controversial divinity. One makes the other present of a pair of gloves. Whew, he's gone. A lady jilts her lover. He sends her a magnificent bird of paradise, tipped with poison. The lady jilts no more lovers. Two candidates are running for office. One puts a pill in t'other's brandy and kills him off on the eve of the election. Delightful world it would make. Tom poisons Dick, Dick poisons Harry, Harry poisons his wife, and his wife poisons the devil knows who. You have a very poor opinion of human nature, McTourniquet. You've hit it. It's a way we doctors have. God Almighty trusts us with very little knowledge of the grand mysteries of nature, for fear we'll abuse our gift. Why, Livingstone, do you know that were this secret and most subtle poison generally known, half the men in town would give their wives an eternal leave of absence, and vice versa? Precious world we'd have. Ha ha ha, Doctor, you take such an original view of things. By the by, have you seen my wife this morning? Did she expect me back from New York so soon? Saw Mrs. Livingstone this morning and cautioned her about your disease. Egad, Albert, you must be very careful. Ticklish disease, that. One moment lively as a bird, the next stiff as a poker. Have you seen Harry Clay lately? Grand speech, that, his farewell to the Senate. Wait a moment, and I'll go round to the stable and order the servant to trot him out. Would you like to see a manuscript volume of mine on the theory of poisons? Here it is in this cabinet. Just take a peep at it while I run round and have Henry Clay brought to the front door. Put it back in the cabinet when you've gratified your curiosity. Back in a minute, Livingstone. Livingstone took the small volume of manuscript in his hand and eagerly turned over the leaves. He was alone. He stood in McTourniquet's museum, surrounded by shelves piled with surgical curiosities, preserved in jars or hanging by party-colored strings, or yet again huddled carelessly together. The very air was reminiscent of the scalpel and the tourniquet. Dead men in fragments, in great pieces and little, in all shapes and every form, were scattered around. In the full light of the window, fashioned in the ceiling of the room, stood a grisly skeleton, one hand placed on his thigh bone, while the other, with the fingers stuck in the cavity of the nose, seemed performing the stale jest common with the boys along the street. "You can't come it, mister, by no manner of means," that gesture said, as plainly as a skeleton's gesture can say. "In the days of Catherine de' Medici," murmured Livingstone, reading from the manuscript volume, "there was prepared by her command a poison, combining in its nature the most deadly chemical attributes. This poison laid its victim down in the sleep of death without a mark of violence, without the slightest sign of murder, to tell the tale of an untimely death. Subtle and penetrating in its nature, most fearfully opposed to the principle of life in its mildest form. This poison was prepared by the alchemist L'Arbin des Aubois after the study of years past in searching for the grand secret, the water of life. The alchemist sold the poison to the queen for the price of one of her royal jewels. Secure of the deadly preparation, and aware of the manner in which it was to be used, the queen determined that the secret of its composition should rest with her alone. The alchemist was her first victim. Among various strange legends of medical lore, the poison, its various qualities, and the secret of its preparation have descended to modern times. It is prepared thus. Livingstone paused. The terrible idea which had rested upon his brain since the scene of the past night now began to take form and shape. He saw the horrible path which he was doomed to tread more clearly and distinctly in its minutest windings. He listened intently for a single moment. There was no sound of the doctor's returning footstep. The museum was still as the grave. And yet, as the fatal idea rose blackening Livingstone's brain with all its details of horror, the very air of the room grew stifling, and he could distinctly hear the beatings of his own heart. Ere another moment passed, seizing a lancet which lay on an adjoining shelf, with a calm and cautious movement, Livingstone severed the leaf which he had just read from the manuscript volume, and folding it in letter form, placed it within the breast of his overcoat. "Close to the keepsakes, next to my heart," he grimly smiled as he placed the manuscript volume in the cabinet again. 3 days ago I little dreamed that Catherine de' Medici would become serviceable to me. He quietly passed from the room and from the house. Hurrying along the crowded street in the course of 15 minutes, he arrived before his stately mansion. At the very door he was met by Luke Harvey, who had just returned from his visit to the widow Smolby's house. "Is it noon?" exclaimed Luke with a quiet smile. "Here are the fruits of my morning's labors." He placed in the merchant's hands the memorandum which he had taken from the stolen watch. Livingstone started, but in an instant recovered the fearful composure which had marked his demeanor since the fatal scene at Monk Hall. "I bear it well, do I not, Luke?" he calmly exclaimed. So, he is not only the adulterer, but the swindle and forger. We can settle both accounts at once. "There is enough in that slight memorandum to excite suspicion," exclaimed Luke, "but not enough to produce conviction. Leave the matter in my hands, and before Friday night, that's tomorrow, the fellow will be in the hands of the police." "Tomorrow morning Dora and I start for Hawkwood," replied Livingstone with a slight smile. "By the by, while you are procuring the necessary documents for the conviction of the forger, we must be sure that he does not leave the city." "Ha! I have it. Let us walk down the street while I let you into my plans." They were walking down the street, whispering earnestly together, when a hand was laid upon Livingstone's shoulder. "Look here, Colonel, you don't forget old friends, do you?" said a bluff voice which sounded very much like the deep bass of an oysterman. "Why, Larkspur, is that you? I scarcely have known you. Why, what's the matter with you?" "Nothing much, only there was a change in the administration. Easy Larkspur was turned out. Consequence is, he presents a picture for the portrait painter and the daily papers. Does not he?" Easy Larkspur, as the newcomer was styled, certainly presented a picture, and a very remarkable picture it was, too. He was a short, stout man, with broad shoulders and a tolerably corpulent person. His face was remarkable for its crimson hue and its immensity of jaw, or cheek, as the reader pleases. His costume was at once picturesque and simple. A short gray runabout, exhibiting glimpses of a saffron shirt at the elbows, and buttoned up to the neck across his muscular chest. Corduroy trousers reaching to the calf, agreeably variegated with patches of various colors, and a pair of shoes, rather the worse for the wear, with the heels worn away all at one side, and picturesque crevices near the toes. Easy Larkspur wore no stockings. Such things as stockings had been invented long after man had departed from his primitive simplicity of manners. Easy Larkspur was above wearing stockings. The hat which surmounted Mr. Larkspur's broad face was quite a curiosity in its way. In material it was rather flimsy, being fashioned of common straw. In shape it was singular, bearing a strong resemblance to nothing in heaven above, or on earth beneath, or in the waters under the earth. Speculative people would have called it a shocking bad hat. You might have fallen down and worshipped it without any violation of the commandment. The picturesque appearance of the hat was rather increased by a glimpse of a dingy red handkerchief, which peeped from the crevices of the crown like a quiet observer taking a view of the world from a favorable elevation. "Why, Larkspur, where have you been all this while?" "2 years ago I was turned out of the police. Since that time I've been perambulating the continent. Part of the time as a topographical engineer. I carried the chain on the railroad. Part of the time was engaged in the mercantile marine service. Drove a horse on the canal. I attributes the present depression of my funds to the cursed Whig tariff of '42. It must be that, for deuce take me if I know what else it can be." "Larkspur, would you like to earn $100? "Just try me. I'm pretty desperate now, I tell you. I might accept." "Could you assume the manners of a Southern planter?" "What do you mean? Swear a few big oaths, carry a bowie knife, and talk about my niggers? I just could do that and nothing else." "Go down to my store in Front Street, Larkspur, and wait for me," said Livingstone, turning toward his mansion again. "Luke, attend to the accomplice of the forger in the den of Monk Hall. I'll see that the forger himself does not leave the city." It was in this state of mind, with his plans of vengeance fully matured and his soul determined upon the prosecution of those plans, that Livingstone sought the presence of his wife, and passed through the scene in her boudoir which we have already described. "The girl is beautiful," Luke soliloquized as Livingstone and Larkspur passed on their separate ways, leaving him alone in the street. "Beautiful as a dream. Pshaw, Luke, this folly ought not to move you again. Jilted once, and again in love, and with whom? A nobody, who, coming from nowhere, knocks at old Widow Smolby's door and begs admittance, but won't give her name. Fat Pine her father, too. That's suspicious, to say the least." Aunt Smolby promised that the girl should not leave her roof until she heard from me. There's mystery about the thing, take it as you will, and so, as I said last night, when hurrying down this very street, I say now, to Monk Hall. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the Second, Chapter 7th, The Council of War. "I have gathered the fruit, and it is ashes." Lorimer was alone in the rose chamber. The light of the candle, fast waning to the socket, streamed in fitful flashes over his wan and pallid face. Thus he had sat for hours, his arms crossed over his breast, his face drooped low on his clasped hands, while his hazel eyes glanced vacantly in the flickering light formed beneath the shadow of his corrugated brows. Thus he had sat, while the morning dawned over river and steeple and roof, and as the day wore on, filling the darkest nooks and avenues of the old city with the noonday beams of the winter sun, he remained silent and alone, stricken with a strange apathy, his very soul impressed with a fear, whose nature he might not analyze, and his heart imbued with a terrible remorse for the irreparable wrong. "I have gathered the fruit, and it is ashes," he murmured. "Oh, would to heaven that before the commission of this wrong I had known my heart. Would that I had felt 12 hours ago, now dear this girl would have been to me as a wife. How she would have wound herself into my heart, and grown into my very existence. The life of my life, and of my soul, a better and purer soul. Curses, eternal curses upon the creed of the heart-cankered worldling which has dragged Mary to ruin, and which will, within a few brief days, hasten her wronger to an untimely and unwept death." "Death?" echoed a hoarse voice. "Short word that, but good as a medicine to cure some disorders. I say, Monk Gusty, what shall we do with the feller?" "With Burnwood?" muttered Lorimer, turning his head slowly round and gazing upon the form of Devilbug, who stood at his side with his usual hideous grin. "With Burnwood, you mean?" "With Burnwood or the feller, just as you like. About these times I considers him a pretty disagreeable feller, I does that. He's a-layin' on the floor of the walnut room, half dead with opium and all sorts of drugs. He won't come to his senses for hours yet. But, Gusty, what shall we do with him when he does come to his senses? That's the pint which I wants to arger."
"And the gal, what shall we do with the gal?" interrupted a voice proceeding from the other side of the room. "She's been sleeping in the painted chamber ever since daylight. At first she took on considerable, but a drop of laudanum in her coffee settled that business. What shall I tell her when she wakes?" Mother Nancy, with her sharp features and calloped cheeks twisted into an expression of sneering malignity, approached Lorimer and laid her withered hand upon his shoulder. "Tell her what you please, but leave me to myself." And as Lorimer spoke, his brow darkened with a frown. "And Devilbug, mark me, I would be alone." "Very well, very well. When the fitter gets over the opium, I'll ax him downstairs very politely and tell him to dig off. Wonder how that'll work. He won't come back with the police, of course not. Monk Gusty won't be jugged up for making too free with another man's darter. The feller's a natural-born fool what thinks it." "Come, come, young man," cried Mother Nancy, squaring her elbows. "It may suit you to sit here mopin' and mopin' over spilt milk, but it don't suit me, I tell you. Suppose this young chap, Burnwood or Burncold or whatever his name is, leaves Monk Hall. What'll be the consequence? Monk Hall will be torn up root and branch, and—" "Our little family joys walked into little bricks," suggested Devilbug. "Cuss that light, how it flares." "And what remedy do you propose?" exclaimed Lorimer, as his face changed to a death-like pallor, was illumined by a sudden glare of light. "I propose to keep a tight hold on the gal," said Mother Nancy with a pleasant smile. "Nothing like being on the safe side. And then, Gusty, you can have a little bird to yourself, all in this old cage of Monk Hall, and nobody be the wiser." "And as for Burnwood," suggested Lorimer, turning to Devilbug, "I propose to keep a tight hold on him, too." The face of the doorkeeper of Monk Hall was crossed by a hideous smile. His solitary eye glared with sudden intensity, and the muscles of his countenance were agitated for a single moment by a violent and convulsive movement. "What mean you?" exclaimed Lorimer, starting with involuntary terror as he beheld the purpose of Devilbug's soul gleaming from his loathsome face. "Cuss it, how that light flickers in the socket." Devilbug calmly answered, raising his hand to his protuberant brow and smoothing the matted hair to one side. "What do I mean?" he continued, gazing at Lorimer through the outspread fingers of his hand. "Nothing of consequence. Only the young feller will not come to his senses till long arter dark, and then, cuss the light, it's gone out." The libertine and his minions were enveloped in sudden darkness. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the Second, Chapter 8th. Major Rappahannock Mulhill. Arrayed in all the paraphernalia of his walking costume, Fitzcoles was threading his way among the crowd of loiterers who daily occupied the pavement in front of Independence Hall. His brow was clouded by a frown, and once or twice, as he walked along, he allowed his gold-headed cane to fall on the hard bricks with a ringing sound. It was evident that the gallant colonel, in all the glory of his original hat, his tight-fitting overcoat, his long dark hair, his white kid gloves, and his gold-headed cane, was still somewhat ruffled in temper and disturbed in soul. "This woman," he muttered, "gad, I never knew her match.
bold, reckless, and dangerous. I must take care. Dora, with her imprudence, may frustrate all my schemes and scatter my fortunes to the wind. I stand upon a dangerous height. A step higher, and I arrive at the object of all my desires, unlimited wealth and safety. A step lower, a single misplaced movement, and ugh, the prison, the convict cell, and, it makes my flesh creep, the lash are mine. Aha, Fitzcoles, I've just been seeking for you. Is that you, Livingstone? Which way are you bound? Up Chestnut Street or down? Colonel Fitzcoles, allow me to make you acquainted with Major Rappahannock Mulhill, of Mulhill Plantation, South Carolina. A planter from the South, Colonel, suggested Livingstone in a whisper. Rich as Gerard, lands without limit, and a gold mine. I am proud of your acquaintance, sir, replied Fitzcoles, graciously extending his hand to the stranger. Queer specimen of a planter, he muttered to himself. Wonder if he's keen at the cards. I must try him at faro. Sir, happy of the honor. I like you. You're of the right stripe. The real pig, as we say at Mulhill, observed this southern planter, clapping Fitzcoles on the back. May I be cussed, Colonel, if I don't think you've got the real alligator eye, which gives such vivacity to the phizzes of us bloods from down south. Colonel Fitzcoles had seen many queer specimens of the southern planter, but this gentleman was decidedly the queerest of all. Rappahannock Mulhill was a stout, thick-set gentleman with a round red face and a corpulent paunch. His dress was at once singular and effective, as the playbills have it. A broad-brimmed hat of raw felt, with a round crown and long blue cord to which was appended a tassel that hung drooping to the major's shoulders. A deep crimson velvet waistcoat, double-breasted and buttoned up to the throat. Pants made very full and wide, and striped like fancy bed-ticking. A sky-blue coat with glaring metal buttons, yellow buckskin gloves, tight boots of patent French leather, and a checked neckerchief, tied in an enormous bow, and affording free play to the colossal shirt-collar, which rose to the major's ears. Had you seen the major thus attired walking along Chestnut Street, you would have said that there was only one thing wanting to complete the general finish of his appearance, a cane of the proper style and dimensions. This want was supplied by an enormous stick or club, which the major grasped in his right hand. Bending in a dozen ways, all twisted and curled and knotted, it looked as though it might have been the root of the tariff which politicians have been endeavoring to find for years. How did you leave all the folks down south, Major? Lively, replied the major, pulling up his shirt-collar. Lively. Roasted an abolitionist the day afore I left for trying to steal my niggers. Lynched a Yankee the day afore that for selling me some Jersey cider for champagne. Things is very lively in our diggings just now. I suppose you've been in a few knockdowns in your time, observed Fitzcoles condescendingly. Can't say much for my skill in that line, Colonel, replied the major, still tugging away at his shirt-collar, while he grew suddenly red in the face. Killed 4 or 5 fellers in a duel. Took 'em one after another. Had to pay their funeral expenses. Very low business. The sheriff had the impudence to get a warrant out for me. There it is. I've preserved it to this day as a curiosity. Why, it looks quite fresh, observed Fitzcoles, looking at the document which Mulhill held in his extended hand. Very fresh indeed. Oh, that's because I've kept it in spirits. A warrant's such a curiosity down south. Colonel, if you'll excuse me, I wish to speak a word with the major before I resign him to your care. Major, will you walk this way a moment? He led the major beyond the hearing of Fitzcoles and glanced quietly over his shoulder at the millionaire as he spoke. Larkspur, how can you be so hazardous? Exclaimed Livingstone. His name on that very warrant, and the signature of the mayor at the bottom. Very true, replied Easy Larkspur, alias Rappahannock Mulhill. Very true. The mayor swore me in as deputy policeman. Heh heh, the idea. My coming the southern planter over him when I've got a warrant in my pocket for his arrest. I say, Livingstone, you're a perfect Ericsson propeller for fun, you are." "Remember, Larkspur," whispered Livingstone in a deep and hurried tone. "Remember the injunctions which Mr. Harvey gave you. At 3 o'clock you're to leave this civet cat, and with a dozen policemen at your back, hasten downtown to the house. You know the rest? After that business has been settled, you are to hang on to Fitzcoles until all our plans are matured. You understand?" "Don't I? Good morning, Livingstone," he added aloud as, strutting to Fitzcoles' side, he waved his hand to the merchant. "Call and see us at the Tun House when you've time." "What a monster," muttered Fitzcoles. "Red vest and blue coat. However, there's money to be made by cultivating this creature." "Walk up to the Tun House, Major, and smoke a cigar," he added aloud in the most insinuating tone imaginable. "I always carries my apparatus with me," said the Major, taking a box of lucifer matches from one pocket and a large German pipe from the other. "Nothing like being provided with these things in case of accident. 'Tain't fashionable to smoke a pipe in Chestnut Street, is it, Colonel? Never mind, we're the real alligators, we are." And taking the Colonel's arm within his own, the Major strutted down Chestnut Street, his immense pipe attracting the attention of all bystanders, while Fitzcoles regarded both pipe and planter with a look of smothered disgust. "Ha, ha, ha!" chuckled Livingstone as he gazed after the retreating pair. "The handsome millionaire arm in arm with a police officer." End of section 23. Section 24 of the Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the Second, Chapter 9th. The Dead Vault of Monk Hall. The beams of the lantern flashed over a wide cellar, whose arched roof was supported by massive pillars of unplastered brick. Here and there, as the flickering light glanced fitfully along the dark recesses of the place, fragments of wood might be discovered scattered carelessly around the pillars, or thrown over the floor in crumbling heaps. Every moment, as the light of the lantern shifted from side to side, some new wonder was discovered. Now the solid plastering of the ceiling, now the massive oak of the floor, now the uncouth forms of the pillars with loose bricks and crumbling pieces of wood scattered around, and now, as a gleam of light shot suddenly into the distant recesses of the cellar, a long row of coffins might be discovered, with the lids broken off and the bones of the dead thrown rudely from their last resting place. The extent of the cellar might not be ascertained by the uncertain light of the lantern. It may have been 100 feet in extent, or even 200, but whenever the light flared up, it disclosed some dark recess filled with crumbling coffins, or laid bare some obscure nook where ghastly skulls and fragments of the human skeleton were thrown together like old lumber in a storehouse. Even where the lantern stood, in a square described by 4 massive pillars which, arising from the oaken floor, supported the arching ceiling, its light gleamed over a skeleton, with the various bones separated by time, and the jaw with its bristling teeth falling apart from the blackened skull. The sound of a footstep rung echoing among the arches of the cellar with a hollow sound, and in a moment, ere the figure of the intruder might be seen, the murmur of a human voice mingled with the echo of the footstep. "Ha, ha, ha! While the broadcloth gentry of the Quaker City guzzle their champagne 2 stories above, here in these cozy cellars of Monk Hall, old Devilbug entertains the thieves and cutthroats of the town with scorchin' Jamaica spirits and raw money gahady. Mark how the fellers laugh and shout in the next cellar." And the chorus of a rude drinking song, chanted first by a single voice, then echoed by a score, came faint and murmuring through the thick walls of the adjoining cellar. "Let the bank director swill his champagne, it's pissing with orphan tears. Raw Jamaica will drink and drink again, for devil a beak we fears." "That's what I likes," said Devilbug as he came shuffling onward into the light of the lantern. I usually visits my private apartments about once a day, just to see how the boys gets on. This place is what I calls my study. Heh heh heh. The pawnbroker in the next street ain't in partnership with me. There ain't no secret passage underground from his shop to my cellars. We don't contract to supply so many thieves and cutthroats with victuals, lodging, and whiskey. Them questions is better with corks on. It don't do for such liquor to spill out, I tell you."
He disappeared for a moment behind one of the brick pillars, and in an instant emerged into the light again, dragging the remnant of a coffin at his heels.
"The gentleman as used to inhabit this conwenient winter and summer residence has softened into dust. His coffin'll sarve me for a seat. Turn it over. That's right. Now let me think. Musketer, I say?" "Yes, massa,"
muttered the voice of the negro from a distant part of the cellar.
"If anyone wants to see me, tell Glowworm to show 'em down. And, do you hear, you brute? To show 'em in when they are down devilbugs at home for visitors." "Yes, massa,"
muttered the negro from the darkness of the cellar, and then all was silent again. Devilbug was seated upon the coffin, with his elbows supported by his knees, and his swarthy cheeks resting on his thick and heavy fingers. The full beams of the lantern glared in his face, with the matted hair hanging over the protuberant forehead, while each hideous feature, the flat nose with the wing-like nostrils, the wide mouth with the rows of bristling teeth, the pointed chin, rough with a short and stubble-like beard, the eyeless socket and the solitary eye, all were disclosed in strong and glaring light, as the shadow of his figure was flung like a belt of darkness along the floor. As he sat there, with his face agitated by various expressions, all mingled with his habitual sneer and scowl, he looked like the tutelar demon of that vault of death.
"My life's been a pretty quiet one," he soliloquized. "Not many incidents to tell. Passed my years in the comfortable retiracy of domestic felicity, as Parson Pine would say. Yet there was one adventure in my life, queer one that. One stormy night, about 17 years ago, there comes to Monk Hall a real bully of a feller with a purty gal on his arm. He struck her a blow with his fist. I knocked him down. Gal liked me from that hour. Ha, ha, ha! The thing makes me smile. A purty gal in love with a handsome man like Devilbug. And yet, many's the night I've laid at her door, a-watchin' her, and a-keepin' harm from her. And, ho, 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 she used to say she loved me 'cause I didn't deceive my looks. For 1 year, me and that gal was man and wife. The year passed. One night she quit Monk Hall. I ain't never heerd on her since. And what is a wery remarkable circumstance, I never think of that gal without my heart getting soft and the water comin' in my eyes. If any other man would say that of me, I'd sue him for libel. Hello, who's there?"
"Monk Baltzar, massa," answered the voice of Mosquito from a distant recess of the cellar.
"That's Parson Pine's slang name,"
muttered Devilbug.
"Show him in, Mosquito."
And in a moment there came hurrying from the darkness which enveloped the distant portions of the cellar the figure of a man wrapped up in a long and drooping black cloak. "I say, Abijah, what are you doing down here?" he muttered in a surly tone from the folds of his cloak as he approached Devilbug's lantern. "Very odd taste, this."
"Draw a cheer, Parson,"
exclaimed Devilbug, smiling blandly.
"Or, now that I think of it, there ain't no cheers. Draw a coffin, Parson, and let's have a talk."
"I've no time to stay," muttered the newcomer, as he allowed the folds of his cloak to fall from his face and discovered the full and beaming visage of the Reverend Dr. Pine. "One word, and I'm gone."
"And that word about the gal you've been seeking for 3 days?"
"At last I've lured her to Monk Hall. This morning I discovered her hiding place, and notwithstanding her tears and cries, forced her in a carriage, quieted her with threats, and but 5 minutes since smuggled her into Monk Hall."
"More work for me, I see. What was the contract?"
"You were to give her a potion in her drink,
in order that she might be prepared for your wishes. See that it's done before 10 o'clock tonight, and the $100 are yours." "I say, Brother Pine," said Devilbug with a pleasant smile, "when do you preach again? I really must come and hear you. Is the old ladies very much melted when you gives it to the sinners?" "Pshaw," muttered Brother Pine, moving toward the darkness of the cellar. "You will always have your joke. Remember, Abijah, the potion before 10 tonight." He disappeared in the darkness, and Devilbug was alone once more. "Wonder if there's much more such parsons in the world. Fine, fat-faced fellers, with round paunches and watery eyes. Seems to me human nature is very much like a piece of putty in a baby's fingers. The baby can twist that piece of putty into any shape he likes, and the more the little critter twists it, the more twistable it becomes. The idea of full-grown human beings listening to a steam engine like that, with his mouth belching out smoke and blazes all the while. Yes, yes," he muttered, falling into the same soliloquizing mood which had come over his soul before the entrance of the Reverend Mr. F.A.T. Pine. "Yes, yes, she was a purty gal, and I sometimes think she's a-living yet. She never told me nothing but her first name, and that's on the gold bracelet which she gave me. I got it fast, fast under lock and key." Devilbug was silent. The shouts of the revellers in the adjoining cellar grew more loud and uproarious, yet he heeded them not. Deep in the heart of this monster, like a withered flower blooming from the very corruption of the grave, the memory of that fair young girl who 18 years ago had sought the shelter of Monk Hall lay hidden, fast entwined around the life cords of his deformed soul. "Oh, tell us, ye who in the hours of infancy have laid upon a mother's bosom, who have basked in a father's smile, who have had wealth to bring you comfort, luxury, and a home, who have sunned in the light of religion as you grew toward manhood, and been warmed into intellectual life by the blessing of education. Oh, tell us, ye who with all these gifts and mercies flung around you by the hand of God, have, after all, spurned his laws and rotted in your very lives, with the foul pollution of libertinism and lust. Tell us, who shall find most mercy at the bar of avenging justice? You, with your prostituted talents, gathering round your guilty souls, so many witnesses of your utter degradation? Or Devilbug, the doorkeeper of Monk Hall, in all his monstrous deformity of body and intellect, yet with one redeeming memory, gleaming like a star from the chaos of his sins? For him there had never been a church, a Bible, or a God. No ardent messenger of Jesus had ever spoken to his ears of the God who hung upon the cross for all men's sins and all mankind's salvation. Never, never. And in this great city there are thousands upon thousands hidden in the nooks and dens of vice, who, like Devilbug of Monk Hall, have never heard that there is a Bible, a Savior, or a God. True, when dragged before the bar of justice, as by a lively stretch of fancy the mockery is called, for the commission of crimes, to which the very evils of this most Christian community had driven them, hungry and starving as they were, these wretches have seen that Bible lifted up in court, heard that Saviour's name lipped over by some official anxious for his dinner, or heard the name of that God profaned by some witness greedy to sell his soul for the price of a hat. This one point stated, and you have comprised in a focus all their knowledge of a Bible, a Savior, or a God. And this, in that great Quaker city, which every Sunday lifts its demure face to heaven, and with church burning, Girard College, and bank robbery hanging around its skirts, tells the Almighty God that it has sent missionaries to the isles of the sea, to the Hindu, the Turk, and the Hottentot, that it feels for the spiritual wants of the far-off nations to an extent that cannot be measured by words, while it has not one single throb of pity for the poor who starve, rot, and die within its very eyesight. She was a purty gal, and whenever I think of her, as I said afore, my eyes grow watery. I struck the feller who had laid his hands upon her. I struck him to the floor. I believe, my soul, she'd like me from that hour. Hello, who's there? A little nigger, massa,
replied the voice of Mosquito, still speaking from the distant nook of the cellar.
Fitzcole's nigger, muttered Devilbug. Wonder what he can be wanting with me.
"To high golly," cried a voice echoing from the darkness of the vault. "Dis the debil's own den, and dere's the debil hisself." Dim the Creole, in his neat blue round jacket and trousers, came stealing cautiously toward the lantern.
"You're a purty boy, ain't you? What do you want down here, hey?"
"There's a letter from Massa Fitzcole's," observed Dim, approaching Devilbug with a cautious glance. "To high golly, I wonder if dat ting have got a tail."
"Here, young individual, read this letter. There wasn't no free schools when I was young. Consequence was, my education was neglected."
"And he have got 2 feet," muttered Dim. "Rest my soul, I thought 1 foot was a hoof. Oh, massa, you can't read dat letter. Maybe you can read dis ring."
"Hello, the ring," cried Devilbug with a start. "I remember well that when Fitzcoles first requested me to hide the Jew, he told me to mark this ring. Mark it, says he, and whenever I send this ring to you, cause the Jew to retire. Ho, 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 that's what's in the wind, is it? Hooray, Charcoal, and read that letter."
Bending slowly over the light, Dim read the letter which we have already laid before the reader.
"To think a nigger like that should read, and my education neglected. $10,000 about his person. Recompense myself for the care and trouble I've had with him, won't I? You can go, young gentleman. Yet hold up a minute. Why didn't you bring this ring and letter sooner than this? You've been playing pitchpenny with some other nigger, I'll be bound."
"Hi-yah," laughed Dim to himself. "Dat must be the devil sure enough. I say, massa, how did you know that? I just was doing that same thing. A party of us young bloods went down to see the Navy Yard, and then we took a shine round town."
"Retire, young gentleman," said Devilbug severely. "Retire, and report yourself to headquarters forthwith."
"Hi-yah," laughed Dim as he hurried from the cellar. "Dis child know a little more than most folk. He see the devil. Hi-yah, once in his life anyhow." Devilbug was alone again. Shifting the lantern from its position, he carefully examined the oaken planks of the floor. The outlines of a large trapdoor were discernible, with the bolt which held it to the floor inserted in the worn and rusted socket.
"Trapdoor about 10 feet square. There's a well below it, a deep well, a dark well. The devil knows how deep. Any individual getting a fall through that trapdoor might stand in danger of being eat up by rats and all sorts of vermin, in case the fall didn't hurt him. $10,000. Buy a snug little farm out west, or, ha ha ha, if there was a good tariff passed by some of these cussed congressmen, Devilbug might go into the ironworks."
"Massa," exclaimed the voice of Mosquito from the darkness,
"dat our Jew is a-comin' downstairs." "Let him come," answered Devilbug. "It don't cost nothing. And, hark ye, the minute he passes the cellar door, do you dig off."
Having thus spoken, Devilbug hastily took the lamp from within the lantern and poured some oil over the rusted bolt of the trap door. In an instant the bolt yielded to the impulse of his hand and moved quietly along the socket.
"All right, I'll just leave the bolt a-clinging to the socket by its end. The slightest touch from my hand won't unloose it. Ridiculous. I must get a cheer for my friend. 'Tain't nice to give a party without cheers."
Disappearing behind a brick pillar, he drew the fragment of another coffin from its resting place and laid it down on the floor, some 6 feet from the spot where the lantern stood.
"Any gentleman a-sitting on that cheer will have the hinges of the trapdoor directly at his back, with some 6 feet of the trap betwixt me and him. The bolt will be right under my foot, so it will. Suppose I was to get thinking on some subject and forget myself. My foot might unlodge the bolt from its socket in the trapdoor. Kashoo! Bang! He continued, producing a strange hissing sound by suddenly forcing his breath through his clenched teeth. Kashoo! Bang! The trapdoor'd fall, and, melancholy to relate, as the newspaper says, somebody to get their brains knocked into shadrow right off. Massa von Geldem here at Massa Bijah, cried Mosquito from the distant extreme of the vault. Show the gentleman in, and tell him to walk mighty keerful, or else he might fall through some of them cussed holes on the floor. In a moment, a cautious footstep was heard, and the dim outline of the Jew's figure became visible as he advanced along the vault. Good evening, was his salutation as he approached the lantern. Father Abraham, what you dosh in this place? Good arternoon, exclaimed Devilbug, grinning hideously. Sit down and take a cheer. With a slight shrug of disgust, the humpback seated himself upon the coffin opposite Devilbug, and quietly folding his arms over his fragment of a body, gazed fixedly into the hideous face of the doorkeeper. I say, old feller, will you smoke? Exclaimed Devilbug, taking some cigars from the breast of his coarse outer garment, which, neither frock-coat, overcoat, nor dress-coat, was fashioned of dingy canvas, with great horn buttons running up in front, while the wide sleeves hung loosely round his muscular arms. I say, old feller, will you smoke? Here's your regular Paxson cannon smokers. And he displayed a number of cigars in the bony palm of his right hand. Or here's your baby suckers, one ain't got no strength in them at all. Take a smoke, Gabriel? I will take one baby sucker, what is not too strong, replied Gabriel, as, reaching forth his hands, he seemed about advancing toward Devilbug. This place is very dampish. Beg you won't take the trouble to get up, exclaimed Devilbug, as hastily rising he removed the lantern from its location at his feet to the immediate vicinity of the Jew. Just keep the lantern there. I likes to contemplate beauty in a strong light. The two figures would have made an effective picture. The lantern placed at the feet of the Jew threw a strong light over his person, while the form of Devilbug was wrapped in a sort of lively twilight. The calm visage of the Jew, rendered even more quiet and contemplative by the cigar which he smoked, the unnatural length of his face, and the absurd disproportion of his small and humpbacked body, which looked more like a shapeless lump dressed up in a man's attire than the frame of a human being, all presented a vivid contrast to the visage of Devilbug, its solitary eye glaring through the obscurity of the vault like a flame-coal, while his short but stout and muscular frame, with the heavy body knotted into uncouth knobs at the shoulders, with the long arms and bony fists, the slim legs and massive feet, all gave you the idea of a Samson stunted in his growth, a giant whom nature had dwarfed from the regular proportion of manly beauty down into an uncouth image of hideous strength. Around the twain extended the death vault of Monk Hall, its distant recesses wrapped in heavy shadow, while the arched ceiling directly overhead, the oaken floor around, and the 4 pillars of massive brick were now disclosed in strong light, as a sudden gust of wind agitated the lantern flame, or yet again veiled in a dim shadow which gave a dark and dreary appearance to the place. I say, Gabriel, what a pity it is, isn't it? Exclaimed Devilbug, as he looked forth from the cloud of tobacco smoke which half concealed his hideous countenance. What is a pity? That me and you wasn't jined together with a cord, but passing through our vitals. Wouldn't we have made a specimen of Siamese twins? Ho, ho, what a pair of beauties! What was this place made for? Asked Gabriel, knocking the ashes from his cigar. It looks like one devil's counting-house, by God. Why, you see, Gabriel, said Devilbug in a cheerful way, from all I ever heerd, them fellers as used to hold out in these diggins, the monkses and the priestses and the nunses, in the time of the Revolution, made a practice of burying their dead in this 'ere cellar, and a lively practice it was, too. They do say there was fine goings-on in the old times in these parts. I ought to have been about in those days. I was born arter my time."
"Was you born at all?" inquired Gabriel with a look of quiet sarcasm.
"Now, do you know, Gabriel, that I sometimes think I was never born at all? Very peculiar that you should just think as I do on that point. Suppose I was a devil, wouldn't it be a lively thing for me to chaw you up without pepper or salt? Lord, how I should like to gouge out one of your eyes! Ha ha! Another cigar, Gabriel?"
"I wish to see if it's cold this morning," exclaimed Gabriel with a calm decision of manner that indicated the man of business.
"You was you?"
answered Devilbug, playing carelessly with the bolt of the trapdoor.
"And arter you'd seen him, what happened?"
"You knows the widow Smorpy. She has the gold plate and the moneys."
"Know her?" cried Devilbug, still playing with the bolt. "The old woman's as rich as Gerard. You was to see her, was you, Gabriel?"
"I was, and I sold her a gold watch. That is to say, I made her a present of the watch."
"Do I look like a very young infant?"
exclaimed Devilbug, as bending his face down between his knees, he passed his fingers along the floor with a quick movement.
"A Jew give anybody a watch? I'll go and join the Free Repenters arter that."
"What you scratch your fingers on the floor? Hey? I does not like that noise. I am so nervous. I gives the watch to her, but I takes $5,000 in gold from the house for my watch."
$5,000 in gold? Where is it, Gabriel? Where is it?"
"Upstairs, in your room. I put it in the closet, near to fires. What you scratch your fingers on the floor?"
"Gabriel, are you good at arithmetic? How much is $5,000 and $10,000?
$15,000. What you ask for?"
"Why,"
replied Devilbug, as with his face still bent down between his knees, he played with the bolt of the trapdoor.
Why, in fact, Gabriel, you can retire."
The word had not passed his lips before the bolt flew back from its socket. There was a creaking noise succeeded by a crash, and the whirring sound produced by the falling trapdoor echoed around the death vault. Devilbug listened. All was darkness and silence. With the last gleam of light, he had beheld the Jew tottering on the brink of the chasm, and now he listened for the sound produced by the mangled body as it went sweeping through the air to the bottom of the well. Another moment passed. A sound arose from the depths of the well. It was the sound of the lantern as it struck against the sides of the chasm. Bending over the well on hands and knees, Devilbug listened with an intensity that forced the cold sweat out from his forehead. No sound came echoing up the chasm, not even a murmur or a groan.
"He's gone home to his daddy,"
muttered Devilbug, as, rising on his feet again, he turned in the darkness from the edge of the trapdoor.
"He'll never refuse fat pork again, I warrant ye."
"I say, what the devil you cuts them capers for?" said a clear, bold voice resounding through the darkness of the vault. "God damn, I might have fell down and hurt myself. What for you acts like a crazy man?" Devilbug started. So certain had he been of the Jew's death that when he heard his voice echoing through the darkness, it struck him with a feeling of supernatural awe. In a moment, however, he recovered himself and began to crawl around the edge of the trapdoor in the direction from whence the voice had issued.
"He got off, did
he muttered to himself.
"Ha! I won't seize him by the throat and pitch him into the well. Just trust me with him a minute, somebody. Why, you see, Gabriel," he added aloud in his blandest tone, "I happened to put my foot on the bolt of that cussed hatchway, and it come loose. Where are you, Gabriel? I've got something particular to say to you."
No doubt, responded Gabriel. "But I will keep my distance. Father Abraham, what a man it is!" Creeping along the floor on hands and feet, Devilbug approached the pillar from whence the voice proceeded.
"To sarve me with such a trick," he muttered, "but I'll bruise him for it. I'll bruise him. I've also going to tell you that I dropped mein pocketbook in the woman Smorpy's house. $10,000 in it, too." "What's that you say?" grunted Devilbug. "Drop your pocketbook in Widow Smolby's house? You are a precious pork-hater to give $10,000 for $5."
A shrill whistle echoed round the vault, ringing through nook and crevice with a piercing sound, like the winter wind shrieking down a chimney.
"What are you up to?"
growled Devilbug, as his outspread hands grasped the brick pillar.
"Just let me have a feel of your hand, Gabriel."
As he spoke, the glare of a lamp flashed over the vault. Devilbug beheld the face of the Jew thrust from the opposite side of the pillar, with the keen and piercing eyes fixed upon his countenance.
"Where did that light come from?" he shouted. "Hey, Gabriel!"
Turning suddenly, he beheld the form of a stranger advancing from the distant door of the vault with a lighted candle in his hand.
"I was just going to tell you,"
exclaimed Gabriel, as Devilbug was occupied in watching the stranger, who came hastening over the floor of the vault,
"that we can rob the widow Smorpy's house. Does that please you? I can get into the house tish very afternoon." "Now, mister, may I ask you who you are and what the devil you want here?"
cried Devilbug, as the newcomer, light in hand, stood in front of the pillar which separated the doorkeeper from the Jew.
"What's your name, anyhow?"
"Bricktop," responded the stranger in a snuffling voice.
"Bricktop, at your service, sir. My daddy was a scavenger, and my mammy sold rags. Now you know all about me and my family into the bargain. How do you feel, old cove?" "You're very familiar, young man, you are,"
exclaimed Devilbug, as he gazed upon the newcomer with a suspicious glance. Bricktop was a tall, thin personage, clad from head to foot in rags. Not ragged clothes, nor damaged clothes, nor shabby genteel clothes, but absolute and unconditional rags. His thin face, with its aquiline nose, was spotted all over with large freckles, and a great bunch of fiery red hair hung over his forehead down to the very eyes. The lower part of his face was hedged in by a thick beard, of the same fiery red as his matted hair, while his eyes, keen, dark, and brilliant, presented a strange contrast to the vacant and unmeaning expression of his freckled countenance.
"Your daddy was a scavenger, and your mammy sold rags? It's my opinion, young man, that your mammy must have dressed you up in her rag shop, and that your daddy got mad with you one day and cleaned some very dirty alley with your carcass. What a jailbird! It must have been a dirty alley anyhow. Who is the chap, hey, Gabriel?"
"A person I got this morning to help us rob the widow Smorby's house. He can get into the house easy as nothing. This young man will help."
"The widow Smorby's house?"
exclaimed Devilbug.
"Stores of plate, chests of yaller boys, closets full of valuables. We can get into the house easy as nothing, can we? That'd be a haul. The widow Smorby's jewelry. Why didn't you say this at first, Gabriel? I wouldn't have played any jokes on you then. No more I wouldn't."
"Some jokes is very damned fat," said Gabriel quietly. He little dreamed that this pleasant joke had been prepared by Fitz Coles for his especial benefit.
"What a set of wretches you are!"
exclaimed Bricktop, snuffing the candle with his fingers.
"To stand here gabbing about nothing when the old widdy's house is a-waiting to be robbed. Didn't that servant what's a-going to betray her missus tell us to be on hand afore 3 in the arternoon?" "So we can get in that way, can we?" exclaimed Devilbug, with his accustomed delightful chuckle. "Come along, pork-hater. Come along, bundle of rags. This is considerable better than United States bank stock."
And the three pleasant companions hastened from the death vault of Monk Hall, Devilbug and Gabriel von Gelt conversing together in subdued tones, while Bricktop, following at their heels,
manifested his exuberance of spirit by various strange gestures and mysterious expressions. "Can we trust that our loafer? Werry low feller he is," exclaimed Devilbug in a whisper. "Very desperate fellers," replied Gabriel. "Does not care for danger, and is good mit a knife." "Hooray for Tippecanoe!" shouted Bricktop, cutting a caper in the air. "The lots of gold and valuables we're going to lay a hold of, all in the arternoon, when the Quaker City has had its dinner, and all the aldermen is a-struggling with boat-loads of terrapin and baskets of oysters. Hooray for Tippecanoe!" End of section 24. Section 25 of The Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the Second, Chapter 10th, The Ghost Room. "Now, Peggy Grudd, did I catch you that time? Fill the hopper to the brim with coffee that cost me 9 cents a pound. Hey, hey, here's waste for you. Here's coming to want in my old age. Sit down, Ike, near the fire, Ike. Don't mind that woman, Peggy Grudd. She can't help it if she's crazy. Here, Wessie. Here, Naffy. Wishy-washy, I say. Come and sit near the fire, my dears. You, Peggy Grudd, where did you put Abe, I say?" "Murder! Murder!" cried a shrill voice from the cage above the mantel. "Oh, you're there, are you? Why, just look at that, Peggy Grudd. The very parrot cries out murder when she sees you wasting the coffee in that style. Now, what did possess you, Peggy Grudd, to fill that hopper brimful with that roast coffee, which cost me 9 cents a pound?" "Troth, Mrs. Smorby, and it's yourself that's hard to the poor. Did the divil himself ever tell of the likes of this? A hopper full of 9-cent coffee, indeed. D'ye think me bones is made of broomsticks, and me blood of turpentine and molasses, that ye fed me on such liquor as this? Don't shake your coffee mill under my nose. It costs 9 cents a pound." "Murder! Murder!" screamed the parrot. "Troth, the parrot's a-laughing at ye. No wonder. Didn't he himself, wid his own eyes, see me t'other day a-trying to make some of this coffee run down the kitchen stairs? And all I could do, it wouldn't for the life of me stir a step. Mer be token, he was very weak. Get out of my sight, Peggy Grudd. Get out of my sight, and don't come near me today again." "Oh, con, we've got our danberries, have we?" cried Peggy Grudd, bouncing out of the room. "It's mighty crazy we're getting in our old age," she shrieked from the entry without the door. "And it'd take a dozen devils to manage us, it would," she added by way of a parting salute as she was heard descending the stairs. "It's about 17 years this day," muttered the old woman, quietly seating herself in the capacious armchair placed in front of the fireplace. 17 years since she died. 17 years since I have had a fire made in this room. So Brother Pine was that gal's father. The trollop, to run away from her own father's house. Howsomever, he took her home again this morning. Wonder if Luke wouldn't swear when he hears it. To think I should outlive 5 husbands, Buddy and Crank and Dull... Peg, I say, what was my 3rd husband's name? Oh, she ain't here. Dulcombe or Dullman? Oh, yes, that's it, Dulpins. And what was I going to say?" The old lady glanced around the room with a puzzled look. The ghost room was perfectly still and quiet. The faint wood fire flickering over the hearth every now and then flared up in a sudden flash, dispelling the dim shadows which rested upon the corners of the chamber. As the fire died away, the light of the solitary candle, standing upon the work-table at the old lady's side, fell with glaring luster around its immediate vicinity, while the farther extremes of the room were wrapped in dusky shadow. The massive bed, with its heavy curtains, rose in the obscure air like a mausoleum for the dead. The circular mirror, standing on the antique dressing-bureau, as ever and anon it received a gleam of light on its polished surface,
Look like one of those mirrors in which you are afraid to gaze when alone in the silence of night, for fear a ghostly face may peer over your shoulder in the glass. And the thick hangings depending from the windows waved slowly to and fro, as occasional gusts of wind came moaning through the crevices of the chamber door. The picture above the mantel, as the light trembled over its surface, assumed the appearance of reality, and for a moment, ever and anon, it would seem animate with a sudden life. The deep, lustrous dark eyes, the pale face, blooming with a rosebud freshness in the center of either cheek, and strikingly relieved by the long black hair twining around the neck and falling over the bosom in glossy curls, seemed warming into life, while it gazed with a sad and melancholy gaze upon the wrinkled visage of the old woman seated by the fireside. "Murder! Murder!" screamed the parrot from its cage, which was hung beside the portrait. "Murder! Fire!" "Now, Abe," cried the widow Smolby, starting from her reverie, "that's a lie. I was not a-going to say murder nor fire. But I was a-going to say that it was a strange thing that I should outlive 5 husbands, Buddy and Crank, and Smolby and Tuppick, and one whose name I disremember, and be robbed arter all by a plundering Jew. Not at all mentioning Peggy Grudd's filling the hopper brimful of 9-cent coffee." The old lady gazed fondly into the faces of her 4 cats, grouped around the fireplace like pieces of Dutch statuary, as though she awaited their answer to her lamentations. "Ikey," she exclaimed, gazing in the countenance of a very vicious tortoise-shelled cat, "you was very naughty to provoke that Abe this morning. You was so. Wesley, that's a good Wesley." And she patted the back of a cat whose coat displayed an uniform of sky blue and white. "To sit carding wool there all alone by yourself? Washy didn't catch any mice today." This was addressed in a tone of mock severity to a large and lubbery white cat. "And as for you, Nappy," Nappy was a small black cat with spiteful green eyes, "and as for you, Nappy, you don't do nothing but spin from morning till night." Attracted by the sound of the old woman's voice, the 4 cats arose from their sleeping postures and began to rub their sleek fur against her dress, while they exhibited their delight by purring to a lively tune. "Ikey spins very coarse," soliloquized the old woman. "I feel very heavy, now that I come to think of it. I believe I'll lay down a bit." She moved toward the bed, with the cats following at her heels, and in a moment disappeared within the curtains. "I've never laid in this bed," her voice resounded from within the hangings, "since the day before she died. Be still, Ike. Don't stick your claws into me in that way. Down, Wesley, I say, get off my head. Wesley, how dare you? Tear my cap to pieces in that way. Nappy, you black snake, will you be quiet?" "Abe, what's a potato?" screamed the parrot, bustling about in his cage. "Abe, what's a hot potato? Fire! Murder! Murder!" "I'll get up and choke you, Abe, I will," screamed the old woman, turning over in bed. "You're a perfect pack of wretches. To think that I should outlive 5 husbands, Buddy, Crank, Dull. I say, Peg, what's that one's name? Dull. The old lady was asleep. The parrot, in a fit of violent misanthropy, laid his head between his wings and muffled himself up in those very wings like a traveler in his cloak. The room was perfectly quiet, the silence unbroken by a sound save the purring noise made by the cats as they clustered round the sleeping widow. This entire quietude continued for the space of 10 minutes or more, when it was disturbed by the opening of the chamber door. The withered face of Peggy Grudd was thrust through the aperture. "Asleep, is she, and cut me off with a shilling. The likes on her to try that game with me arter my long sarvice. Wait till 3 o'clock comes. Just wait." Closing the door, Peggy hurried down the dark stairway,
Instead of making her way to the basement kitchen, her usual resort, she entered the front room on the first floor and sat down by the table on which a light was burning. "The laudanum in the coffee settled her hash," she muttered, squaring her elbows as her withered face was wrinkled by a sickly smile. "The front door ain't on the jar. Divil the taste. I'll just creep down to my corner by the kitchen fire. $500 the Jew promised, and $200 he'd give me today. Faix, I'll put him in the loan company." Peggy rose from her seat and moved toward the door of the room. "Troth, it pleases me. Cut me off with a shilling and dead," she exclaimed as she closed the door and disappeared. "Faix, she may be cut off with something besides a shilling. Sorrow to her soul." The room was not long left to silence and solitude. Peggy had not disappeared more than 5 minutes when the front door of the mansion creaked harshly on its rusty hinges. Footsteps were heard in the entry, and the door leading from the entry into the front room swung slowly open. "This is the place," exclaimed a voice in a deep whisper, and the diminutive form of a hump-backed man, clad in a threadbare cloak with an immense white hat concealing his face from view, strode softly into the room. "This is the place. Now for mine pocketbooks, which," he added in a tone of quiet glee, "which I never did lost." Ere another moment passed, 2 other figures, wrapped in threadbare cloaks like the first, stole cautiously into the room and approached the light, which burned dimly on the small table in the center. "I say, Gabriel, bolt the door," said the stoutest figure of the 3. "Let's have a quiet time to ourselves. Ho, 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 robbing a house in broad daylight. It tickles me, it does. Now, gentlemen, to your posts. 2 on us must go upstairs, while the t'other one watches below. Will you watch in this 'ere room, Gabriel?" "Father Abraham, was you has the privileges of looking over the old lady's cash books upstairs? Not I, by no means." "What do you say, Bricktop? Will you keep the watch downstairs?" "Just as this 'ere convention of the sovereign people may decide," replied the gentleman addressed, quietly taking his seat by the table. "But fair play, you mind. I'm to have my thirds out of this estate, as the Irish widow said, when she fit with 14 children for 13 potatoes and a salt mackerel. Go upstairs, boys, and remove the deposits. We're the real Democrats, we are." "Gabriel, they're awaiting prayer for us," exclaimed Devilbug as his solitary eye twinkled from beneath the shadow of his ponderous hat. "Upstairs, Gabriel, upstairs, and join in prayer for the health of the old lady." They hastened from the room, and in a moment were heard ascending the stairs, while their companion, the contemplative Bricktop, remained seated beside the table in the front room. "This is lively. They go upstairs. They commence rummaging the front room. Meanwhile, there is no one on the lookout for them. Oh, no, don't think of such a thing. Having plundered the front room, on the 3rd story they try the back room door and find it locked. This excites their curiosity. They break open the door and find themselves in the arms of Easy Larkspur and 12 police officers." It was singular to note the change which came over Bricktop's voice and manner, as he sat by the table muttering mysterious words to himself, in a tone of quiet satisfaction. His voice suddenly lost all its vagabond hoarseness, and his manner was utterly unlike the manner of the devil-may-care loafer whom Devilbug and Von Gelt had left in the front room as their sentinel. Suddenly rising from his seat, Bricktop turned his face from the light as he bent over a small washstand in an obscure corner of the room. It was very singular that a gentleman of his free and easy habits should take the trouble to wash his face, but judging from the gestures of Bricktop as he stood with his back to the light, he was certainly occupied in this vital act of Turkish devotion. In a moment he turned toward the light again, and as a farmer strips a stalk of corn of all superfluous leaves, so Bricktop, passing his hands rapidly up and down his person, stripped his costume of manifold rags entirely from his tall figure, and lo, he stood disclosed in the beams of the candle, a very respectable gentleman, attired in a frock coat and pants of glossy broadcloth. His uncouth red hair, hanging over his very eyes, still gave him a most villainous air of decayed loaferism, but this he treated with the same disrespect as his costume of rags. "Pho! How that red wig stinks!" cried Bricktop, flinging his head of hair to the other side of the room. "I flatter myself I did the loafer rather genteelly. Ha, Luke, it wasn't so bad for you. My name is Bricktop, gentlemen. My daddy was a scavenger, and my mommy sold rags. Ha! Luke Harvey, dressed in his usual costume, with the paint and freckles washed from his face, stood disclosed in the light. "Dressed myself in a small rag shop this morning, and proud about the avenues leading to Monk Hall. Met the Jew, introduced myself as a ruffian out of business, closed the bargain with him to help rob this house. Went to the police office, engaged 12 fellows with red noses and agreeable complexions. Gave their leader, Easy Larkspur, the passkey to the small door at the back of this house, which opens into the private staircase, leading up to the back room on the 3rd story. The old lady sleeps there in the afternoon. The police were to warn her of her danger. And the old lady and the girl, I suppose, are safe in the garret, while Devilbug and Von Gelt are being trapped in the midst of their plunder. At all events, the police are close at hand. There they are at this moment waiting for their prey. Ha! Let me listen." Advancing to the foot of the stairs, he listened with silent intensity for a single moment. Not a sound came echoing down the dark staircase. All was silent, as though no robber's foot pressed the floors of the old mansion. "Let me once have the Jew in my power, and then Fitzcoles is a doomed man. Was not that a shriek? I will buy the documents by offering the Jew his liberty and all his share of the ill-gotten money into the bargain. Ha! The police are upon them. I hear them fighting up the stairs. As for Devilbug, it rather pains me to bring the old fellow to harm's door. Egad, but they're at it upstairs. No doubt he has committed crimes enough to sink a ship, even if each separate crime weighed no more than a pebble on the seashore. But he's an honest old rogue for all that, and the oath of our club prevented me from betraying the haunts of Monk Hall to the police, so I had to lure the Jew from its cozy old nooks and cells. Pity that Devilbug came with him. Ha! Was not that a shriek? Another shriek, a groan, and the tramp of footsteps. Devilbug fights hard. He is scuffling with the police. I'll hurry upstairs and see the fun." A piercing shriek, followed by a deep-toned shout, echoed through the chambers of the old mansion. Luke rushed upstairs. The noise grew louder in the 3rd story. The hurried tramp of footsteps resounded through the mansion, and then all was silent again. Luke gained the head of the stairway. All was dark as the tomb. No light glaring from an open door served to illumine his way. Standing at the head of the topmost stair, Luke held his very breath as he listened. A dark fear and a horrible suspicion flashed over his soul. Not a sound struck his ear, not even the breathing of a man or the rustling of a passing footstep. "This is strange," muttered Luke. "But a moment ago the house rung with shouts and shrieks, and now— Ha! This must be the door of the ghost room." He entered the dark chamber, his hands outspread, while he listened with painful intensity for the slightest sound. He passed over the carpet. He was moving in the direction where he supposed the bed was fixed, when his foot slipped under him and he fell to the floor. "The floor is wet," he muttered with an oath as he endeavored to regain the floor. "Curse the thing! Who has been flinging the furniture about the room?" he continued, as an object, a piece of furniture, or perhaps a chest or a bundle of clothes, arrested his progress and flung him headlong to the carpet. "The police must have had a devil of a scuffle. But what's become of the old woman and the girl?" Arising hastily to his feet, he rushed downstairs in order to procure a light. Entering the front room once more, he extended his hands to grasp the candlestick, and in the very action started back with a feeling of horror that chilled him to the inmost heart. His hands, which he raised in the glare of the light, were crimsoned with thick red blood. End of section 25. Section 26 of The Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the Second, Chapter 11th. Devilbug in the Ghost Room. Cuss the stairs. They creak as if they had the rheumatiz. Keep close to my heels, Gabriel. Yes, I dosh, whispered the Jew in reply. There is a light. Take care now. Take very good care. Ascending the dark staircase with a hushed and cautious footstep, Devilbug stood on the landing which gave entrance to the back and front rooms of the third story. A ruddy gleam of light flared out upon the passage from within the ghost room as the door hung slightly ajar. Devilbug advanced a step and listened. All was silent. He pushed the door wide open, and with Gabriel following at his heels, stood within the confines of the ancient chamber. The candle was still burning upon the table, and the wood fire flickered fitfully on the hearth. The old woman's a-sleepin' on that bed, muttered Devilbug. She snores like a trumpet. We must be careful. Have you got the keys, them false keys? Which I took from wax impressions prepared by Piggy Grud. Here 'tis. The trunk's under the foots of the bed. Devilbug took the keys in one hand, the candle in the other, and advanced to the foot of the bed. In a moment, placing the candle upon the carpet, he swept the bed hangings aside and drew from under the couch, with a slow and careful movement, a small chest of dark wood with a keyhole of peculiar shape. By God, cried the Hebrew, who ever made use of this favorite oath when very much excited, I smashed the gold already. Hush, whispered Devilbug, fixing one of the keys which he grasped in his hand in the keyhole of the chest. Be still, or I'll damage you so the devil won't know you. Ha, there's the yeller boys, the real genuine mulatters. Father Abraham, cried the Jew, rubbing his hands with glee. With the light extended in one hand, Devilbug bent slowly down, and as his every feature was thrown out in strong relief, he surveyed the prospect disclosed by the open chest, with a glance of the deepest satisfaction. By his side knelt the Jew, his dark eyes sparkling with delight as he gazed upon the treasures of the open chest. The light flared over their faces and over the rich stores of coin which peeped out from among musty parchments and dingy rolls of time-eaten manuscript. The long face of the Jew, with its regularity of features, its healthy hues, and its deep and brilliant eyes, was in vivid contrast with the hideous countenance of his companion, the eyeless socket and the solitary blazing eye, the wide mouth and the pointed chin. Yet in that moment of intense gratification, their visages, so widely different in detail, were glowing with the same grinning expression of delight and agitated by the same grasping lust for gold. God, to plunge, muttered the Jew, thrusting his hands eagerly into the chest. Are you a natural-born fool? Muttered Devilbug in a surly tone. The clink of the pewter'll wake up the old woman. Be quiet while I consider the peculiar circumstances under which we are placed. And as they bent lowly over the chest, their eyes feasting on the rich store of doubloons, the bed hangings were agitated by a slight movement, and in an instant a worn and withered face, whose sharp features were rendered painfully distinct by the tight-fitting cap of black silk, was thrust between the purple folds within striking distance of the robbers' heads. It was the face of the old woman, aroused from her sleep by the clinking of her gold. With presence of mind that would have done honor to a general in a battlefield, she noticed the movements of the robbers, without so much as a start or a cry of surprise, and in that instant of silent observation she resolved upon her plan of action. Beneath the side of the bed, nearest the wall, was a small chest, in which a pair of pistols had been always kept by her last husband. Could she slowly drag her form along the massive couch to the opposite side of the bed, and extending her hands raise the lid of the chest and seize the pistols, she had no fears for the result. While the robbers bent over the chest, whispering to one another in hushed tones, she withdrew within the curtains and commenced dragging herself slowly and cautiously along the bed. "I tell you what that is," whispered the Jew. "This is too much money to take away little by little. Somebody might come and take it afore we come again. Let us put down the lid and carry off the chest at once." "Was that the old woman moaning in her sleep?" whispered Devilbug, holding his breath to listen. "Hush, the bed's a creaking like blazes. Let me go round and take a look at the old lady." Arising from the chest, he strode cautiously around the bed and gazed within the curtains. All was dark as midnight. He could hear a sound like the hissing of an enraged cat, mingled with a slight creaking noise. "The light, Gabriel," he whispered. "I'll give it to you, you ornery scoundrel, to rob a poor live woman in this 'ere way," screamed a woman's voice from within the curtains, and the light of a pistol, caused by the powder flashing in the pan, flared up in Devilbug's face. By that momentary gleam of light, he beheld the form of the old woman crouching on the bed, in the attitude of an enraged tigress preparing to spring, a pistol extended in each outstretched hand, while a gleam of superhuman malignity shot from her small gray eyes. "Rob a poor lone woman, will you? Take that!" she cried, pulling the trigger of the remaining pistol. It flashed in the pan, but missed fire. "Them pistols is old-fashioned, like yourself. Ought to have the real percussions, ha ha ha!" laughed Devilbug, but his laughter was of brief duration. With a wild yell, gathering all her strength for a desperate effort, the old woman bounded from the bed, and in an instant came plunging at the throat of Devilbug, her arms outstretched and her long skinny fingers clutching him by the face and hair. She hung upon him like a living nightmare, her arms gathering convulsively around his neck, while her long nails dug into his cheeks like the talons of a vulture. "Help me, Gabriel," muttered Devilbug, struggling fiercely with the old woman. "Give me a lift, and I'll choke her in a minute." Gabriel looked up in surprise, mingled with terror. His course was taken in a moment. Closing the lid of the small chest heaped with doubloons, he gathered it in the embrace of his long arms, and winding his dingy cloak round his shoulders, made towards the door. "Down the back staircase," he muttered, hurrying through the door. "I will make my tracks." The old widow still clung to the robber's neck, gathering him to her withered form in an embrace, more pressing than maternal. With a violent effort, Devilbug raised his arms, and poising her a moment in the air, dashed her to the floor. In an instant she was on her feet again. In another instant her arms were round his neck, with one hand gathered in his hair, and the other clutching him by the face. "What an old critter! Not to pare her nails!" muttered Devilbug, as his face and hands were wet with his blood. "I'll give you a lesson you'll never forget, I will." "I'll learn ye to rob a poor lone woman!" shrieked the widow. Then commenced a contest which, but a minute or two in duration, was characterized by both sides by all the malignant energy of wild beasts fighting for their prey. Again and again Devilbug raised her in his arms and dashed her to the floor. Again and again she sprung to her feet, and with the bound of a rattlesnake darting on its victim, gathered her hands round his throat. Along the floor Devilbug dragged her, upsetting chairs and tables in the struggle. From one end of the room to the other, with the celerity of lightning, the combatants passed, the old woman muttering a suppressed shriek all the while, as the hand of the robber was pressed upon her mouth. Now around the bed, now along the hearth, scattering ashes and firebrands in the air, now against the wall, this desperate fight was continued, the old woman struggling with supernatural strength for her life and her gold, while Devilbug, with all his muscular vigor, his arms of iron sinew, and his fingers, whose grasp was like the shutting of a vice, found for once he had encountered an antagonist as determined as himself. "Murder! Murder!" shrieked the parrot, aroused from his nap by the sound of the contest. "You'll cry murder, will you?" cried Devilbug, mistaking the cry of the parrot for a shriek of the old woman. "I'll settle that business for you, I will." His teeth were fixedly compressed, as with one desperate effort he unloosed the arms of the old woman from his throat and grasped her firmly by the middle of the body. He fixed his eye upon a massive knob surmounting one of the brass andirons before the fire, and as a blacksmith raises a hammer in his arms, he swung the body of the old woman suddenly on high. She uttered a loud and piercing shriek. It was her last. As the blacksmith, with his muscular arms braced for the blow, brings the hammer whirling down upon the anvil, so Devilbug, with his hideous face all aflame with rage, swung the body of the old woman wildly over his shoulder, and with every impulse of his strength gathered for the effort, struck her head, her long gray hair streaming wildly all the time, full against the knob of the brass andiron. He raised her body in the air again to repeat the blow, but the effort was needless. The brains of the old woman lay scattered over the hearth, and the body which Devilbug raised in the air was a headless trunk, with the bleeding fragments of a face and skull clinging to the quivering neck. "Believe me so, the old woman's hurt," muttered Devilbug, with a ghastly smile, as he flung the body, yet trembling with life, to the floor. "Ah! Ah!" he shouted, standing as still as though suddenly frozen to stone. "There's that feller at my side, with the jaw bruck and the tongue sticking out. There is, just as he fell through the trap. And there, by his side, is the old woman, with the brains a-pouring out from the empty skull. There's two on 'em now, and they'll always be with me. Ah, ah, I'll not stand this, I won't. Why can't a feller kill his man or woman and have done with 'em? But to have 'em this way, always with you. I begin to believe in hell now, I do." He stood before the fireplace with his back to the portrait. The corpse of the old woman, the mangled fragments of a face and skull resting in a pool of blood, lay at his very heels along the hearth. In front of him, at some distance along the floor beside the bed, stood the candle, now flickering in its socket and flinging a waning light around the room. The face of Devilbug was pale as ashes. His lips were tightly compressed, and his solitary eye glared out from the shadow of the overhanging brow like the eye of a war-horse with a death arrow in his heart. His hands hung stiffened by his side. His entire appearance was that of a man whom some weird enchantment is transforming to lifeless stone. The cold sweat in big and clammy drops streamed over his tawny visage, and his eye grew more vivid and intense in its burning gaze. "I hear the critter groan," he muttered, without moving the fraction of an inch from his statue-like position. "Something evil is going to happen to me. Just as he fell through the hatchway, his jaw broke and his tongue out, he lays afore me. And he moves his bloodshot eyes and waggles his tongue and groans and groans. And the old woman's there too. She's a-layin' at my back, I know, but there she is at my side, the brains oozing out from the hollow skull." For a moment the murderer trembled from head to foot. "By God!" muttered the oath with deep emphasis, and this was a singular thing for Devilbug to do, for he scarcely ever swore by the name of the Almighty. "By God, I do begin to believe that there is a hell." And around his feet and over the hearth, silently and slowly, the blood of the murdered woman began to flow and spread, while the ghastly corpse, with the hollow skull oozing with clotted flesh and brains, lay huddled in a shapeless heap, the hand contorted with the spasms of death, and stiffened limbs flung along the bricks in the crouching position peculiar to a violent and bloody death. Murder was in that room in its most awful form. Like a terrible presence, it seemed to darken the very air of the room and chill the strong heart of the murderer. The light flickered dimly in the socket, and then sank down after sudden glare, and all was dark as midnight. "It's gone out," muttered Devilbug, as his heart gathered a strange courage from the darkness, which took the sight of all outward objects from his view. "It's gone out. Why shouldn't I fill my pockets with some of the old woman's plunder? Ha, ha, ha! "Why not? Devilbug ain't so easily scared, I tell you." He turned toward the fireplace as he spoke. He was about to prosecute his researches in the darkness when the light, which he had fancied extinguished, flared up from its socket and lit the room with a sudden glare. That glare was but for an instant, and yet by its red light Devilbug, with his face turned to the hearth, beheld the dark eyes of the portrait gazing fixedly upon him. He had not observed this portrait before, but now, as the pale cheeks glowed in the momentary glare of the dying candle, as the dark eyes grew suddenly brilliant and the hair seemed to wave and float in the ruddy light, while the background of this picture, the frame and all its minor details were wrapped in thick darkness, Devilbug thought he beheld, not a portrait or a mere piece of inanimate canvas, but a breathing and living woman, whose look was fixed upon his face in terrible reproof. "Now," he shrieked, "the gal come to life again, just as she was 17 years ago. Ho, 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 I do believe there is a God, that's a fact." The light went out, and all was darkness. Devilbug, with a wild yell, fled from the room. His footsteps echoed through the next chamber, and in a moment resounded from the private stairway leading into the yard. Again and again that wild yell, mingled with a woman's name, broke upon the air, and then all was still. Silence and darkness and murder were the only tenants of the ghost room, while the oozing blood began to harden over the cold bricks of the fireplace. End of Book the Second. End of Section 26. Section 27 of The Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the Third, The Second Night. Mabel. Chapter 1st. Luke Harvey in the Ghost Room. Luke raised his blood-stained hands in the light and stood chained to the spot with horror. In a moment he mastered the dead and icy feeling of awe which began to change his very heart to stone. He seized the candle, he rushed up the stairway, and stood before the door of the ghost room. The light which he grasped flashed through the open door of the back room. It was silent and untenanted by human being. The door, opening on the private staircase, hung slightly open. Luke gazed through the doorway of the back room again and again, but his gaze, never for a single instant, wandered into the ghost room, whose open door laid its secret bare to his glance. He stood at the door with the light in his hand, trembling with a strange fear, but he dared not enter the room. Even as he stood, footsteps, hushed and softened, came echoing faintly from the private staircase, and in a moment, through the doorway at his head, there stole the figure of a stout man wrapped in a thick overcoat, with a pistol in one hand and a thick knotted mace in the other. One by one, at his heels, there followed 12 muscular men, dressed and armed like their leader. Luke neither heard nor saw them, but stood as if frozen to the floor, with his head turned away from the door of the ghost room. "Why, Harvey, is that you?" cried the leader of the band of 12. "Has them fellers been here, eh? Or am I too early? Easy Larkspur is generally too early. Why, what's the matter with you, man? Where's the old woman and the gal? Strike me stupid if you hain't struck dumb." Luke silently pointed to the ghost room. Larkspur seized the candle and, followed by the 12 police officers, hurriedly rushed into the chamber. There was a pause for a single moment, and then from every man there yelled one involuntary and awful shriek of horror. "By God, we're too late," muttered Larkspur, in a voice whose emphasis of horror was in fearful contrast with his usual devil-may-care tones. "The party has been here afore us and finished their job." "Didn't I tell you," cried a police officer, "that the feller whom we saw shinning it down the alley as we came in the gate was one of the party from this house?" "May I be hung for stealing a toothpick from a matchboy if this ain't a leetle ahead of my time," exclaimed Larkspur, and Luke could hear him walking hurriedly up and down the room. "Too late, boys, too late, by God." Luke gathered nerve for a sight of horror, and slowly advancing into the room, pushed through the band of police officers and gazed upon the mangled corpse. "Here's some of the fruits of my damn plot to catch the thieves," he said in a husky voice, as he gazed upon the shapeless mass which but 5 minutes before had been a living and breathing creature. "Larkspur, I thought that you were hidden in the back room when I first entered the house. But no matter, it's all over now." His face was white as the death shroud, and his upper lip trembled with an involuntary movement. "Larkspur," he said in a voice which did not rise above a whisper, "search this room, and see if there is not another corpse." "Och, Willaloo, Ochone, Ochone, murder and thieves in the house of me mistress, Ochone," a voice came echoing from the main stairway of the mansion. "Ochone, we're ruinated and killed entirely. Heard ye ever the likes of this?" Peggy Grudd came rushing into the room, her hair flying about her head in wild disorder, while with her clasped hands upraised she rent the air with a succession of vivid shrieks. The police officers were between her and the fireplace, and the fearful object laying along the floor did not meet her eyesight. "Will you get out of this, you murdering blackguards? Where's my mistress? Ochone, Ochone! Thieves! I'll raise the neighbourhood on you. Where's me mistress?" Luke silently pushed the police officers aside, and taking Peggy Grudd by the hand, led her forward. "There," he cried, fixing a snake-like eye upon her with a glance which she dared not face. "There is your mistress." "Murder! Murder!" cried the parrot, rustling about in the cage above the mantelpiece. Peggy Grudd looked down upon the corpse, and then leaped into the very air with a start of unfeigned horror. Uttering shriek after shriek, no longer feigned by shrewd hypocrisy, but wrung from her bosom by the horrible sight of the ghastly corpse, combined with her own guilty fears, Peggy Grudd sank in a kneeling position, with her face averted from the dead body, while she tore her hair in very madness. "Who says I did the murder?" she shrieked. "It's a lie! It's a lie! Who says I did the murder? It's a lie as black as hell! Och, Ochone!" "You're a pretty pitcher, ain't you?" cried Larkspur, advancing from the throng of police officers. "You're a purty thing, ain't you? You'll be in all the papers now, won't you? Oh, get out, you ugly cripple. You'll have your portrait in the Black Mail, with these words below: Peggy Grudd, the murderer of her missus. And they'll have an account of your trial in the Ledger and the Chronicle, with full descriptions of your relations and your family affairs. Oh, you'll become a public character, you will. I'll tell you what it is, fellers. There's none of you can ever say that you ever heerd of easy Larkspur being seized with an affection of water in the eyes. But damn them very eyes, but if that sight don't beat me out. To see an old woman murdered by an hired gal, while the very cats which the old woman fed with her own hand comes a-weeping round her corpse." True it was that the favourites of the old lady, who in the first uproar of the contest between her and Devilbug had slunk away into the nooks and crannies of the room, now stole forth from their hiding-places, and came purring and moaning round the shapeless corpse. They walked in the old woman's blood, picking her dress with their claws as though to arouse her from slumber, while they looked up in the faces of the bystanders with an expression of brute anguish, more painful to see than the deepest agony of a human countenance. For the human countenance has a tongue to speak, while the brute can only look and mourn. Ike, the tortoise-shell cat, and Wesley, the blue and white cat, to give them the fanciful names by which the old lady knew them, Nappy, the black cat with snake-like eyes, and Washy, the lubberly white cat with a sleepy look, all walked round the dead body, staining their feet in the thick blood, while with moan after moan they picked the torn dress of the old woman with their claws and seemed urging her to rise. "Gentlemen, ain't that a sight for you?" cried Larkspur in a tone of feeling. No one replied. Luke stood beside the corpse with his head drooping over his folded arms. "Gentlemen, ain't that a sight for you? Here the cats and the hired gal. The old woman fed 'em all. The hired gal murders her missus. The cats mourn for the death of their missus. Ain't that a sight, gentlemen?" "Ochone! Ochone!" screamed Peggy Grudd. "What have I done? Just tell me, anybody, what have I done?" "Murder! Murder!" screamed the parrot from his cage. "Murder!" End of section 27. Section 28 of The Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the Third, Chapter 2nd, Dora and Luke. No sign of violence, no mark of murder to tell the story of an untimely death. The victim will lay calm and motionless, as though he had but resigned himself to a pleasant slumber. One moment his cheek glows with health. Let but a drop from this phial pass his lips, and his face will take the hue of ashes, his heart grow cold and lifeless. The world, ha ha ha, the world will wonder and stare, and the doctor, nodding sagely all the while, will aver by all the knowledge of his craft that Livingstone came to his death through the natural result of the fatal disease which has been gathering round his heart for years. I alone will hold the mystery of his death locked fast among the secrets of my bosom. Dora Livingstone was alone in that gorgeous chamber which Livingstone had delighted to crowd with the evidences of his wealth. Situated in a central part of his mansion, it was illumined by a splendid chandelier, whose price, told in round heaps of dollars, would have bought you a seat in Congress or wrung justice from the most impartial bench. The light of the chandelier, subdued and softened by thick shades of costly glass, fell around the chamber with the effect of moonlight, disclosing the satin hangings which concealed the lofty walls, the gorgeous carpet laid along the floor, and the splendid furniture, which gave an appearance of extreme luxury to the place. The wide hearth, surmounted by a mantel adorned with vases of alabaster, was enlivened by the glow of a cheerful wood fire, whose gleams now shot flashingly along the room, and now died away into a steady and cheerful blaze. All around the walls, among the hangings of crimson satin, pictures in gorgeous frames received the glow of the chandelier full on their canvas, every inch of which had been made immortal by the hand of one of the painter genii of the old world. Venus rising from the bath, fresh in the luster of her charms, Apollo erect in the glory of youthful manhood, Daphne awaiting the approach of the god, Eve bending over the fountain, in whose clear wave she saw another Eve radiant as herself. Such were a few of the figures beaming from the pictures hung along the walls, with the rich folds of the satin hangings falling carelessly aside from their heavy frames. The chamber, we say, was crowded with evidences of Livingstone's wealth. On the center table of rich mosaic were caskets of ebony glittering with the jewels of Dora, the merchant's wife. Rare curiosities, prized and costly from their very variety, vases of alabaster, antique gems, rich with the fairy sculpture of some classic artist, and all the costly spoils which gold, that conqueror and despoiler of art, more unrelenting than the Goth or Corsican, had won from the galleries and cabinets of Rome and Florence. The carpet, whose gorgeous hues overspread the floor, considered by itself alone, was worth the price of a first-rate statesman, as statesmen are valued in the political market, while the elegant sofa and the chairs, elaborate with Gothic work and embroidery, turned into gold, would have bought up a dozen patriots of the common order. Altogether, the room was full of wealth, luxury, and splendor, and here it was that Dora, unaccompanied save by her own dark thoughts, had retired to arrange her plans and hasten on the fatal crime, on whose result she had periled her soul. But an hour return from the theater, where she had shone among the magnates of the Quaker City nobility, she had thrown aside her costly robes and assumed a garb, whose loose folds, gathering gently around her queenly form, displayed her beauty to more advantage than all the silks of France or costumes of an imperial court. Seated in that article of furniture peculiarly American, a rocking-chair, with her head thrown back, her eyes upturned with their lids half closed, while her dark tresses, released from comb or braid, fell carelessly over her shoulders. The lady was enrobed in a gown of faint azure satin, whose ample development of shape, or want of shape, wide sleeves and swelling folds gathered round her bust and waist and limbs, with a voluptuous adaptation to every outline of her faultless form. Her arms were crossed carelessly over her bosom, while the softened light of the chandelier fell warmly over the whiteness of her small hands and rounded shoulders, snowy and roseate as alabaster, tinged by the flush of daybreak. Her feet, in all their delicate outlines unconfined by slipper or stocking, peeped from the heavy folds of her nightrobe, white as Parian marble, and quite as beautiful in their proportions as these from which Canova modelled the feet of his Venus. Certainly, a beautiful woman is the greatest wonder of God's universe. Certainly, the remarkable combination of beauties, presented by her form, the outlines rounded and flowing, whether manifested in the fullness of the bust or the faultless symmetry of the limbs, the various hues which are combined in her person, the deep black of her hair, the soft rose tint of her cheek and lips, the alabaster of her hands and neck and shoulders, the lustrous darkness of her eye and the blackness of her brows and lashes, the magic of her walk, each limb moving in as much harmony with the general effect as the star circling in its orbit compares in the regularity of its motion with star. Certainly, we say, these beauties and graces afford more convincing proof of God's power than the whole universe combined. But then, when we add to these the attractions of her soul, that strange magnetism of her look which enchains and fascinates, that varied intonation of voice which can awe us in a whisper or bring us to ruin with a word, that power to flatter, to gloss a falsehood and cover the naked blackness of a lie with such a delicate surface of ivoried fiction. When we remember that by the pressure of her hand, slight, warm, and thrilling, she can lure the preacher from his pulpit, the statesman from his solemn thoughts, the grave justice from his bench, it becomes a wonder why that most wonderful of all things, a beautiful woman, was ever permitted by the Creator to have the power of evil entrusted to her nature. Here we have Dora Livingstone sitting in yonder rocking-chair by the light of that splendid chandelier, as beautiful as God's own light, and yet in her heart as corrupt as the blackness of hell. Is she not beautiful? Mark the head thrown backward, the soft flush warming over her face, the half-closed lids, the parted lips, so rich, so small, and yet so full and ripe in their redness and shape. Mark the glossy blackness of her hair sweeping down in careless clusters to her shoulders, and those very shoulders, how round their outline, how soft their surface, how bewitching that dimple, indenting itself like a living smile into the center of each shoulder, just where the full arms are joined to the queenly bust. Aha, the bust! How it heaves beneath the careless folds of the satin gown, slowly, slowly, higher and yet higher, like a wave hidden by a snowflake. The hands, lightly crossed over that bosom, the tapering fingers, the dimples along the surface of the white skin where the fingers join the hand itself, the clear nails tinged with a circle of deep red around their edges, that glimpse of a wrist and an arm disclosed by the wide sleeve as it falls carelessly aside, the slender waist, its shape revealed by the voluptuous, a good word for anything that is easy in position, swelling in outline, bewitching in general effect, folds of the satin robe. The full proportions of the lower part of her form suggest mingled ideas of stateliness, ripeness, and beauty, pleasant images of white swans, smiling grandly over smooth waters, ripe peaches, heavy from their very ripeness, hanging lusciously from some bending bough, or soft daybreaks, or lovely sunsets, or still midnights, or indeed anything whose beauty is without comparison. And then the feet. We have come down to the feet, and these, let me tell you, are not the most contemptible of Dora's beauties. The high instep, do smile at our minuteness, the long and narrow form, the shape of the toes, the nails, like the fingers, tinged each of them with a deep circlet of red. a look at the face again. Do not those red lips, with glimpses of the ivory teeth stealing out upon you from the interval of the moist vermilion, do they not look as though they were but made for a man to kiss once and then die? The eyes, gleaming between the half-closed lids, beaming from the shadow of the long and trembling lashes, how beautiful they are, as veiled in a lustrous moisture, a mist-like dimness, they indicate the soul absorbed in a reverie. The broad forehead, a thing we do not always like to see in woman, the dark eyebrows, the regularly shaped nose, Grecian with the slightest inclination toward the aquiline, the firm round chin. Ha! Here's a beautiful woman, sitting easily in the rocking chair, as a good wife who has not a single bad thought should sit. And yet this beautiful woman is already in heart a murderess. Already false to the honor of her husband, she now would assail his life. And she, so beautiful, so queenly, and so like the impersonation of a pure thought in every outline of her form. And this was once a confiding, loving, and boasting girl. But the canker of ambition has warmed itself into her soul, the atmosphere of sensuality has changed her inner nature, while her outward beauties remain the same. Alas, alas! Why did not Eve stay at home in the Garden of Eden, and refrain from wandering about she knew not whither, and plucking forbidden fruit, and listening to handsome serpents? Ever since that fatal hour, too many of her fair daughters have not only plucked, but turned themselves into forbidden fruit. Not only listened to handsome serpents, but transformed themselves into very snakes, whose venom of sting is but ill recompensed by their glittering and brilliant exterior. No mark of violence, no sign of murder to tell the story of an untimely death, the thought flashed over the mind of the wife, but did not shape itself into words. The world will say he died of that fatal disease which threatened him for years. Dora of Linswold, ha ha! Algernon thinks he can mold me to his slightest purpose. What if the block of marble should seize the chisel and change places with the sculptor? Extending her hand, she lifted the small bell from the white cloth of the table at her side. A moment, and the silvery sound of the bell rung round the room. The servant in livery presented himself at the door. "Did you ring, ma'am?" "What time did Mr. Livingstone say he would return home?" exclaimed Dora, without turning her eyes in the direction of the door which was behind the back of her chair. 10:30, ma'am." "It is now 10:30, she exclaimed, looking at her watch. "You may bring in the coffee, Thomas." "Coffee for you and Mr. Livingstone?" "Yes, ma'am." Mrs. Livingstone was alone again. Raising her form languidly from the half-reclining position in which she had lain, Dora lifted her right hand slowly to her very eyes, and gazed intently upon a small vial clasped between her delicate fingers. The vial, not larger than the most delicate finger on her snowy hand, was filled with a liquid, clear as crystal, which sparkled like a star within the glass as she raised it in the light. Wrapping her spotless handkerchief carefully around it, as ladies are wont to do with their smelling bottles, Dora again relapsed into her half-reclining position on the back of the rocking-chair. A drop fresh from the vial, mingled with any liquid, is sure to kill, but it must be applied the moment ere the victim drinks, or it is harmless. That paper of the doctor's did me good service, thanks to the cant of the day, which educates young girls as though they were intended for anything else but wives or mothers. I learned something of chemistry at boarding school. That was before father died. Today I have dispatched 20 servants 20 different ways for the various drugs with which to prepare in liquid. Suspicion cannot lay a finger's weight upon me." "Coffee, ma'am, for you and Mr. Livingstone, ma'am," said Thomas, entering with 2 porcelain cups, smoking with coffee, which he placed upon the small table beside her chair. This done, Thomas, who looked as though he had been born in his grey and velvet livery, with but the power of saying "yes, ma'am," and "no, ma'am," retired from the room in the same formal manner which had marked his entrance. Dora relapsed into her reverie again. A footstep sounded in the entry leading to the chamber. Her frame quivered with a slight start, but in an instant she sank into the chair again, with her head thrown backward on the soft velvet cushioning. Another moment, and the footstep grew nearer. "It is he," she muttered, and with an effort maintained her careless, half-slumbering attitude. As she spoke, the door opened, and she heard the pressure of the footstep upon the carpet. "My dear, you have been absent very long," said Dora languidly, without moving from her position. A slight yet deep-toned laugh echoing behind her chair was the only answer she received from the newcomer. "Ha! I should know that laugh," she cried, starting. "Luke Harvey," she murmured as she beheld the form of the stranger. "Luke Harvey, and at this hour. That man is my evil fate." "Excuse this intrusion, madam," exclaimed Luke, advancing with a slight bow. "Mr. Livingstone made an appointment to meet me at this hour. He is not in, I perceive?" "Mr. Livingstone is not at home," exclaimed Dora, rising even in her dishabille with an air of freezing politeness. "Oh, well, well," replied Luke, fixing his dark eyes upon her beautiful face. "Well, well, it makes no difference. I'm one of that class who can either wait or be put off." And as he spoke, with the coolest manner in the world, he drew a chair and sat down on the opposite side of the table. Dora gazed upon him in utter surprise. With one hand she seized her dark tresses and bound them up within her comb, while with an instinctive movement she withdrew her naked feet under the shadow of her satin night-robe. "Ha!" cried Luke sleepily with a slight yawn as he drummed on his hat with his fingers. "Ha, hum. Cool evening, ma'am." "Sir," exclaimed Dora, as her proud form towered proudly erect, "this is my private chamber. You can wait for Mr. Livingstone in the hall downstairs." She fixed her dark eyes upon him as though she would wither him with a look. "Sir," echoed Luke, with that sneering laugh which sometimes gave his sharp features the expression of a sneering devil. "Sir, to me? Ha, ha, Dora, too good that. Sir! Ha, ha, ha!" "Dora," echoed the merchant's wife, in a tone of utter astonishment, as though she had not heard aright. "Dora, indeed. You are either mad or impertinent, sir." "Sit down, Dora, sit down and compose yourself," replied Luke, still drumming on the crown of his hat. "Doesn't it strike you as extremely odd, Dora, that you should assume that freezing look and call me sir? Do you remember the little back parlor in Wood Street, Dora, where you used to sit on my knee and call me Luke?" "You are insulting," exclaimed Dora, as one burning flush of indignation brightened over her face, while her dark eyes flashed fire. "Leave the room, sir." "Luke, dear Luke, you called me, and ha, kissed me." "Leave the room," exclaimed Dora, growing very white in the face. Her voice was husky with indignation. "Those are fine lips of yours, Dora. Your troth was plighted to me then, Dora. Egad, what a picture you present for an artist! Fine study for a rising genius. The enraged beauty. One night you kissed me so sweetly, Dora, so lovingly. Good night, Luke, and kissed me. The next day you picked a delightful quarrel with me and forbade me your plighted love the house. Why? Because the rich merchant, Livingstone, had called at your mother's dwelling. Your eye was fixed upon him. The poor clerk was eclipsed. In less than 6 months you are Mrs. Albert Livingstone, wife of the merchant prince. Sir, indeed. Ha, ha, ha!" "Mr. Livingstone shall be informed of this insult," said Dora, in a deep, low tone that indicated the most deadly anger. She rang the bell violently as she spoke. "I presume you are about to order your servants to thrust me from your doors," said Luke, his voice sinking to a whisper as he leaned over the table and awaited her answer. She made no reply, but sinking in the chair, turned her face away from her former lover, and with a gesture of fierce anger rang the bell as though her life depended on its clamor. "Thrust me from the doors. Dear Luke, you said, and kissed me." Luke bent slowly down, gazing at the indignant woman through the shadow of his thick eyebrows as he spoke. "Do you know, Dora, that I often think of that little back parlor in Wood Street? A splendid woman on my knee, her full arms around my neck, her soft whispers falling on my ears like delightful music. 'When we are married, Luke,' 'twas thus you often whispered, 'we'll live together in some nice two-story house, secluded from the world. Your salary is small, Luke, and we may be very poor, but—' And then you would smile, Dora. 'We have that which the wealth of the Indies cannot give, love, Luke, love.' Then you would kiss me. When I shut my eyes and forgot the present, I can feel those kisses still clinging to my lips." "Mr. Livingstone shall be informed of this insult, sir," exclaimed Dora, her brow darkening with rage, as with her back turned toward Luke she clenched her hands in very anger. "I pray you, inform Mr. Livingstone of my conduct," whispered Luke, leaning over the table as his hand was thrust within his bosom. "Have me thrust from your doors. Inform Mr. Livingstone of my conduct. But, his voice sunk to a whisper like the hissing of a snake, at the same time inform him of the contents of this note." Leaning over the table, he held a letter to which he had taken from his bosom open to her gaze. "What folly is this?" began Dora, as she glanced over her shoulder at the letter, which Luke had extended in his hand. "Ah!" she shrieked in utter horror, as with a lightning glance she caught a view of the subscription. "My letter to Fitzcoles! Oh God, I am in this man's power!" She buried her face in her hands, while her hair, escaping from the comb, fell wildly over her neck and bosom. "How interesting you look just now. Good night, dear Luke. Will you inform Mr. Livingstone of this insult? Will you order the servant to thrust me from the door?" "Did you ring, ma'am?" exclaimed Thomas, opening the door. Dora started from her seat and advanced hurriedly toward the fireplace. Her brow was darkened by a fearful frown, and a big black vein marred the beauty of her forehead. "I am in his power," she muttered to herself. "He can by a single word scatter all my schemes to the wind and cover me with shame. What, endure the foul tongue of public slander? Never. Ha! This man must die. I have resolved upon my course." She turned to the servant and exclaimed in her usual commanding tones, "Mr. Harvey will take coffee with me tonight. The coffee which you have placed upon the table is cold. Bring in fresh coffee, Thomas." With a wild stare of amazement, as though he suspected all was not right, Thomas closed the door and disappeared. "You are a bold and desperate man," cried Dora as she advanced toward the table and gazed fixedly in Luke's face. "I am in your power. What would you with me?" "I thought that would bring you down a peg or so," exclaimed Luke, smiling as he rattled the letter against the table. "However, here's the coffee," he continued, as Thomas entered like a spirit, placed fresh cups of coffee on the table, and in an instant was gone. "Here's the coffee. Take a cup with me, Dora. Do you remember those nice little suppers in the back parlor in Wood Street?" "Do me the favor, sir, to arrange the fire on the hearth," exclaimed Dora, in a tone as commanding as though she spoke to the humblest of her menials. "The room is quite cold." Luke smiled pleasantly, as a man is wont to smile, who indulges a child in some trifling humor, and then, turning toward the fireplace, commenced arranging the huge sticks of wood upon the hearth. A wild light flashed from Dora's dark eyes. Bending slightly forward, she held her right hand over one of the porcelain cups, and taking the cork from the small vial, she suffered a single drop to mingle with the fragrant coffee. It was the work of a moment. When Luke turned again from the fireplace, she was seated in the rocking chair, her head thrown back as with the right hand upraised. She made a show of applying salts to her nostrils. "Good coffee, this," said Luke as he seated himself by the table. "Take a cup, madam?" Dora silently raised the cup, which was untinctured with the contents of the phial. As she lifted it to her lips, she silently watched Luke's movements over the edge of the cup. "Good coffee," he exclaimed. "Has a pleasant fragrance." He raised it to his lips. A slight start quivered through Dora's frame. "He drinks," the thought flashed over her soul. "He drinks. He is lost. In a moment he will fall from the chair a lifeless corpse." "Good coffee, I say," exclaimed Luke, gazing quietly at Dora over the edge of the uplifted cup. "Has a surprising fragrance, but—" He hesitated, slightly lowering the cup from his lips. "But, Dora—" and a smile of strange meaning crossed his lips. "What mean you, sir?" she exclaimed, sipping her coffee with a careless air, while her heart swelled to bursting and her inmost soul was thrilled by the appalling interest of the scene. "What mean you, sir?" "Fragrant coffee, but I prefer cognac to mocha," said Luke, quietly placing the porcelain cup on the table without tasting its contents. "Ha ha! I can make the same remark to you that the convict made to the hangman, who did his business in such a bungling manner that the poor fellow, with his neck in the rope, roared out a forcible reproof. 'I say, he wasn't quick enough with the—' Drop. Ha ha! Pooh! You can't poison me, Dora. I'm not one of them kind." Dora could feel her heart grow cold in her bosom. For a single instant she felt as though she was about to fall dead on the floor. She had but presence of mind to conceal the small phial in the handkerchief and place it within the folds of her dress, when her very reason seemed to fail her, and pressing her hands against her burning forehead, a single exclamation escaped from her lips. "All is lost." "Suppose I show the letter to your husband," said Luke with a quiet sneer, as he stood surveying her agony with a silent delight. Her bosom rose heaving from the folds of her dress, as though convulsed by the agony of death. Still her hands were pressed against her brow, while her large black eyes, dilating with a wild stare, glared fixedly in the face of her torturer. "Tomorrow, tomorrow," the thought came darkening over her soul, "I will be the scoff and jeer of all the fashionable circles, my name a byword, my reputation a bauble. And more than all, more than the scoff of the world, more than my husband's hate, my plans will all be scattered in ruins. No, no, I will try my last hope with this man. He loved me once, and how the thought of the degradation galls me. Now I must kneel to him for mercy. Luke!" she shrieked aloud as she rose on her feet and stood before him, a breathing picture of mortal agony, her hands convulsively clasped, while her long dark hair fell glistening over her shoulders. "Luke!" "That sounds better than sir," replied Luke in the same dry and biting tone. "Spare me, Luke!" she shrieked, flinging herself on her knees at his feet. "Spare me, Luke!" "Ha ha! The beauty of the Quaker City at my feet." He said this with his usual dry and caustic laugh, but the spectacle began to touch the chords of his dark and mysterious nature. Her dark hair showering over her shoulders, the loose robe floating wildly around her voluptuous form, her womanly bosom rising into view, her hands clasped and her eyes glaring with a vacant stare, she shrieked forth, in a voice whose agony of emphasis no words can depict, "By the memory of the love you once felt for me, oh, spare me! Mercy, Luke, in God's name, mercy!" "That love which wound your image round my heart, as never man's love entwined the image of mortal woman before. that love you trampled upon." And his snake-like eye gleamed with a savage light. "Had you been but a bosom friend and stolen my money, I would have forgiven you. Had you been my wife and left me for dishonor, I might still have forgiven you. But, girl that you were, you trampled upon a heart that would have bled its last drop for you. You trifled with a soul that would have dared eternal ruin for your sake. Spare you? Never." The cool, inviting tone in which he spoke restored Dora to full consciousness and reason. She saw that her very soul hung in a fearful balance, and by one quick operation of her genius she resolved to fling the weight of her charms into the scale. "Luke!" she cried, spreading her arms toward him as she knelt at his feet, while her eyes, swimming with well-affected passion, were fixed upon his countenance. "You once loved me, Luke. You will spare me now." As if by accident, she suffered the folds of her nightgown to slip aside, and her white shoulder, with all its faultless symmetry of shape, lay open to the beams of the light. Luke gazed upon her and felt his heart relent. She knelt before him, an embodied tempest of voluptuous loveliness. Her cheeks flushed in lively hues, her eyes beaming passion, her long dark hair streaming down to her uncovered shoulders, glimpses of her bosom, whose womanly fullness now grew animate with voluptuous agitation rising slowly in the light. Luke gazed upon her and thought of the olden time. "Mercy, Luke, mercy!" "On one condition," he exclaimed in a whisper that thrilled to her very heart. "And that is?" He hissed a single word in her ear, as his dark eyes drank in the living picture of her beauty. She started as though an adder had stung her. "Never!" she shrieked with a glance of unfeigned indignation. "Sooner will I face the very worst, the world's scorn and my husband's hate." She had prepared herself to use all the influence of her charms to win mercy from his iron heart, but to sell herself for the letter, the thought aroused all that pride which had been the first cause of her ruin. "This letter published, the world will call you an adulteress. A pretty word, Dora." She quivered in every limb as the foul word broke on her ears. Dropping her head upon her bosom, she clasped his knees with her trembling hands. The cup of her degradation was full. "I consent," she murmured. "Do with me what you will." "The letter is yours, Dora," he said in a husky voice. "You place yourself in my power." "I have sold myself to you." Her voice sunk to a whisper, almost inaudible. "The price, this witness of my guilt." Luke gathered his arms around her form as she knelt before him, and bending her head slightly backward, gazed upon her face. Her eyes were dim-cast, and a dim crimson flush mantled over her face. She lay in his arms, motionless as a statue, yet living as a flame. Luke slowly raised her from the floor. Her head drooped on his shoulder, and her bosom throbbed warmly against his breast. For a single moment the light of passion subdued the cold and snake-like gleam of his eyes, but even in that instant the face of the fair and unknown girl, whom he had seen that morning for the first time in his life, rose like a guardian angel before him, and with that vision a frown darkened over his forehead, and an expression of scorn trembled on his lip. "You place yourself in my power, Dora. Ha ha! Here's beauty for the sight and touch. Here's soft glances of the eyes, kisses of the lip, pressures of the moist hand, all for sale. And I, with the most beautiful woman in the Quaker City in my arms, waiting to become mine. I, with this living picture of health, loveliness, and passion, in my arms, proffering her lip to my kiss, her bosom to my touch. I have still the moral self-denial, ha ha ha, to scorn the embraces of an adulteress." With that mocking laugh he flung her rudely from him and rushed from the room. Extending her arms with a faint effort to preserve her balance, she fell insensible to the floor. God save from the vengeance of this woman the man who dared to put such galling scorn upon her. There she lay, all her pride and beauty brought down to the dust. There she lay, her cheeks pale as death, her lips parted, and her eyes glaring upon the ceiling with an unconscious stare. There she lay, insensible and motionless, but the fiend was locked within that faultless form. Within the snowy whiteness of that bosom, now gleaming coldly in the light, was hell. End of section 28.
Section 29 of The Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the Third, Chapter 3rd. The Free Believers and True Repenters.
Gentlemen, my daddy was a scavenger, and my mommy sold rags. On my travels again, ha-ha. Let me compare notes with myself, and first of all, that scene with Dora. Don't know what in the deuce possessed me to work her up so. Livingstone merely requested me to leave a note with her, in which he stated that business would detain him at the counting-house all night. I called to leave the note, found her alone, and I suppose some devil must have inspired me, for I never planned that scene myself. No, never. A pretty mess I've got myself into, with all this planning and plotting. The old woman murdered, the Jew and devil-bug escaped, and all my work to do over again. Peggy Grudd, however, is safe, and the proper authorities have promised to leave the arrest of Devilbug to me. I'll manage him before tomorrow night, or my name isn't Luke. And that pale-faced girl with the soft eyes and dark hair, Parson Pine's daughter, is she? I'll know more about her, too, before I'm many hours older. Attired in the rags of Bricktop, with the red hair falling over his eyes and his face all smeared with paint and invested with huge crimson whiskers, Luke was hurrying down 3rd Street, his hands in his pockets and his body thrown forward, while his walk was that of a genuine loafer, being made up of an Indian's tramp when on a warpath, and a Highlander's characteristic trot, a sort of half-walk and half-run, with a slight sprinkling of a lazy lounge. To say that Luke did not relish these excursions for the adventure's sake alone would be doing him rank injustice. He found as much pleasure in pursuing the thread of a difficult enterprise, which combined danger, romance, and mystery, as the most indefatigable novel reader finds in the pages of a book like Rookwood, where the intention is, from first to last, riveted and enchained by one passage of breathless interest succeeding another, in transitions as rapid and thrilling as the changes of some well-contested battle. "Here's a new mystery," muttered Luke as he struck into a by-street. "Mary Arlington missing, and her brother in the bargain. Egad, this will be an eventful Christmas if things keep on this way. However, my business tonight is to follow in the footsteps of the illustrious Parson Pine. In the first place, I must make for his lecture room." Passing from the by-street into a dark alley where the winter wind was doing a fierce concert on its own account, while the clear, cold stars shone down between the intervals of the roofs that almost met overhead, Luke presently halted under the light of a lamp which projected from the wall of an old brick building, illuminating the dingy confines of an entry disclosed by an open door. Above the door, a large sign bore the legend in bright yellow letters painted on a dark ground, "Free Believers and True Repenters, Lecture Room. Reverend F.A.T. Pine, Principal Free Believer and True Repenter. Upstairs." "Fat Pine is piling on the agonies," exclaimed Luke, as the sound of a voice shouting out something in a very hoarse tone came echoing from a distance. "I'll go up and get a little pat and grace from Pine. I will that." "Brethren and sisters, I ask you a plain question, and I want a plain answer. We have assembled on a most interesting occasion, I might say a sublime occasion, to which all other occasions are but a molehill to the mighty Andes, or a gin-shop to the palace of Nebuchadnezzar. We have met together to forward the objects of our grand association, which, as you all know, is called the Universal Patent Gospel Missionary Society, for the conversion of the Pope of Rome in particular, and the suppression of Vatican paganism in general. We are going to send the gospel to benighted Rome. Trembling in his pontifical robes, with a bull in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other, the mighty Antichrist shall start in his Vatican when he hears our thunder a-booming over the fragrant plains of idolatrous Italy. He shall hear our thunder, and while his knees tremble and his eyes water, he shall ask his 24 cardinals, as they sit revelling in oysters and wine, "Boys, what's that?" And they shall answer, turning white from very fear, "That's the American patent gospel, Pope. That's the roaring of a real buffalo a-seeking to fight your bull." And when the Pope shall ask, "What is the American patent gospel?" and as he speaks, our answer shall thunder in his ears, "Our gospel is a patent improved gospel, a terrifier, a scorcher, a real locomotive off-the-track sort of a gospel. We hold it to be a comfortable doctrine to abuse the Pope of Rome afore breakfast and after breakfast and all day long. We hold it to be a consoling belief that of all the millions of human beings ever created by the Lord, 3/4 of them are roasting in the broad lake of fire and brimstone this very minute. Our gospel is a gospel of fire and brimstone and abuse of the Pope of Rome mingled in equal quantities, about half of one and half t'other. That's what our gospel is." Standing on his small pulpit, which looked something like a cross between a watchbox and a bathtub, the Reverend Mr. Pine, extending his arms with his coat thrown back and his portly paunch thrust forward, his broad face red as a turkey's gills, and his watery eyes starting from their sockets, thundered forth the solemn assertion yet once more. "Fire and brimstone in the morning, abuse of the Pope of Rome at night. Brimstone and fire at night, abuse of the Pope of Rome in the morning. Turn it and twist it as you will, that's what our gospel is." One universal sensation spread through the lecture room like wildfire. The old women, sitting on the first benches in big black bonnets and long faces, groaned, positively groaned. The old gentlemen, sitting behind the old ladies, stuck their hands far down in their pockets and groaned in chorus, while all the young men in white cravats and all the young ladies in straw bonnets with flashing ribbons vented their enthusiasm in a simultaneous cough. The lecture room of the True Believers and True Repenters was a long and narrow apartment, with a dingy white ceiling from which depended a rusty chandelier, and smoky walls, lone, cheerless, and desolate in its appearance, with here and there a great spot of indefinable black, looking as though the plaster had received a bruise, and immense cracks running from ceiling to floor like veins in the lithograph of a coal mine. At one end of this large room was the pulpit, looking, as we have said, like a composition of a watchbox and a bathtub. At the other end was the narrow door, and between the door and the pulpit were seated one dense mass of human beings, male and female, old and young, high and low, rich and poor, packed together along uncomfortable benches of unpainted pine like sardines in a tin box. Back of the pulpit, on a green settee, were gathered some dozen gentlemen in white cravats and sanctified faces, their hands clasped and their crossed knees as, bending earnestly forward, they listened in painful intensity to the words of Elder Pine. Immediately in front of the pulpit, around a large table covered with green baize, in the center of which was an inkstand, a sheet of paper, and 2 quills freshly mended, some dozen more brothers were seated on green chairs, their heads thrown backward and their mouths wide open, as they all listened to the words of the pious Brother Pine, with an acute earnestness quite remarkable to behold. "That's what our gospel is," continued F.A.T. Pine with a final flourish. "The various committees appointed at the last meeting of our association will now report." One of the gentlemen sitting at the back of the Reverend Pine now arose and came to the edge of the bathtub with a great roll of paper in his hand. He was a short little man with a long face, thin lips, and thick eyebrows, which well nigh concealed his diminutive eyes. "Brother Augustus Billygoat, from the Committee on the Pope of Rome."
observed the Reverend Pine in a suggestive tone to the assemblage.
"The Committee on the Pope of Rome do report," began Brother Billygoat in a voice somewhat afflicted by a cold, "that they have examined into the Pope of Rome and weighed him in the balances of the patent gospel, and he is found wanting as follers." A great sensation. One old woman exclaimed, "Tremendous!" in a tone somewhat too loud, whereupon a brother sitting on the next seat pinched her lovingly in the arm. "He is found a wanting, whereas he sends out bulls, and the Scripter don't tolerate any bulls. He's found a wanting because he lives in a sumptuous palace called the Vatican. We defies the whole world to find the name of the Vatican in the Bible. Friends and brethren, we of this committee think the day will come, and is not long a-comin', when the Pope of Rome, like Nebuchadnezzar, will have to go to grass and chaw roots for his living. The Vatican will be desolate. The owl will hoot through its walls, and the rooster crow from its towers." With these few brief remarks, I lays the report on the table without reading it in full, making a motion at the same time that it shall be printed in the Universal American Patent Gospel Exposition for the instruction of future ages. The motion was carried by acclamation. Brother Billygoat sat down amid a murmur of applause. Another brother arose. He was a man of middle height, with a look of deep sanctity oozing from the parchment of his saffron skin. His eyes were, as is often the case with persons of remarkable piety, inclined to be watery and dumpish. His voice was a low-toned, persuading kind of voice, slightly tinctured with a snuffle. His hands were placed behind his back as he spoke, while his long, lank hair fell carelessly around his cheeks and over his ears. It gave him great pleasure, he remarked, to behold this demonstration. With that he pointed emphatically at the front bench, filled with old ladies in large black bonnets. Such things as this were calculated to expand the feelings, while they confirmed the religious sentiment. As the editor of the Patent Gospel Expositor, he felt proud. As a Christian, he felt delighted. As a Protestant of the Universal American Patent Gospel School, he felt enraptured. He, too, considered it his duty to testify to the abuses of papal Rome. Old Babylon ought to be exposed, laid out, and cut up. Those were his sentiments. In order to carry them fully into action, he would relate a painful incident. The captain of an American brig, which made a voyage to Naples, one summer's day suggested to his crew and passengers that it would be a capital idea to visit the old pagan in his Vatican. The crew, the passengers, consented. "They went to Rome," continued the Reverend Sillybub Scissors, as the editor of the Patent Gospel was styled. "They saw the old pagan. There were 10 men of the crew and 20 passengers, not counting a little boy. They all had tracts from the Patent Gospelers Association in their pockets. The Pope sat in his chair, with a large number of cardinals in attendance. It may be as well to remark that the old pagan keeps these cardinals as gentlemen in waiting, to bring him coffee and muffins, or perhaps oysters. Well, the crew and passengers, all dressed in their best, took a view of old Antichrist. But mark ye, brethren and sisters, they are called upon to kiss the Pope's toe. Like Americans, like Patent Gospelers, they refused. They refused, the 10 men of the crew, the 20 passengers, and the little boy. What was the consequence of the refusal? What, I say, was the consequence? There was utter silence in the hall of the free believers and true repenters. You might have heard a pin drop. "Why, brethren and sisters, I'll tell you," cried Sillybub Scissors, growing very much excited. "Those passengers, crew, captain, little boy, and all have never been heard of since." Great sensation. "They went into the Vatican, it is true, but they never came out again." Tremendous excitement. I have nothing further to remark, my friends, but will close with a painful fact. It is melancholy, but it is too true, that next door to the Vatican is a large manufactory for bologna sausages. The excitement becomes intense. Some time after this painful disappearance, an American gentleman traveling through Italy for his health saw fit to order a large amount of sausages from this very factory. Well, the sausages were sent home. The American gentleman ordered one of them to be cut. A slight obstruction opposed the passage of the knife. It was a small lump of something wrapped up pretty tight. The American gentleman, with his own fingers, picked the small lump of something from the very center of the sausage. It was a piece of paper. He unrolled it. Brothers and sisters, it was nothing more than a fragment of a tract issued by the patent gospelers, and headed, "A Thrust at Pagan Rome." Brothers and sisters, each one of that lot of sausages, on being opened, contained one or more of such fragments. Brothers and sisters, those 10 men of the crew, those 20 passengers, that captain, and that little boy, all had patent gospel tracts in their pockets when they were missed. Brothers and sisters, I will leave you to draw your own conclusions.
The Reverend Silly-Bub Scissors sat down amid a perfect hurricane of applause. What the Free Believers applauded, it was difficult to tell. Whether it was the Pope of Rome, or the crew, or the passengers, or the little boy, or the sausage manufactory, or whether it was the American gentleman so mysteriously held in view, to this day remains a mystery.
"Missionaries, stand forth!"
cried the Reverend F.A.T. Pine, rising steadily behind his bathtub. 3 young men, with long hair very tow-like in hue stuck behind their ears and white cravats around their necks, stepped slowly forward and took their places in front of the pulpit, crossing their hands very meekly on their breast and casting their eyes upon a particular nail in the floor, with a sanctity of look that was quite edifying even to an unconverted man.
"Abel Stump, Joshua Hoe, Benijah Baker, are you willing to go abroad to the Pope of Rome as missionaries sent by the Universal American Patent Gospel Association?"
exclaimed Brother Pine in a loud voice, with his fist raised in the air, in a gesture of indignant menace.
"We are," responded 3 faint and sickly voices. "Do you understand your calling?" continued Brother Pine in his most Bernardian voice. "You are to allow the pagan no peace. You are to give him tracts as he comes from Mass. You are to present him with a fresh Bible every Sabbath. You are to hail him in the street and tell him that in America the patent gospelers are raising a buffalo to fight his bull. Are you willing to defy the Inquisition in such a cause? Are you willing to defy death? Are you willing to be made up in sausages in such a cause? Are you, brothers, I say?"
"We are," responded the 3 faint and sickly voices.
"Here is a sight for the whole world to see," continued the Reverend F.A.T. Pine, his eyes dilating, while his crimson face looked like the full moon seen through a distempered mist. "Here, standing upon the rock of freedom, we tell the Pope of Rome that his schemes are defeated, that his Babylon has fallen. Ha, ha! We laugh at the Pope of Rome. We tell him in tones of indignant thunder that his grand plan of buying up the state of Missouri in order to erect a papal kingdom on American soil and let his bulls loose to run wild on American prairies has fell through, been nullified, and trampled upon with the ponderous foot of the Universal Patent Gospel Association. He would build a Vatican on the banks of the Mississippi, would he? He'd have his propaganda in the State House, would he? Yes, yes, he would have his College of Cardinals in Faneuil Hall, would he? He would, but he can't. We snap our fingers at him. Ha, ha! Let him jump Jim Crow in his Vatican at Rome if he likes, but he mustn't try to build another St. Peter's on our soil. No, no, no! Down with the Pope, say I. Down with the Pope, say all. We'll fight his bulls with spiritual weapons, with the patent gospel bowie knife. We crowd our pulpits with lecturers, no matter who they are, or what they are, or where they come from. From the prison, we welcome them. from the jail or the galleys, or even from the rope of the gibbet, still we welcome them. Are they not brothers, co-workers with us? Let them but affirm that they once were priests of Rome. Let them but declare they are converted Jesuits, and with all our hearts we welcome them. But they must decry Rome. Down with Rome, down with the Pope, up with the Bible. They must rake up from the ashes of the past all the firebrands ever lighted in the flames of hell. All the old books which show up the atrocities of Rome must be republished, their contents shouted from the street corners, printed on our patent gospel press, thundered from our pulpits. Down with the Pope of Rome! Awake, St. Bartholomew, with your blood and ashes and flame. We want you here. Awake, bones of the martyrs. Awake, sword of the solemn league and covenant. Down with the Pope of Rome! Stir yourselves up in the good work, brothers and sisters. Let not your efforts slack. Whenever you find a deluded follower of the Pope, teach him or her the error of their ways. If he is a porter in your employ, or a drayman, or a common laborer, discharge him, I say. Wash your hands of him. Bid him go forth. If she is a seamstress, or a governess, or a hired girl, especially an Irish pagan hired girl, turn her from your doors. Thus let pagan Rome be met at the threshold. Awake, Guy Fawkes, with your lantern and faggots. Awake, Inquisition, with your tortures and your fiery furnace, into whose flames you cast those good Protestants, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Awake, we want you here. You must help to witness against pagan Rome. Down with the Pope and his bulls. Down with St. Peter's and the Vatican. Down with the priests and the monks and the nuns. Down with the Sisters of Charity and the orphans under their care. Down with them all. Up with the patent gospelers. Up with the good old doctrine which John Calvin preached to Servetus from the window of his chamber, looking out into the open square of Geneva, where that same Servetus, a rank infidel, was burning. Up with the good old doctrine, which proclaims fire and brimstone, the cardinal points of the belief of the good Saviour Jesus. Down with the Pope of Rome, up with fire and brimstone, up with toleration, up with the Bible! How the applause of the free believers and true repenters rose up to the ceiling like the voice of some huge monster. Thunder was mere silence in comparison. How the old ladies rose from their seats in ecstasy! How the old gentlemen punished the hard floor with their thick-soled boots! How meekly the three missionaries resumed their seats! How warmly the brethren, crowding round them, crushed their fingers with very joy, and almost dragged their arms from the sockets with intense religious feeling! But when the Reverend Pine, resuming his seat, took from his coat pocket a large white handkerchief and wiped the perspiration from his red round face, ah me, that was the time for the applause. A Quaker City theater, with Fanny Elsler on the stage and all the gray-haired men in the pit, never raised such a round of applause as that. Death to the old pagan, death to the Pope of Rome, up with fire and brimstone, up with toleration, up with the Bible. When the excitement was somewhat subdued, a faint voice was heard echoing from a far corner of the lecture-room, and the light of the rusty chandelier fell upon the gray hairs of an old man who trembled nervously as he spoke. He stated, in feeble tones, that he was an American citizen, that his father had fought in the Revolution. At Monmouth, Trenton, Germantown, and Brandywine he had fought under the banner of George Washington. The old man's voice trembled as he spoke this name, and he paused for a moment to collect his thoughts. "That's the stuff!" cried the Reverend F.A.T. Pine. "A soldier under Washington! Let us hear him!" "Something against that tarnal pagan, no doubt," cried an old woman quite joyously. "Now let the Vatican look to itself," murmured Brother Augustus Billygoat. "An incident for my patent gospel expositor," meekly suggested the Reverend Sillybub Scissors. "My father fought under Washington," continued the old man, speaking from that distant corner of the room in trembling tones. And though but a mere boy at the time, I fought with him. He died in my arms on the battlefield. His last words were, God take my soul and bless brave Washington. Therefore, brethren, I humbly think that I have some small claims to the title of an American. My life does not, I believe, contradict the additional claim which I make to the title of Protestant Christian. My friends, I ask your attention to a passing thought which struck me while our reverend brother was enchaining you all with his eloquence. Is there no need of missionaries for other purposes than the overthrow of pagan Rome? Do we not want missionaries in this our good city? Are there no holes of vice to be illumined by the light of God's own gospel? Are there no poor, no sick, no needy? Would not a true physician first turn his knife to those cankering sores which gather near the heart of the patient ere he proceeded to bind up wounds or cut off limbs? Are there no hideous moral sores to be examined and healed by the missionary of Jesus in this our moral heart of Philadelphia, ere we cut off the limb of pagan Rome or bind up the wounds of idolatrous Hindustan? Might not the missionary of Jesus find room for much well-doing in our courts, our churches, our streets, our homes? Might he not stand upon the grave of old Stephen Girard, leaving the pagan of Rome to his errors for a little while, and point to Girard College, that unfinished monument of a foul wrong done to 10,000 orphans? And as he pointed, might he not call upon the God of the fatherless to protect those same orphans who are scattered abroad through the world in order that a corporation might feast and riot upon old Stephen's money? Down with pagan Rome by all means, but down with the paganism of Protestant Philadelphia. And oh, friends, might not the true missionary of the cross enter the thickly carpeted chambers of some of our reverend pastors and tell them, as God will tell them one day, that they are a blot upon the name of Jesus, that the seduction of female innocence is not a light crime to rest upon the souls of those who administer God's sacrament, that foul-mouthed temperance in public, wine-drinking in private, the assailment of private character in the pulpit, the destruction of some poor girl's honor in the parlor, that bitter controversy, violent appeals to excited mobs, combined with insidious endeavors to create those very mobs, that these are not the characteristics of God's own ministers, but rather the fuel with which the devil will kindle a hell for their souls. They silenced the old man with a hurricane of groans. "A Catholic!" shouted Brother Pine. "A pagan! A Roman! Hand him over to the police!" "To think of his impudence!" screamed an old woman. "To come here and try to poison our minds! Papist!" The old man felt himself seized by the arms and hands and coat-tail all at once. Brother Billy Goat forced his hat over his eyes. Brother Syllabub Scissors helped to lead him out. The three missionaries merely groaned. To the door downstairs into the street, "Old man, soldier of Washington, son of a soldier, this is your share of patent gospel charity." Into the street and into the dark with him and his lies. He belongs to pagan Rome. After the old man was dismissed, the free believers composed their minds in a hymn of pious import, being 3 lines to the Pope and 1 to the devil on the average through 10 long stanzas, and this finished, Brother Pine poured forth his soul in prayer. Prayer! Ho, ho! Was that a fiend's laugh as he heard the mockery of that prayer ascend in tones of blasphemy to the very throne of God? Prayer! Hurrah, hurrah! Was that the yell of all the devils gathered in the shades of death as they heard the name of Jesus profaned and mocked and polluted by the hot breathings of yon round-faced hypocrite? Prayer! Is this long-drawn anathema Marantha, made up of curses, falsehood, and impious vulgarities, is this prayer? Is the whispering of the young mother over her firstborn prayer? Is the trembling supplication of the father by the bedside of his dying daughter, uttered in husky tones with eyes blinded by tears, is this agony of a breaking heart prayer? Are the holiest feelings of the heart, rising up from the soul to its God in the silence of night, when the earth sleeps while heaven watches its slumbers, are these warm uprisings of man's better nature prayer? Are all these prayer? And are the whining blasphemies of yonder smooth-tongued pander to the lust of the bigot, are these loathsome falsehoods, linked together by a chain of scripture phrases, are these prayer? If this is prayer, then let us shut the Bible and cry with the madman atheist of France, "There is no God. Death is an eternal sleep." If this be prayer, then let us blaspheme, curse, swear, or sell our souls for a preacher's hire, anything but pray. The free believers dispersed as soon as the howl of Brother Pine was over. How the sisters and brothers thronged around the reverend brother, as, with his cloak wrapped around his portly form, he hastened from the room. What pressing of hands, what picking at his cloak, what glancing in his face! Old and young, fair and foul, red lips and gray hairs, all joined to do the parson honor. How was his cold? Had the Lord been good to him lately? Had he heard from that poor wretched runaway daughter? Was he blessed in prayer? And did he not hurt himself by studying so late at night? Downstairs, followed by his loving congregation, Brother Pine pursued his way, Brother Billygoat clinging to his arm, while Brother Scissors with the 3 missionaries hung closely at his heels. The alley was reached, and in a few moments the saintly quadruple stood in the by-street, where a carriage waited for Brother Pine, with a stout, lusty coachman on the box, wrapped up in an unknown number of overcoats, with a broad hat flapping its broken rim over his eyes. "Good night, sisters. Good night, brothers," said Brother Pine in a tone of spermaceti smoothness. "Good night, my children. Good night." The door closed and the carriage drove off. "He goes to his night-long studies after the truth," cried Brother Scissors, wiping his nose with the cuff of his sleeve. "Let pagan Rome look out." "Dear heart," echoed an old lady. "And so he studies all night, does he? A-bringing himself to the grave with his zeal." "The saints and martyrs are nothing compared to Brother Pine," meekly exclaimed Brother Billygoat, expectorating violently on an old lady's bonnet. "Let the pagan Rome look out for its Vatican, that's all." Meanwhile, the carriage containing the foe of pagan Rome dashed down the street like mad, the coachman lashing the horses into perfect fury, while a poor ragged loafer, gliding from the sidewalk, crept up behind the vehicle and assumed a quiet seat all to himself, without saying a word to the holy preacher within or the white-coated driver in front. At the corner of a wide street, the coachman held up for a single moment. He tapped the window of the carriage with the handle of his whip. "Which way?" he shouted in a deep, hoarse voice. Down went the carriage window, and the red, round face of Parson Pine was thrust out into the full glare of the gas lamp on the corner. "Downtown, of course, Simon. I've got to visit the sick, you know." "In which quarter?" "Monk Hall," whispered the preacher. And then the coachman cracked his whip, the carriage window went up, and the carriage rolled off, while the poor loafer, sitting behind, chuckled merrily to himself and whistled for very glee. "My daddy was a scavenger, and my mammy sold rags. Ha, 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 hurrah! Down with the Pope and the Vatican! Up with the patent gospel! Up with Monk Hall! Let pagan Rome look out for itself! Hurrah!" End of section 29. Section 30 of the Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the 3rd, Chapter 4th. Strange Visitors in Monk Hall. The beams of a small lamp of rusty iron, standing on the table near the fire, gave a faint and dusky light to the doorkeeper's den.
Devilbug was seated beside the table, with his elbows resting on its rough oaken surface, while his hands grasped his tawny cheeks, the long fingernails sinking into the flesh like the talons of an eagle, and spotting his face with drops of blood. His teeth were fast clenched, but his lips hung apart, shriveled with a fixed and grotesque grin, like the smile of a fiend frozen into marble. His thick matted hair hung over his protuberant brow, and his solitary eye, dilated and enlarged to twice its usual size, glared steadily forward, with one fixed and unvarying gaze. The light streamed full in his face, revealing each hideous feature in stern and immovable distinctness, while the outlines of his deformed body and the details of the den were wrapped in a twilight shadow. In the recess on one side of the fire sat the negro mosquito, his arms crossed and his head sunken on his breast, while on the opposite side of the fire his companion glowworm rested in the same attitude and slumbered like some overgrown animal who has been gorged with food. Their common costume, the red flannel shirt and corduroy trousers, dimly disclosed in the light, seemed to increase the outlines of their Herculean frames, while it gave them a wild and ruffian-like appearance. Alone in his den, with his attendant satellite slumbering on either side, Devilbug sat silent, as though he was an uncouth effigy of stone, while his fingers, digging their talon-like nails slowly in the flesh of his cheeks, gave some indications of the terrible agony which was eating through his soul. He had sat thus silent and motionless for the space of an hour, when the small door leading into the hall of the mansion was softly opened, and our friend Bricktop, clad in his array of rags, came treading stealthily into the doorkeeper's den. He started at the sight of Devilbug, but in a moment advanced and laid his hand upon the doorkeeper's shoulder. "You're a purty old cove, ain't you now, to run off and leave a feller in the lurch? The old woman's dead body upstairs and the police below. Pack me up in a cigar box, somebody, and bury me in a common for a very infant arter that." "Ha! What brings you here?" cried Devilbug, starting from his reverie. "Where did you leave the Jew? And the chest of gold, hey? Hey?" "What brings me here? Business, of course. You see, it ain't pleasant to have the police inquiring arter your health, specially when an old woman's been knocked in the head by some individuals at present unknown. So I came to the pawnbroker's, went downstairs and along the vault, and then upstairs again. You know the way. Here I am, and there you are, and we're both a pair of beauties for Cherry Hill. Bricktop and Devilbug, hooray!" "Where did you leave the Jew?" said Devilbug with a fierce scowl as he struck his fist against the table. "And the chest of gold, hey? Hey?" "Young man, does your mother know you're out? Whenever you meet a very young gentleman as doesn't know what huckleberries is compared with persimmons, then ax him such a question. I don't know nothing about the Jew, no more nor yourself." "Shoo!" whispered Devilbug with a sudden start as he motioned his companion to be silent. "Shoo! Don't you see that feller a-layin' on the floor with his jaw broke and his tongue out?" "Cussed if I do." "Nor the old woman with the brains oozing out from the holler skull?" "Not the least circumstance." "Shoo! Don't you hear that feller groan? Look how he wriggles there, a-twistin' and twistin' like a snake, and his tongue rollin' out all the while. And the old woman, don't you see her? I tell you, man, she's there, right between us on the floor. Her holler skull layin' at my very feet, and her long gray hair dabbling in her blood. Don't you see her indeed? Heh, heh!" And he smiled ghastly. "Why, man, I tell you, I can count the blood drops as they fall, patter, patter, from the holler skull to the floor." And the solitary eye of Devilbug glared wildly from the shadow of his brow, while the sweat, cold and clammy, stood out on his forehead and trickled down his swarthy face. "And not to get the chest of doubloons arter all. Can you read, feller? I say, can you read?" he exclaimed in a fierce tone as he laid his hand on Bricktop's arm.
Or are you a stupid jackass as don't know nothing? Shut me up in a coal mine all my life and make me chaw dirt for a living. Can I read? I wish my daddy could hear you say that. He'd show you my school bills, old chap, with a vengeance to you. Here's a package of papers which I picked up on the stairs of the widow's house. Sit down on t'other side of the table and read 'em to me." Bricktop sat down on one side of the table, while Devilbug resumed his seat opposite. "Papers!" cried Bricktop, pulling his lank red hair down over his brows. "Egad," he muttered to himself. "The very packet entrusted to me by Livingstone this morning. The seal broken, too. Read, will you? And mind your eye, feller. If I catch you playing the fool with me and reading any stuff what isn't there, I'll make no bones of hurting your body so no doctors won't buy you arter you're a corpse. Talk that way to the volunteers, will you? Howsoever, here goes into the documents." In a low-toned voice, still marked by his vagabond accent, Bricktop began to read the contents of the package. At first, Devilbug leaned over the table with a look of the deepest interest, but soon the details of the package seemed to tire him, and he leaned listlessly to one side with his eye fixed vacantly upon the ceiling. Bricktop read on. A name attracted Devilbug's attention, and then a date and an incident. He leaned over the table, his solitary eye blazing with the most intense interest. "Look here, you, sir. You ain't a fooling me, are you? Ellen, did you say?" "The wery same," replied Bricktop, burying his face in the unrolled package. His attention also seemed riveted to the paper and its contents, for his glittering and snake-like eye grew more brilliant in its glance, while the outlines of his countenance became fixed and compressed. Bricktop pulled his red hair farther over his brow until it almost concealed his eyes, and then resumed the reading of the paper. Devilbug listened with every power of his soul, enchained by an overwhelming interest. His solitary eye dilated and flashed with excitement, and the nails of his talon-like fingers were thrust into his tawny cheeks with a movement of involuntary agitation. "Christmas Eve?" he echoed, repeating the words of the manuscript as they fell from the lips of the reader. "Christmas Eve, 1824? Hello, you, sir. Is them the words?" "The wery same," replied Bricktop, raising the paper before his face. "Left her mother's house on that date." "Read on, will you? Don't you see how I'm a-quivering? I want to know the rest. Read on." Bricktop again turned his attention to the manuscript. Devilbug was utterly absorbed in its details. He held his very breath as he drank in each word and date and incident. "The second child died, did it?" he shrieked, starting wildly from his seat. "Now look here, feller. If you're got the feelings of a common human being, don't make a fool of me. Read it again, and be sure that it's the second child. Just be sure of that." "The second child born Christmas Eve, 1824, exclaimed Bricktop, reading from the manuscript, while a slight tremor was observable in his voice. "That's the date, too. That's the date!" cried Devilbug in a voice of the deepest agitation. "Look here, feller. Do you see that arm? The night arter she left this house, I got a sailor chap to print this here with Injun ink." And as he spoke, Devilbug bared his right arm and thrust it forward into the full glare of the light. Bricktop gazed upon it in surprise. On its brawny skin, in rough characters, was punctured this brief name and date: Christmas Eve, 1825, Ellen. "And so you knowed her, did you?" exclaimed Bricktop, gazing in Devilbug's face with a piercing glance, while his lip trembled with some unknown emotion. "Very singular, that." "Knowed her," responded Devilbug in a tone of sudden anger. "Don't ax no questions, feller, but read on." Bricktop again resumed the manuscript. A name once more started Devilbug from his feet. "Dick Beltzar?" he echoed. "Sure that's the name?" "The very same. Here it is. The second child was buried by a man named Dick Beltzar, who, with his wife, resided in the widow's house. The first child. Howsoever, let me read on." The manuscript drew near its close. His brows woven in frown, his teeth clenched, his hands clutching his cheeks with a convulsive grasp, Devilbug listened to the closing words with breathless interest. "The whole of his fortune?" echoed Devilbug, repeating the words of the manuscript. "Luke Harvey entrusted with the commission? Hey, hey, is that it?" Bricktop nodded, but said nothing. Well was it for him that Devilbug, occupied with his own strange thoughts, had no eye for his companion's demeanor. A tear stole from Bricktop's eyelid and rolled down his freckled face. His hand trembled as he grasped the manuscript, and his lip quivered with a tremulous motion. "Luke Harvey," muttered Devilbug. "He's a wild fellow, and one of the devil's disciples who hold their meetings in this house. A purty chap to have such a matter in his charge. He'll be here sometime tonight, and I'll have a talk with him. Give me that paper, will you? I say, old feller, come now and uncork this mystery. Let a body know all about it. That's a convivial old devil." Devilbug turned toward him with a lowering brow, but as he turned, a knock was heard at the front door. "Dig off, feller," said Devilbug with great emphasis. "'Tain't for sich as you to know what quality comes to this house. Dig, I say." Bricktop lounged lazily toward the doorway of the mansion hall, while Devilbug, unbarring the front door, gazed through the crevices of the green blinds upon the form of the newcomer. "Who's there?" "Monk Baltzar," answered an assumed and artificial voice. "What had you for dinner today?" asked Devilbug, repeating the first part of the countersign of Monk Hall. "Fire and brimstone," answered the voice. "Come in," said Devilbug. "All right, the gal's upstairs in the room. I'll be up directly." And as he spoke, the Reverend Parson Pine strode silently across the floor of the den, and with his face muffled in the folds of his cloak, passed through the doorway and along the hall and up the stairs, and in a moment disappeared into one of the rooms on the right side of the massive staircase on the second floor of the mansion. As he disappeared, a tall figure rose upward from the darkness, which hung round the banisters of the staircase near the floor. "Parson, I think I've tracked you to some purpose," said a deep-toned voice. "The girl, your daughter, and you in Monk Hall. I'll drop Bricktop for a little while and assume Luke Harvey again, in order to be ready for all accidents. My game is a desperate one, but I'll play it with a cool head and a firm hand." With these words he disappeared into the door of Luke Harvey's room, and in a moment the sound of the key turning in the lock echoed faintly round the hall. Meanwhile, Devilbug, standing near the table in the center of his den, with his arms crossed over his breast and his right hand grasping Livingstone's mysterious packet, seemed utterly absorbed in the contemplation of the disclosures which it had revealed. The sound of voices, mingling confusedly together, came echoing suddenly from the stairway leading to the banquet-room of Monk Hall, and then a rude burst of laughter resounded through the hall, mingled with the hurried tramp of footsteps. "Ha, ha, ha! And so you drugged the brother with opium!" exclaimed a voice familiar to the reader. "That was an odd mistake of mine, Gus, about the fellow's name." "To think Silly would introduce him to you by the name of Burnwood," cried another voice. "And then, ha, 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 the bridal scene! Oh, Lord, that was too good, wasn't it, Gus?" "Very good, no doubt, very good, gentlemen," exclaimed a third voice. "But there are some jokes which cost a mint of money. I rather suspect that this amusing adventure is one of the costly class." Ere the words had ceased to echo in the air, Lorimer, followed by Petrarchan and Mudgeons, lounged into the doorkeeper's den. Their faces were slightly flushed by the kisses of that long-necked giant, the champagne bottle, and their entrance into Devilbug's private parlor was heralded by clouds of smoke issuing from the cigars which the trio carried between their lips. "Well, boys," cried Petrarchan, moving toward the door, "let's out and have a night of it. My western hem was put to press today, and so I'm free for a fortnight. Do you see my last hem, Mudgeons?" "Never, except on one occasion, after a long night's carouse, when my temples were bursting with the effects of the champagne. I wanted to sleep and couldn't for the life of me. However, happening to pick up a copy of the Western Hem with Autumn, a homologue by S.J. Petrarchan, I fell into a gentle doze after the first 20 lines and slept for 38 hours as I'm a living sinner. Is your mag printed near a laudanum factory, silly? Pshaw, you ought to see the last number. 2 engravings, one tragic, one comic. Tragic, the death of Cock Robin, with an illustrative piece of poetry by my friend Deacon Shoebrush. Comic, Nigger Church on fire, with the sheriff and court looking on to see that it is done in an effective manner. Good number, that." "Come on, fellows," exclaimed Lorimer, who had been gazing quietly at Devilbug as he stood unconscious of their presence. "Let us out and make a night of it." As he spoke, a hand was laid upon his shoulder, and long-haired Bess stood before him, her jet-black tresses hanging dishevelled along her white neck, while the peculiar brilliancy of her eyes, with the dark circle of discoloured flesh beneath each eye, gave indications of deep and powerful agitation. "Well, Bessie, what's the matter now? How is the girl? That is to say, how is Mary?" "She has lain unconscious all day long until within a few minutes past," answered Bess in a low-toned voice. "She has now recovered her reason. She does nothing but wring her hands as she paces up and down the room, nothing but wring her hands and shriek your name. Lorimer, you had better see this girl before you leave the house." "Why, the fact is, Bessie, I don't see the necessity of the thing," answered Lorimer, moving towards the door. "Quiet her, Bessie, quiet her. I will see her tomorrow." "Have you a man's heart within your bosom?" said Bess, with a flashing glance of her dark eyes. "Can you refuse this request? Do what you will with Burnwood, but for the sake of your own self-regard, do not refuse this request. She is dishonoured, Lorimer, but who was the cause of her dishonour? Do not refuse to look upon the ruin which has followed your crime." "Not tonight, Bessie, not tonight," cried Lorimer, moving toward the door. "Any time but tonight. As for Burnwood—" "That her patient is in the hands of the doctor," exclaimed Devilbug, advancing. "I give him a little opium to begin with. Arter a while I'll prescribe something more coolin', a little hard steel, for instance. Wonders how that'll work." As he spoke, Lorimer and his companions disappeared through the front door with a loud burst of laughter. "He is gone," cried Bess, folding her arms across her bosom. "God of heaven! The shriek of that ruined girl is ever in my ears, its accents of despair freezing my soul with a horror I never felt before. And the brother—" "I tell you, Bessie, I'll tend to him," cried Devilbug with his hideous grin. "Go upstairs and tend to the female victim, my dear. Go along, my duck. I think I hear your mammy calling for you." Bess looked at him with a glance of scorn, and then her deep black eyes flashed with an expression whose awful meaning thrilled him to the very soul. "Don't you see the corpse at your side?" she shrieked as she stood in the doorway. "Ha, ha, ha! There's devil in store for you, Devilbug, evil, I say, and doom and death. Hark, hark! Don't you hear him?" And she pointed to the floor. "Hark how he groans!" And she was gone. Her wild shriek rang like a death knell in Devilbug's ears. "That gal is a born devil," he said in a whisper as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Ha! There's the feller again, his jaw broke and his tongue lolling out. Ha! And the old woman, too, her holler skull dropping blood on the floor. But I'll not be troubled this way much longer." A ghastly smile crossed his visage. "It seems to me I've got to wade through blood up to my neck. I'm only ankle deep just now. Arter a while I'll swim in blood. I'll float. I tell you, I'll float. As to that Burnwood—" There was a knock at the door. Mosquito, rising from his slumber, slowly opened the inner door and demanded the watchword of the newcomer. It was given in a faint voice, and in a moment the stranger entered the den. He was a young man with a figure somewhat below the middle height, whose elegance of shape and beauty of proportion was disclosed to every advantage as his sweeping black cloak fell carelessly back on his shoulders, its collar of fur almost concealed by the thick ringlets of jet-black hair which swept along the fair face of the stranger. It was indeed a fair face, almost effeminate in its regularity of feature, while its extreme pallor gave additional effect to the brilliancy of two large black eyes, whose glance was full of fire and expression. A small velvet cap placed jauntily on the center of his head, amid a profusion of black curls which fell waving over his fair brow, as well as along his face and down to his neck, gave an air of saucy daring to the stranger, which won Devilbug's good opinion for him at first sight. His form, remarkable for its effeminate beauty of shape, was enveloped in a close-fitting black frock-coat, buttoned tightly over the breast, with its dark hue relieved by a large white shirt-collar that fell aside from the fair throat of the stranger.
"Well, young slim-waist, who are you, and what do you want here?"
said Devilbug, more from his habitual taste for sarcasm than from any positive dislike to the stranger.
"You're not one of the monks, I perceive. How'd you get hold of the watchword?"
"Your name is Abijah K. Jones?" said the stranger, in a tone which was evidently assumed.
"'Tain't that no more,"
cried the doorkeeper, with a look of mocking glee.
"Devilbug forever. While there's strength in these arms, a strike to kill, call me Devilbug, and I'm your man."
The stranger quietly seated himself beside the table, and gathering the cloak around his slender form, carelessly tossed his dark ringlets over his brow and looked in the face of Devilbug, with a long and penetrating glance.
"Portrait painter, I s'pose," said Devilbug with a grin. "Wants to put my phizog in the picture winders."
"You know a man named Luke Harvey," said the stranger in a deep voice widely different from the careless tone which he had assumed at first.
"Well, I do, boss. But first of all, who are you? How did you get hold of that watchword?"
"No matter about my name," answered the stranger. "The watchword of Monk Hall was given to me by one of the monks. To the point. You know a man named Luke Harvey. He will be in this house by 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. I hate him, and he must die."
"Ha ha ha! You are a handsome copy of Devilbug. Ha ha! How your eyes sparkle! How your teeth grit again one another! You hate him, and he must die. Quite short. Ha ha ha!"
"Kill him for me. Kill him by the pistol, or the knife, by fire, or by the sword. Any way you like, kill him this night, and I'll make a rich man of you. There is gold for you, as an earnest of your future reward."
"Right fat purse, this. How your chest swells underneath that cloak, and your eyes. One could light a cigar at 'em."
This Luke Harvey carries a ring on the third finger of his left hand. Its shape is peculiar, and it bears a name engraven on the inner side. This ring was given him by his lady-love long, long ago. He values it as his life, and will not part with it save with his life. I will wait in a secret chamber of this house until daybreak. Bring me this ring before the dawn of day, and I will reward you with gold sufficient to buy you 10,000 pardons from the hand of justice."
"Or a seat in Congress, or a place on the bench among them big chaps in court. I wonders how that'd work. Devilbug in Congress making laws? Or Judge Devilbug, ho, 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 on the bench a sentencing little boys to Cherry Hill for stealing nose wipers."
"Do you consent?" said the stranger, gathering his cloak more closely around his form. "Is it a bargain?" His eyes, so dark in their hue and piercing in their gaze, grew alive with a clear and flashing light that spoke the settled resolve of a fearless soul. A deep flush mantled over his face, and his lips were firmly compressed, while beneath the thick curls which fell over his forehead you might discover the settled frown which darkened his brows, so regular and arching in their outline. His breath came thick and gaspingly, and you might discern the throbbings which agitated his chest through the heavy folds of his cloak.
Consent? Ha ha! Suppose I should pocket this your money and then laugh in your face.
You would lose the reward which is in store for you, dryly responded the stranger.
That reward is about your slim-waisted body? Suppose I take it from you and turn you from my doors with a flea in your ears.
You dare not, said the stranger, throwing his cloak back on his shoulders and displaying a pistol in either hand. One word of insolence, one sign of violence, and you die.
Pluck, good pluck. Ha ha ha,
laughed Devilbug.
Good pluck for a slim waist, good pluck for a heaving bosom. Ha ha ha. Stranger, push aside your curls, will you? What'll you bet I can't tell your name?
My name, cried the stranger with a sudden start, as he hurriedly gathered the folds of his cloak around his handsome form. My name? What know you of my name?
Your name is...
Devilbug began in a slow and deliberate voice. He ended the sentence by a quick whisper which he hissed in the stranger's ears as he leaned over the table, with his head thrown forward until it well nigh touched the face of the listener. But we must depict a scene which occurred 1 hour before this incident of our revelations. End of section 30. Section 31 of The Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the 3rd, Chapter 5th, Dora and Fitz Coles. We open this scene with a picture. Kneeling on the carpet of a princely chamber, a man of some 30 years and more supports the insensible form of a lovely woman in his arms. The dim light of a massive chandelier illumines the scene. The dark-hued face of the man, marked by massive features, his stiff black hair descending to his neck in heavy curls, his well-proportioned form clad in a black frock-coat, all combined furnish an effective contrast to the careless loveliness of the woman, her fair-hued face turned upward to the light, her long and glossy hair falling in tresses of jet along her shoulders white as snow, while a nightgown of azure silk, gathering round her form, so swelling, so lithe, and so voluptuous in its every outline, in negligent folds falls gently aside from her neck, and reveals a glimpse of her bosom slowly heaving into view. A dark and ill-omened smile rests upon the lip of the man as he surveys the beauty of the insensible woman, while a gentle flush, tinting her cheeks and warming over her bosom, betrays her return to consciousness. The minor details of the scene tell the story of the picture. In her extended hand she grasps a letter, with a convulsive grasp like that of death. His hat and cane and gloves flung carelessly on the carpet, his cloak thrown over a chair, and the door of the chamber hanging wide open, all tell the story of his sudden entrance and his surprise. The background of the scene is supplied by the furniture and the crimson hangings of the chamber, varied by pictures in massive frames, and mellowed into gentle twilight by the dim beams of the chandelier. Altogether, the picture is an effective one, worthy the genius of an artist who has a soul to feel and a hand to execute, like Darley, for instance, whose pencil is a mine of unwrought gold. "A lovely woman, by Jove," muttered Fitz Coles. "And a deep one. Passions like a volcano, and a soul fearless as the fiend himself. I must take care that she does not outdevil me." "Is he gone?" Dora exclaimed in a whisper as she slowly unclosed her eyes. "Ha, Fitz Coles, then you know all?" And half rising from her prostrate position, she gazed in his face with a look of the most intense anxiety. "All, Dora?" echoed Fitz Coles with a look of vacant surprise. "What mean you?" As he spoke, he gently assisted her to rise from the floor. "You know this letter?" she exclaimed in a whisper as she threw herself in the rocking chair and placed the letter in his hands. "Your letter to me?" cried Fitzcoles with a start of surprise. "I lost it from my pocketbook some time yesterday. How fortunate for us both that you found it." "Luke Harvey found it," exclaimed Dora in a slow and deliberate tone as she leaned over the table. "And Luke Harvey holds us in his power. A single word from his lips, and our secret is known to Livingstone." "Luke Harvey!" exclaimed Fitzcoles, recovering from the stunning shock of surprise which had thrilled his very soul as Dora made the momentous disclosure. "And he was here and threatened you, Dora?" "Not only threatened me, but assailed me with deliberate and galling insult. It is but 5 minutes since he left the room. We stand upon the edge of an awful precipice, Algernon. Already it crumbles beneath our feet. A word from Luke, and our plans are overshadowed by utter ruin." "He visits Monk Hall tonight," exclaimed Fitzcoles with his finger to his lips in an absent tone. "Visits Monk Hall with our secret in his possession. A single blow, and he were silent forever." "That blow must be stricken," exclaimed Dora, and a deadly light flashed from her dark eyes as she spoke. "Luke, once silenced, we are safe. Tomorrow morning, Livingstone and myself leave town for Hawkwood. Tomorrow evening, Livingstone will have to return to town on business, and after he has set out on his return, you will arrive at Hawkwood in the secrecy of night. We can arrange matters for our flight or otherwise." "My plan is a plain and a clear one. After Livingstone has set out on his return to the Quaker City, I will arrive at Hawkwood, and then, mounted on fleet steeds, with suitable disguises, we will leave the country mansion together, and riding all night, overtake the New York cars near Burlington. It is then but half a day's journey to New York, and the steamer sails in the beginning of next week. This is a straightforward plan, Dora, and we will both do well to adopt it." "I have other plans which may essentially alter our arrangements," said Dora in a deep and meaning whisper, with that same deadly glance of her eyes. "However, Algernon, do not fail to meet me at Hawkwood tomorrow night. But what folly is this? While we lay plans for our flight, Luke Harvey is telling Livingstone the story of his wife's guilt and his dishonor." "This Harvey seems to hate you, Dora," began Fitzcoles aloud, but he finished the sentence by a muttered whisper. "By Jove, he is on my track also. I learned from that Busby poodle, whom I have been forced to buy, that Harvey was dogging the Jew's heels today. That same Luke has a spiteful black eye." "Hate me?" echoed Dora. "Ha, ha, ha! To tell you the truth, Fitzcoles, he was once a lover of mine. I rejected the poor fellow. He has exchanged his love for spite, and now would sell his soul to ruin me. He must be silenced, Fitzcoles." She leaned over the table, fixing her dark eyes with a meaning glance upon the face of her paramour. Fitzcoles involuntarily averted his eyes and shaded his brow with his upraised hand. Dora gazed upon him silently and sternly for a single moment, and then laid her fair white hand upon his arm. "He must be silenced," she repeated in that same deep whisper. "The Jew is safe by this time. I have nothing to fear from that quarter," muttered Fitzcoles. "Why, the fact is, Dora, I hardly think the man would have showed you this letter had he meant to betray you. He will attend the banquet in Monk Hall tonight, and consequently cannot see Livingstone before tomorrow. By the by, where is the old fellow?" "Mr. Livingstone sent me word by the servant that matters of pressing business would detain him at the counting-house all night, until the hour of our departure tomorrow morning. To be plain with you, Algernon, I do not feel safe while this man Harvey lives with the power of mischief at his control. Can you think of no plan to secure his silence?" "Tut, tut! He is not worth our notice, Dora," exclaimed Fitzcoles, resuming his hat and cane and moving towards the door. "Let him take his own course. He is too pitiable a thing to cause one solitary fear. By the by, You must excuse me, Dora. I left a friend waiting in the parlor downstairs. Remember, Dora, tomorrow night we meet at Hogwood." "My disguise is safe in the next room," exclaimed Dora, assuming a careless and languid manner. "By the by, Fitzcoles, how does your club manage Monk Hall? Are you assured of the silence of your subordinate? Now, if any person who has money to clear his way can enter the mansion, I would not give a straw for the secrecy of the place." "Ha ha! You women are so curious," laughed Fitzcoles. "Anybody enter the hall? Nonsense! No one can enter without the password, which is changed by the abbot every night. Old Devilbug would murder the man who attempted an entrance without the secret word. Last night I gave out the password for tonight. Fire and brimstone, you know. Tart and expressive, Dora." "Fire and brimstone," echoed Dora, rising from her chair. "And this Jones, or Devilbug, is a desperate sort of man, is he not? Something of the cutthroat and the bravo?" "By Jove, I should not like to tempt his cutthroat skill. But really, Dora, my friend downstairs is growing impatient. Remember, Dora," and he made a slight bow, "Hawkwood, Dora, tomorrow night." He closed the door, and the merchant's wife was alone. She stood silent and motionless, with her arms folded across her breast, while her dark hair hung clustering over her fair bosom, now rising in the light with the impulse of a dark and terrible thought. Her eyes, dark and lustrous as they were at other times, were now almost hidden by her compressed brows, while they shot forth a dead and glassy light which indicated a mind buried in itself, as it called up its most fearful elements to nerve it for the accomplishment of a desperate and appalling deed. My name whispered through all the town with epithets of scorn and contempt, in the parlor, the saloon, and the theatre, and then the daily journals, who fatten on the garbage of private discord, will parade in their loathsome columns the disgrace of Livingstone, the guilt and degradation of his wife. My name will become another word for pollution and dishonor. Shall this be? Never. By all the energies of a soul which has a woman's passion without her fear, never. The deed which I contemplate is most appalling. It requires a firm soul and a heart which shrinks not at the sight of blood. It perils a world to gain a world. But what of that? A sure eye and a firm footstep may guide the traveler unharmed along the edge of awful chasms which yawn to engulf him, and echo his tread with the sound of crumbling rocks. What cares he for the death that reaches forth its arms to grasp him, so that he can escape by a hair's breadth from its clutches? My soul is resolved. Before the dawn of day, Dora, the cobbler's granddaughter, will fear no living witness of her guilt. And tomorrow, Catherine de Medici must clothe these young limbs with a widow's weeds." These words uttered, she pushed aside the crimson hangings and disappeared into the next chamber with a single exclamation. "The disguise," she murmured, "the disguise which Fitzcoles prepared for our flight is safe in this chest." Meanwhile, passing down the stairs, Fitzcoles was saluted by his companion, who stood waiting in the hall under the light of the hanging lamp. "Cool my blood with a julep," exclaimed the indomitable Major Rappahannock Mulhill, as he stood picking his teeth with a large bowie knife. "But it's too bad to keep a fellow waiting in this way. I say, Colonel, did you find old Livingstone in? No? Then you won the bet." "I told you not to bet, but you would," replied Fitzcoles, twirling his cane with a nonchalant air. "You wagered a cool 1,000 that I would find Livingstone upstairs. How deuced foolish in you! I never saw such a fellow for betting. Never, by Jove! By the by, Major, there's a fire in the parlor. Let's walk in and settle the bet." "Oh, we bloods down south are awful chaps to bet, awful," replied Rappahannock, as his round face assumed an expression of deep solemnity. "Why, Fitz, my boy, I recollect one occasion when the head of a large family was buried. It was my father. That bets were made with all the heirs with regard to the length of the parson's sermon. The odds ran strong on an hour and a half. Bets were freely offered 10-1 that the parson would not get done in 2 hours. I booked them all. The parson, strong-winded chap as he was, broke down after the first hour, and they handed the bets to me over the old man's grave.
"Let's walk into the front parlor," exclaimed Fitzcoles, opening the door.
But the most singular fact of all was that we had to use the old man's coffin as a writing desk on which to settle the amount of the various bets. The parson waited till we had finished. One fellow was mean enough to skulk out of his bet. I licked him, and we had a row over the grave.
"Now, Major, your bet was 1,000, was it not?" coolly interrupted Fitzcoles, opening his pocketbook as if to receive the money.
"We had a row over the grave. You'd hardly believe it, Colonel, but 15 funerals sprung from that very circumstance. Why, the amount of bowie knives and pistols which were used in that fight may be estimated when you are informed that a devilish enterprising blacksmith in the vicinity made horseshoes from the fragments for 6 months afterwards. The Mulhill funeral horseshoes were all to go. Cool me with a dewlap, by—"
"Your bet was $1,000, said Fitzcoles quite pointedly, as he displayed the pocketbook in his right hand.
"Oh, my dear fellow, I shan't have a remittance till Monday. Just make a note of it, will you? By the by, Fitz, my boy, I'll take you another bet that I don't get that remittance till Tuesday."
"All right, Major, all right," exclaimed Fitzcoles, concealing his chagrin with the best possible grace. "Don't think I'll take that other bet. By the by, I am going to Mrs. Tulip St. Smith's conversazione tonight. Will you go with me, Major?"
"What's to be did?"
replied the Major, sticking his hands in his vest pockets.
"Cockfighting or bear bait or anything of that kind?"
"Nothing so refined. You must talk of Byron and Shelley and Mrs. Hummins or Hemmons."
"Don't know much about Byron, Colonel, but as poor Shelley, gad, did my next neighbor give him 39 for running off with the yellow gal? Shelley was the worst buck nigger on Jones Place."
Fitzcoles' acquaintance with the literature or literary cant of the day was exceedingly limited, but the remark of the round-faced Mulhill was too strong for even his intellectual nerves. "The fellow is a decided jackass," he muttered, leading the way from the parlor. "I say, Mulhill, did you ever read a book in your life?" he exclaimed as he lifted the dead latch of the front door. "Did you ever read so much as a magazine?"
"Didn't I? Haven't we all them picture books down south? Steel plates in front, depicting the feelings of pussies deprived of their ma's, and nice love tales full of grand descriptions of the way young gentlemen and ladies dies for one another, without so much as leaving a pocket-handkerchief to tell their fate. Read the magazines. What poetry, what sentiment, what murder and madness and mush and milk for a greasy quarter. Cooled me with a dewlap. By— Hist! Look yonder, Major," exclaimed Fitzcoles, pointing to the doorsteps of Livingstone's mansion, which they had but a moment left. "Who is that young fellow standing in front of Livingstone's door? Who can it be? A fashionable hat and a sweeping mantle? Egad, he leaves the door and hurries down 4th Street. Come on, Mulhill, let's give chase." "Kick me to death with crickets, and why should I give chase? Ha, ha, ha! Do you see that paper, Colonel? Do you see that document? Ho, ho, ho! What'd you give to read it? Hooray, hooray!"
And to the utter astonishment of Fitzcoles, the ardent Southerner, with his red, round face, half hidden by an immense shirt-collar, and his portly form enveloped in a white blanket overcoat, commenced performing an irregular dance along the pavement of South 4th Street, tossing his felt hat on high with one hand, while the other grasped a slip of dingy paper and waved it to and fro in the winter air.
"What in the deuce do you mean? Folks will think you're crazy. What's that letter about?" "What's it about?" echoed Mulhill, with a broad grin widening his features. "Nothing particular. Just a love letter from a gal."
End of section 31. Section 32 of The Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Book the Third, Chapter 6. Devilbug in Love.
Your name is?
As Devilbug, leaning over the table, hissed these whispered words in the ear of the listener, his face assumed an expression of hideous glee, his lips parting with a sneering grimace, while a multitude of minute wrinkles diverging from the corner of his eyelids spread over his swarthy skin in a smile of fiend-like triumph and scorn. "My name," echoed the stranger, drawing the folds of his cloak yet more closely around his form, while his hand, with an involuntary movement, swept his dark curls more thickly over his white forehead. "My name is—"
Dora Livingstone,"
whispered Devilbug, resting the knuckles of his iron hands upon the edge of the table.
"the wife of the rich merchant, alone and in Monk Hall."
The face of the stranger became suddenly pale as death, and then the dark eyes, gleaming from beneath the mass of jet-black curls, shot forth a glance of fixed resolution. "Beware how you whisper that name within these walls." The voice was calm and resolute that spoke these words. "Woman as I am, it were not safe for you to dare my vengeance. I came here for revenge. You are the man to fulfill my settled purpose. I have asked you to commit a horrible crime, but you shall have gold for your labor. Gold sufficient to make you a rich man. This Luke Harvey must die."
"It's quite a pleasure to hear her talk,"
cried Devilbug, gazing upon the face of the disguised woman with a look of gloating admiration.
"To think that the creature with them devil's eyes is a woman, with a soft bosom and a plump form. Ho, ho, ho! Luke Harvey shall die, good lady, if you wish it, but the wages ain't to be paid in gold."
"What mean you?" exclaimed Dora, with a look of disgust impressing the lines of her proud countenance as she marked the expression of Devilbug's loathsome face.
"The gold I want, good lady, is a kiss from a red lip, a little love, you know, and a good deal of fondness. That's my price. I ain't to be had on any other terms. Ho, ho, ho! The handsome merchant's wife in love with old Devilbug. I wonders how that'd work."
The bosom of the disguised woman rose heaving beneath the folds of her cloak, and her dark eyes flashed with fierce indignation. "And dare you presume to hold such language with me? Another word of such insolence from your lips, and by the heavens above me, you die." She sprang to her feet, and flinging the cloak from her shoulders, stood with her proud form elevated to its full stature, while her fair white hands each held a pistol extended at arm's length, in an attitude of determined menace.
"Look here, mosquiter, look here, glowworm, ain't that a purty sight? You're the real pluck, I tell you, gal. Do you mean them words as a purty speech or as real sensible talk? Do you see them niggers? Suppose you fire at your humble servant. Do you think a gal with your soft bosom and smooth limbs are a match for such regular iron-boned devils as them darkies? I have seen you afore, gal, and liked you. Come to my terms, and I'll come to yours. A kiss for every drop of blood I shed on your account."
Dora started at the sight of the two negroes nestling in the dark corners of the doorkeeper's den. "Oh, madness, madness!" she muttered, dropping her face instinctively on her bosom, while her extended hands still grasped the pistols in their fair white fingers. "I have placed my name and reputation at the mercy of this fiend in human shape. There are witnesses to this dark interview. Oh, madness, madness!" Devilbug quietly motioned his negroes to leave the den. As they crept through the door leading into the mansion, he silently glided around the table and stood at the side of the beautiful woman, whose head still rests upon her bosom.
"I like your spirit,"
he whispered, fixing his solitary eye upon her reddening face with a look of gloating admiration.
"If you want to leave these doors, old Devilbug is not the man to stop you. But look ye, good lady, if you but say the word, Luke Harvey shall not see the sun rise tomorrow. You go upstairs and wait till daybreak in a private room. No one shall dare to molest you. When I bring you that 'ere ring, which Luke ain't to part with except with his life, then you are to pay me the gold."
Dora said never a word, but letting the pistols fall from her hands, she sank in the seat and hid her face in her bosom, while the long tresses of her dark hair, escaping from beneath the velvet cap, fell showering and luxuriant over her neck and shoulders, so beautifully disguised in man's attire. "Insulted, scorned, despised," she murmured, "and by the man I once so deeply loved. My name at his mercy, my whole fortune hanging on a chance word from his lips. Shall I pause in my career of revenge? This night and tomorrow safely past, I am Countess of Linswold. Yes, yes, Luke Harvey must die, at any price, at all hazards, must die."
"Lady, what's the use of mutterin' and mumblin' to yourself? Is it a bargain? If it is, just reach out your hand and let me kiss it."
"Bring me the ring, and you shall revel in wealth," whispered Dora, raising her face slowly from her bosom.
"If you'd have kept your face hid a minute longer, I might have come to your terms. But with the sight of that face afore me, I'd sooner you'd come to mine. I'd sooner revel on your lip, good lady, than to float in gold up to my eyes. Is it a bargain? Give us your hand."
Dora slowly rose from her seat. How beautiful she looked, as standing erect in her disguise, with her long dark hair falling aside from her face, she folded her arms across her heaving bosom, and remained for a single moment silent and motionless. The light fell softly over the outline of her form, revealing the symmetry of her limbs, so round in their faultless shape, the swelling ripeness of her bosom, heaving beneath the disguise of the closely buttoned frock-coat, the slender waist and the proportions of her figure widening with beauty below the waist and gradually narrowing again like the outline of an inverted pyramid, as they approached the small and delicate feet enclosed in tight-fitting boots, which reached midway to the knee. She was very beautiful, and her compressed lip and pale forehead, darkening with a frown, gave her lovely countenance an expression of deep and painful thought, which disclosed the mighty struggle at work within her soul.
"Give us your hand,"
said Devilbug as he glided closer to her side. "The ring," was all that Dora found strength to murmur, as, with her face averted, she slowly extended her fair white hand toward the deformed wretch by her side.
"This is the gold for which I bargains,"
exclaimed Devilbug, as, dropping on his knees, he applied his loathsome lips to the skin of that delicate hand.
"Before daybreak you shall have the ring, and I the gold. Ha ha, ho ho, wonders how that'll work."
End of section 32. Section 33 of the Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the Third, Chapter 7th, Parson Pine and His Daughter. "Comfortable range of apartments," muttered the Reverend Dr. Pine as he entered a small chamber on the second floor. "This is my study. A nice little room, with a coal fire in the grate, a lamp on the table, a cupboard in the corner, and a bed in the other. This is what I call comfortable." He smiled pleasantly as, standing with his back to the fire and his hands under his coat-tails, he warmed his respectable person and surveyed the room at the same time. "This is the retreat to which the foe of pagan Rome retires when the labors of the pulpit are over. Ha ha! I am blessed with an affectionate and loving congregation. Dear people, they love me. I preached with unction tonight, powerful, very powerful unction, and talking of unction, I believe I'll try a little brandy." And with that pleasant smile beaming from his red round face, that smile which won him bank-note opinions from the wealthy old women of his flock and endeared him to the hearts of all the patent gospelers, the good doctor advanced to the cupboard, and taking a corpulent decanter from its recesses, poured himself a very tolerable glass of blushing cognac. Surveying the creature for a moment, with his one eye closed and his full red lips dropped apart, the reverend gentleman, after this silent pause of thought, raised the glass to his lips with the emphatic sentiment, "Down with the Pope of pagan Rome, up with the patent gospelers." "Good brandy, that," he murmured, replacing the empty glass in the cupboard. "Old Swipes, one of our elders who keeps a wine store, sent me that brandy in mistake for wine. It was intended for the use of our church on particular occasions. I use it instead of the church, which does just as well." The reverend gentleman then seated his portly person in the large armchair beside the fire, and taking a corpulent pocketbook from a side pocket, he displayed its contents on his outspread knees. "Funds are easy with us today," said the good man, smiling as he spoke. "My wants are quite numerous this morning. Tonight they are amply supplied. That $10 note came from a good old lady on account of a poor man who was run over by the cars. A widow with 5 small children and one at the breast will doubtless be relieved when she beholds the 20 which was presented to me for her by an aged brother of our flock. That gold piece is for the poor man who fell from a 5-story house with a hod on his shoulder. This $5 note came with a letter which defied the Pope of Rome in very strong language. 'Down with the Pope of pagan Rome, yours, Shadro.' Shadro is a very zealous brother, quite fiery. And here is a 50, which was tendered me for the use of an indigent young brother about to commence the gospel ministry. There's somewhere near $100 in all, collected by me since breakfast this morning. A good day's work." The Reverend F.A.T. Pine chuckled pleasantly to himself and winked rather viciously at the small Bible on the mantelpiece. It was a very pleasant thing to behold the fruits of his day's labor resting on his knee in the shape of solid gold and banknotes, and our admiration of the sight is increased to a positive reverence for Dr. Pine, when we remember that the poor man who was run over by the cars, the widow with 5 children and one at the breast, the man who fell from a 5-story house with a hod on his shoulder, and the indigent young brother about to commence the gospel ministry, were all lively fictions, invented by the foe of pagan Rome for the especial benefit of his 2 rooms and other conveniences at Monk Hall. But this, you will understand, is a positive secret, and having been entrusted to us in strict confidence, must on no account go any farther. "A little opium won't hurt me, I opine," said the good brother, taking a small paper from his pocket, which, being opened, disclosed a number of smaller papers, all carefully folded in a square form with an apothecary's label on the outside of each. "We temperance folks must have some little excitement after we have forsworn intemperance. When we leave off all alcohol, we indulge our systems with a little opium. That's what I call a capital compromise." The brother now arose from his seat and quietly opened a small door leading into the adjoining chamber. A cheerful smile overspread his round face, and his watery eyes twinkled with glee. There was something very meaning in the energy with which he smacked his large red lips together. "She sleeps," he muttered, and then, with a quiet manner and cautious footstep, stole into the chamber, closing the door carefully behind him. It was a wide and spacious chamber with lofty ceiling and wainscoted walls. A small lamp burning on the table near the fireplace gave a clear cold light to the hearthside, while the other parts of the room were wrapped in shadow. Like most of the chambers of Monk Hall, this room wore an ancient and desolate appearance. The heavy oaken wainscot of the walls, the chairs of massive mahogany with high backs and carved limbs, the small couch standing in one corner with its snow-white counterpane and spotless pillow contrasting with the heavy carvings of the bedposts of dark walnut, the faded carpet on the floor and the elaborate woodwork above the mantel, with the coal fire smoldering in the grate below, such were the characteristics of the ancient chamber, which was rendered dark and gloomy by the absence of windows from the lofty walls. A small aperture near the ceiling, not more than 2 feet long and 1 foot high, could scarcely be called a window, although it was intended to give a faint glimpse of light during the daytime. Near the fire, a fair girl dressed in spotless white was sleeping as she reclined in a massive armchair, whose high back, thickly cushioned with dark velvet, afforded a gentle repose to her maidenly form. The light fell mildly over her countenance, disclosing its pale hues and regular features, strikingly relieved by the long black hair which, half unbound, fell waving over her cheek down to her shoulders. Her hands, small and delicate, and deathlike as the whitest marble, were clasped in front of her person, and the light folds of the robe which enveloped her form like a death-shroud were softly agitated by the faint motion of her bosom, heaving gently upward as she slept. So like a pure and holy dream was the beauty of the fair girl as she lay sleeping quietly in the den of Monk Hall, that Altamont Pine started with involuntary awe as he gazed upon his daughter's face. Her beauty was of that peculiar cast which mingles high intellect and purity of soul with all the enticing loveliness of a fair young form, soft limbs, a delicate bosom, throbbing with the impulses of youthful blood, and a lustrous black eye beaming with the undeveloped love of a stainless soul. Her form, somewhat below the middle height, was marked by peculiar and characteristic beauties. A neck fair and round, wide shoulders, the skin as white as alabaster and veined with delicate streaks of azure, a slender waist widening into the lower proportions of the figure, which were marked by the swelling outlines of womanly beauty, and a small foot thrust from underneath the folds of her dress. Her face was fair in its hues, round in its contour, swelling in its outlines, the features regular, the brow calm and eloquent, the lips red and ripe, marked by a bewitching loveliness of shape, and the chin, firm and resolute in its expression, was varied by a laughing dimple. And yet, with all this beauty, the countenance was white as marble, never animate with the flushed hues of maidenhood, save when strong emotion called the warm blood to the swelling cheek. As she lay reclining in the armchair, she looked for all the world like a marble statue of an intellectual and voluptuous maiden, with all the outline and shape which gives fascination to the face and form of beauty, without the warm hues which tint the lips with love and fire the cheek with passion. "Mabel is quite beautiful," muttered the oily-faced parson, gazing upon the girl with his watery eyes distended by an expression of animal admiration. "It's most a pity to awake her. However, Brother Devilbug will be here directly with the potion." "Mabel," his voice assumed its blandest whisper as he applied his mouth to the sleeper's ear. "Mabel, look up, my child." The maiden moved in her sleep, but did not unclose her eyes. Gathering her hand convulsively over her bosom, as the soft accents of the Reverend Pine broke on her ear, she murmured wildly in her sleep, as though some terrible vision had dawned upon her soul. "It is night again," she muttered in a voice scarcely audible. "I am alone. The door is locked, and, oh, save me, good heaven! His footstep is on the stairs. He comes, and I stand trembling at the approach of my father. My father, ha, ha, ha! It is night again, and his hand is upon my bosom, his hot breath on my cheek. Help, O God, help! Father, have mercy, oh, have mercy! Your voice it was that taught me God's own holy truths, and now that same voice whispers pollution in my ear. Your hands first raised mine to God as we prayed together, and now, Father, those hands, O God, O God!" "Awake, my child," whispered Altamont Pine as his red round face grew suddenly pale. "It is night, it is night," muttered the sleeping girl. "Back, Father, I say back. God's vengeance will strike ye dead if ye but attempt this horrible crime. Back, I say, or with this lamp I will fire the window curtains, and in an instant this house, which you have forever polluted by this attempt at crime never to be named in human ears, this house will arise to heaven in flames. Each spark of flame a witness before God of the horrible crime. Back, I say. I will to the door. Back, or I fire the house. Ha ha ha! I gain the door. The entry is past, and the stairs. Ha ha! I am in the street. The night is cold, and the flinty stones rend my feet, but I am saved. I am saved. Mabel, awake, I say, exclaimed Brother Pine with an angry frown. You should not encourage these nightmare dreams. Ugh, the girl makes me shiver, and yet her lip is ripe as a May cherry. Where is Devil-Bug with his potion? Oh, let me in for the sake of God. The accents of the sleeper broke on the air in tones of agony. The night is dark, and I am cold. My feet are pierced by the flinty stones, and the winter hail and snow beats against my bosom. Open the door, O stranger, for he pursues me. He, my father, and I fear him worse than the grave. Mabel, girl, I say, will you hush this nonsense? Exclaimed Parson Pine in an angry tone, as he shook the maiden roughly by the shoulder. The girl slowly unclosed her eyes and gazed in his face with a bewildered stare. "Oh, do not hurt me, father!" she exclaimed, clasping her hands beseechingly in his face. "Hurt you, girl? Who talks of hurting you?" exclaimed Pine, betrayed by his excited feelings into an harshness of dialect which spoke of the habits of his former life, when he was not precisely a saint. "What do you sit there dreaming about such stuff and nonsense? Haven't I provided you a home where you might recover from the unfortunate state of mind which has possessed you of late? Dismiss that unhappy dream, my child. Dismiss that unhappy dream now and forever." Brother Pine drew a chair and sat down by his daughter's side. "And then, father, you think it was a dream?" she exclaimed, with an expression of rapture warming over her face. "To be sure I do, Mabel, to be sure I do," said Brother Pine quickly. "Put your arms round my neck and kiss me. That's a good daughter." Mabel reached forth her arms and entwined them around her father's neck. She kissed him on the cheek with her lips, now reddened with excitement, but a cold shudder ran over her form in the very act. She shrank back into her chair as though she had been stung by a serpent. At this moment she looked very beautiful. Her swelling cheeks were flushed with sudden life. Her large dark eyes beamed with soul, and her lips, so bewitching in their shape, grew moist and red as rosebuds heavy with morning dew. Her brow, white as alabaster and calm as death, was eloquent with the silent intensity of thought which absorbed her soul. And aside from that fair brow swept her raven hair, falling in long and glossy tresses to her rounded shoulders, and imparting a solemn beauty to the loveliness of her countenance. "Oh, father," she murmured, the night, when I fled from your roof, was it all a dream?" "To be sure it was, my dear," replied Dr. Pine, taking his daughter's hand within his own. "Did you not seek my chamber? Did you not— Oh, horror, horror! My tongue cleaves to the roof of my mouth when I endeavor to picture forth that scene in words." "Tush, tush! This is all nonsense." And as he spoke, the doctor gently wound his arms around her waist. "Have I not always been a kind father to you? Have I not rented this house for your especial comfort? You see, my child, your solitary way of life has slightly, very slightly affected your mind. A few weeks of quiet, with the change of scene afforded by this old mansion, the perusal of wholesome books, together with the cheerful conversation of your father, will bring you right again. Have your attendants brought you any refreshments, my child?" "Yes, father. An hour ago, just as I had lain down upon the bed to rest myself for a few moments, a servant entered the chamber and set food upon the table before the fire. He did not observe me, father, but I saw him and was chilled with horror at the sight of his hideous countenance. Why do you employ such a hideous monster, father?" "What, Brother Abijah? Oh, he is a fine fellow, a Christian, my daughter, although his face is not precisely handsome. What are you thinking of now, Mabel?" And Brother Pine patted the palm of her fair white hand while his arm gathered more lovingly around her waist. "Of my mother. She has been dead long, very long, has she not, father? Many and many an hour in the daytime, when abroad in the street, and at night when resting in bed, have I endeavored to recall the memory of her face, or a tone of her voice, or a smile wreathing her lips, but in vain. All is dark with me when I think of my mother. The fact is, she died when you were a mere baby, Mabel. Think, my child, what a care you have been to your father, how he has reared you up in the Lord, how from time to time he has filled your young mind with the teachings of divine truth. Think of this, my child, and then think of your conduct in leaving that paternal roof which had sheltered you from childhood. Forgive this tear, Mabel. I can't help it. The Reverend Brother Pine was deeply affected. If ever his oily face glowed with an expression of sincere feeling, it was at that moment. Mabel gazed upon him for a moment, and then flung her arms around his neck. "Forgive me, my father, forgive me!"
"Father!"
echoed a hoarse voice, and Devilbug, holding a waiter in his extended hands, glided from the doorway and advanced toward the light.
"I say, Brother Pine, here's the hot coffee which you called for, and hot cakes in the bargain."
As he spoke, he advanced toward the table, and arranged the contents of the waiter upon the white cloth which he spread over its surface.
"Ho, ho, ho! So the gal puts her arms around his neck, does she? There won't be much need of the drug in that case,"
he muttered to himself as he arranged the supper equipage upon the table.
"Father, indeed! Could I have heard my own ears?"
The girl raised her head from her father's shoulder. At the same moment, Devilbug, turning on his heel to leave the room, caught a glimpse of her face for the first time. He started backward as though he had received a death wound in his very heart. The waiter fell clattering on the floor, and with another start backward, Devilbug raised his hands and gazed upon the face of the young girl. Never in his life had Devilbug been seized with an agitation terrible as this. His face grew white as a sheet, and his solitary eye glanced forth from its socket with one wild and absorbing gaze. Once or twice he essayed to speak, but the incoherent words died on his tongue. "I say, brother, what's the matter?" cried Parson Pine, gazing upon the doorkeeper with unfeigned astonishment. "Going to have a fit, brother?" Devilbug slowly advanced to the parson's side. He reached forth his arm and laid his hand lightly on the girl's shoulder. He spoke in a voice utterly changed from his usual harsh and discordant tones.
"Ellen,"
he said in a low and softened voice, whose gentleness of tone presented a strange contrast to the harsh deformity of his visage.
"Ellen, is that you, or is it your ghost?"
Mabel gazed upon his face in silent wonder, and Parson Pine rose angrily from his seat. "What means this insolence?" he shouted in a tone of blustering anger.
"Oh, nothing,"
replied Devilbug with his usual grunting tone of voice.
"Only that gal looks something like a gal I used to know, that's all."
And he strode hastily toward the door.
"Devilbug!"
cried Fat Pine in a whisper as he hurried after the retreating doorkeeper. "Is the coffee drugged?"
"Yes, it is, parson,"
growled Devilbug with his hand on the door. So, all's right then. Devilbug, you will lock all the doors after you, if you please," he added in a whisper. "You understand? I don't want to be interrupted, and mark you, if you should hear a shriek or a groan, you needn't mind it."
"Oh, I needn't I?"
echoed Devilbug, with an expression which Pine had never witnessed before stole over his deformed visage.
"Parson, you've got the gal all in your own power. The coffee's drugged, and the door shall be locked, and we won't mind no shrieks, nor groans, nor other capers. But you must answer me one question. That gal called you father?"
"Did she, though?" replied Dr. Pine blandly. "I really didn't mind it."
"You ain't her father, then?"
asked Devilbug with that peculiar expression deepening over his visage. "Of course not, except in a spiritual sense. Ha, ha, ha! A spiritual sense, you know."
"Ha, ha, ha!"
echoed Devilbug with a wild and hollow laugh. "Ho, ho, ho! chuckled Parson Pine in a quiet way peculiar to himself. "You won't mind a shriek or a groan if you should chance to hear one?"
"Devil a mind,"
replied Devil-Bug as he stepped through the doorway.
"You're a jolly cove, you are."
And Parson Pine caught the strange gleam of Devil-Bug's solitary eye and laughed merrily as he closed the door, while Devil-Bug echoed his laugh with a hollow sound, more like the groan of a dying man who struggles with death and madness at the same time than the echo of a cheerful laugh.
"He's alone with the gal,"
he muttered as he stood in the small chamber where the parson had consoled himself with a glass of brandy.
"And she called him father."
That peculiar expression which had been gathering over his face while conversing with the parson now manifested itself in a look of fiend-like hatred, which convulsed every line of the doorkeeper's countenance. Sweeping his thick hair aside, he bared his protuberant brow to the light. The swarthy skin was corrugated with thick wrinkles which stood out from his deformed forehead like knotted cords. The shrunken eye socket seemed to sink yet farther beneath his overhanging brow, while his solitary eye, gathering a strange light, enlarged and dilated until its gleam grew like the glare of burning coals. His pointed teeth were firmly clenched together, and his lips were agitated by a hideous grimace, which gave a grotesque effect to the terrible frown of his brow and the fiend-like glare of his eye. He shook his large hands wildly on high and clenched madly at the air with his taloned fingers.
"Ho, ho, ho!"
he cried as the idea which absorbed his soul rose before him like an embodied thing of flesh and blood.
"Ho, ho, ho! I wonders how that'll work."
End of section 33. Section 34 of The Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the Third, Chapter 8th, The Pit of Monk Hall.
"Look here, glowworm, look here, mosquito,"
he shouted to his negroes, who sat dozing before the fire.
"D'ye see that poker and that old tongs? Stick 'em in the coal fire and heat 'em to a white heat. The poker has a sharp point. It'll do, it'll do."
"Yes, massa," growled Mosquito, as his lips, which the reader will remember, were shapen like two sides of a triangle, distended in a hideous grin.
"Yes, massa, I does put the poker in de fire."
"And I de tongue," exclaimed Glowworm, his huge mouth grinning like a death's head as he inserted the old tongs between the bars of the grate.
"You're a pair of beauties,"
exclaimed Devil-Bug, gazing upon his satellites with a paternal fondness.
"Hell can't produce your match."
Certainly they were a pair of beauties. As squatting in low stools on either side of the fire, they looked up in their master's face, their hideous visages assumed an expression of infernal glee. "Give us a picture of the scene, Darley. Sharpen your pencil and select your best piece of Bristol board. This is a study worthy of your genius." We are looking at the scene from the dark corner of the room. The light flares from yonder table in the background. Devil-Bug stands in front of the fire. His negroes squat on either side. Mosquito, with his back toward us, extends his left hand and holds the iron between the bars of the grate and looks up in his master's face, presenting to our view the profile of his hideous visage, the receding forehead, the flat nose, the opened mouth with the lips meeting in a point near the nose and diverging toward the sharp and prominent chin. Opposite him, Glowworm, with the light from the table falling on his broad shoulders and the beams of the fire illumining his face, rolls his large eyes towards his master, while his rude mouth, with the teeth projecting like fangs, is distorted with a loathsome grimace, and his muscular right hand also holds the iron between the bars of the grate. And the master, Darley, paint him for us. Picture old Devil-Bug. He stands between the twain, his massive face receiving on one cheek the gleam of the lamp, or its whole extent the glare of the fire. Picture his broad brow hanging over his wide face like the edge of a beetling cliff over a receding precipice. The eyeless socket, the glaring eye, the heavy eyebrows, the flat nose with wide nostrils, the mouth convulsed by a grotesque grimace that discloses the clenched teeth, the pointed chin bristling with a stiff beard, the matted hair hanging aside from the face and brow in uneven locks. Picture it all, darling. If your wonderful pencil, which traverses the sheet of drawing paper with such gracefulness and such vigor linked together by taste, if this pencil, darling, can depict a nightmare standing erect, with a hideous dream squatting on either side, then you will have delineated Devil-Bug and his attendant negroes as they were grouped in that cozy little chamber of Monk Hall.
Mosquito, when you've heated that iron hard enough, just go downstairs and get a few strands of thick rope. We shall want it in this room arter a while. And look, you glowworm, keep your ears picked, will you? If you don't, I'll pick 'em with a hot fork. If you hear a cry, or a groan, or even a moan from that gal in the next room, just run upstairs and call me. I'll be in the walnut room. Do you mind, you black devil?"
Seizing the lamp in his right hand, Devil-Bug hurried from Monk Baltzar's antechamber, as it was styled, and in a moment found himself hastening along the dark corridor which traversed the second floor of the mansion.
"I like this old place,"
he muttered as he ascended the staircase of the mansion.
"Here I was born, and here I've lived all my life. I never had a friend in all my born days, but these old walls have been my friends. I've talked to the brick pillars in the dead vault. I've had many a joke with the skeleton in the banquet room. And, ho, 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 the trapdoors all know me and creak for joy when they hear me comin'. Hooray for Monk Hall, say I. It's the body, I'm its soul. It's full of nooks and corners and dark places. So is my nature. I like the old place. There ain't a brick in it that I don't love like a brother. Ha, ha, ha! When I die, I should feel obliged to the radias set it afire. It must go with me. When I'm gone, it'll be like a coffin without a corpse. What's the use of the shell when the torkel's dead?"
Devil-Bug stood on the main corridor of the third floor, which, with another corridor, meeting at right angles, separated Lorimer's rooms from the other part of the mansion. Thus you might enter the walnut room through a door which opened into the corridor near the head of the stairs, or, passing along the corridor, you might pursue the gallery which ran east and west until you reached the door of Lorimer's drawing-room. Passing through the drawing-room, you traversed the painted chamber, the rose chamber, and then entered the walnut chamber. Next to the walnut room was the tower room, which terminated the range of Lorimer's apartments.
"Believe I'll go into the walnut room by this door. That fellow Burnwood has cost me trouble enough. I'll put an end to his story with something sharper than a trapdoor or a bottle of drugs. Wonders how that'll work."
He entered the walnut room. The glittering floor gave back the reflection of the light which he held in his hands. The place was silent and desolate, with nothing but the bare walls, the dark ceiling, and the glittering floor of the polished mahogany. In the center of the room lay a shapeless mass, which moved slowly to and fro, while Devil-Bug advanced, and as the light flashed over its outlines, resolved itself into the form of a human being.
"Ha, ha, ha! Not more than 12 hours ago this lump of flesh and blood and broadcloth was a fine young gentleman who cut all sorts of capers in the next room. Cussed like a trooper and swore like a preacher. A little bit of opium mixed in his drink, and here he lays, a perfect bundle of sleep and stupidity. A very contemptible thing is human nature."
He flung the blaze of the light full over the face of the unconscious wretch, who lay prostrate on the floor, his knees huddled up against his chest, and his outstretched hands clutching the polished floor with an involuntary and ineffectual grasp. Long locks of curling black hair fell streaming aside from a young face, which seemed to have grown prematurely old in the compass of a few hours. The skin was yellow and discolored, the lips wore a livid hue, and the dark eyes glared upon the ceiling with a cold and glassy stare. A thin, clammy foam hung around the white lips, and there were spots of blood upon the cheeks and hands of the unconscious man. He had torn the flesh from his cheeks in very madness. As Devil-Bug gazed upon him, his limbs moved with a faint motion, like the last sign of departing life, and his outstretched hands grasped feebly at the smooth boards of the floor. The light flashed over his fixed eyeballs, but they gave no sign of life, no quick flashing glance that might betoken consciousness.
"Ha ha ha! I'll try it!"
screamed Devilbug with a wild shriek of laughter.
"I've heard many stories about that same thing, but I never saw it done. I'm just the man to do it, and just in the humor to do it now."
He knelt beside the unconscious man, and allowing the light to play over his fixed eyeballs, he applied his mouth to his ear.
"Hello, you, sir. I say, look here. I'm a-going to bury you alive. Do you hear that? I'm a-going to bury you alive. God, how the feller wriggles. Do you feel the cold clods falling on your breast already? Ho, 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 I'm a-going to bury you alive."
A slight tremor, a quivering shudder passed over the frame of Burnwood Arlington. Was he conscious of the meaning of the words whispered in his ear? God alone knows, but his limbs were agitated for a moment by a convulsive motion, and the muscles of his face worked as with a spasm.
"I'll just go and tell Glowworm to watch for me in the first cellar, while I go down into the lowest hole of Monk Hall. When the gal shrieks, then Mosquito must whistle. Then Glowworm will strike the old gong, and I will hear it, although I'm so far below the ground. So far below the ground beside that man's grave in the pit of Monk Hall. Excuse me, sir, if I keep you waiting," he continued, making a formal bow with his face toward the unconscious form of Burnwood. "Excuse me, sir, if I'll keep you waiting, but I'll be back directly."
Placing the lamp on the glittering floor, he departed from the walnut room. Scarce had the sound of his footsteps ceased to echo on the air when the curtains leading into the rose chamber was suddenly thrust aside, and the form of a woman with her long brown hair falling wildly on her neck came hastening over the floor of the apartment, her hands clasped and her white dress floating loosely around her maidenly figure. Advancing along the room, she started backward as she beheld the shapeless form flung prostrate at her feet, and the light flashed over her face while she stood entranced by the horror of the spectacle. "My brother, my brother," she muttered in a low-toned voice, and then sank kneeling on the floor. Her long brown hair fell wildly over her shoulders, and her face, white as the grave-cloth, was tinted in each cheek with a spot of burning red. Her eyes of clear and lustrous blue were marked by a fixed and glassy stare as she gazed upon the unconscious form of Burnwood Arlington. The quivering lips reddened to a deep purple hue, the brow animated by an expression as wild as it was startling, the hand clasped trembling over the bosom, faintly heaving beneath the folds of the white robe, all betrayed the deep emotion, like to madness in its indications, which convulsed the soul of the ruined girl. "Oh, brother," she cried, taking his hand within her arm, "you were dying, and dying for me. Speak to me, Burnwood, speak to me. Call your sister by the name you used to love so well." "Oh, God!" she cried with a wild shriek as she swept the thick locks of his dark hair aside from his pale brow. "He knows me not! He knows me not!" The eyes of the brother still glared upon the ceiling, with that same fixed and glassy stare. He betrayed no sign of consciousness or emotion. A corpse with all the outward marks of death, and yet with the soul burning brightly within, could not have presented a more ghastly spectacle. Mary took his cold hands within her own. She kissed his wan and discolored cheeks. She besought him in low tones to rise from the sleep of death, or to give but a look or a sign of recognition. Still he lay unconscious and motionless. As she thus bent kneeling over the unconscious form of her brother, the figure of a woman glided from the entrance of the rose chamber and stood by her side. It was the form of long-haired Bess. She gazed upon the ruin accomplished by Lormer with her aid, and a shudder ran over her form as she gazed. "Oh, Bessie, they have murdered him!" shrieked Mary, gazing upward in the face of the woman, while her blue eyes sent forth a wild and bewildering gaze. "Look, he is dying! He is dying, and for my sake!" "Hist! Mary!" cried Bess, veiling her eyes with her upraised hand. "Do you not hear their footsteps on the stairs? His torturers return, and we shall be discovered. Oh, Bessie, Lead me to Lorraine, for God's sake, lead me. He would not suffer this wrong. There is some dark mystery, I know, overshadowing my very soul, but Lorraine is innocent. You are silent, Bessie. You do not answer. Mary, I will lead you from the house, said Bessie in a hasty voice as she turned her face from the light. I will save your brother. She hurried the ruined girl from her brother's side as she spoke. He loved me, Bessie. He would not harm my brother. I would as soon suspect you of a wrong as Lorraine. There is some terrible mistake, Bessie, but Lorraine is innocent. Great God, it makes my heart bleed to hear her talk thus, muttered Bess, leading the way into the rose chamber. Every word she utters is a dagger in my heart. Ha, ha, she believes me innocent. Let me look upon him once again, shrieked Mary, darting aside from Bess and flinging herself upon her brother's unconscious form. Burnwood, oh, speak to me. Oh, call your Mary by her name. Only a word, my brother, or a look, or a glance. He does not speak. He makes no sign. Not even a glance for Mary. And I am the cause of all this ruin. Ha, ha, ha! I see my father and my mother. There. They stand gazing upon the corpse of their son. And they raise their hands. They curse me with his death. Do you not see them, Bessie? Oh, it freezes my blood to look upon my father's gray hair, which he scatters to the winds as he asks heaven to curse me. She rose to her feet, and with her blue eyes glaring at the vacant air, with her beautiful countenance, for it was beautiful even amid woe and horror and worse than death, with her fair young face pale to the hue of ashes, she extended her arms as if to wave back the spectres who stood beside her brother's unconscious form. "Devilbug returns!" exclaimed Bess, silently gliding behind Mary and gathering her form in her arms. "I'll foil him yet. Burnwood shall yet be saved." Raising Mary in her arms, she bore her silently from the walnut room. A moment passed, and Devilbug stood beside his victim again.
"Come, my feller,"
he cried, raising the unconscious form of Burnwood upon his shoulders.
"You and me has got a little business to transact, which ought to be done in private."
Unheeding the muttered groan which escaped from Burnwood's lips, he raised him on his shoulder as though he had been a mere bundle of merchandise. In a moment he left the walnut room and was descending the stairs, with the unconscious man on his shoulders, while his extended hand grasped the flickering lamp. With a quiet smile on his lip, Devilbug descended the stairs, and in a few moments stood on the floor of the hall opening into the banquet room. The echo of shouts mingled with laughter rung around the place. Devilbug grimly smiled, and passing the doorway of the banquet room, stole cautiously along the damp floor of the hall, and in a moment the glare of the lamp flashed over the grand stairway of stone leading far down into the vaults of Monk Hall. And far, far down, over massive steps of granite, with solid arches above and thick walls on either side, far, far down, with the rays of the lamp flashing over the void beneath with a faint yet gloomy effect, like a light darting its beams along the darkness of some hideous well, Devilbug pursued his way, his strong right arm supporting the unconscious form of his victim flung like a bundle over his shoulder, while his distorted face grew animate with that grimace of habitual cruelty, which gave his visage the expression of an incarnate fiend and developed all the hideous moral deformity of his nature. Down, down, over damp steps of granite, down, down. The monotonous echo of his footsteps disturbs the silence of the air, and now and then his victim, with his face hanging over the shoulders of the doorkeeper, utters a faint moan as he feebly clutches at the door with his hands. The stairway terminates on a wide hall with roof and floor of stone. On one side, the massive door leading into the dead vault of Monk Hall. On the other side, another door, as high and as massive, leading into the wine cellar of the old mansion. At Devilbug's back ascends the stairway of granite. He advances along the stone floor, and at his very feet descends another stairway, more dark and gloomy than the first, with clammy moisture trickling down the walls, while the light flares fitfully over a long succession of stone blocks, sinking far, far down into the bosom of earth and night. This stairway leads to the pit of Monk Hall. Ha! Old Devilbug starts and clenches his hand at the very thought of that fearful cavern, sunk far beneath the earth below the foundations of Monk Hall. Has the name of the place a terrible memory for your soul, Devilbug? Does no phantom arise before you, as standing on the verge of the stairway you gaze into the void below? Does no phantom with blood-dripping hair and ghastly eyes arise before you and scare you back? The phantom of a murdered man with a mangled jaw sunken on the breast, a tongue lolling from his mouth, and bloodshot eyes starting from a face darkened to purple by the hand of death. Ho, ho! What cares Devilbug for phantoms in his path, or white-shrouded ghosts gliding by his side? Derided and scorned by that fellow man, whom he never yet called brother, the offcast of the world from his very birth, a walking curse and a breathing execration upon all mankind, why should old Devilbug fear that phantom world which dawns upon his solitary eye? Ha! 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 Old Devilbug loves the old arches of Monk Hall. He loves the cellars and the dens. He loves the song of the revellers in the banquet room, and the glee of the cutthroats in the vaults below. He loves the skeleton monk like a twin brother. But the phantoms, ha! Ha! They are at once his fear and his delight. The murdered man gliding forever by his side with the broken jaw and the starting eyes, he hails him as a thing of joy. And the murdered woman with the quivering form and hollow skull oozing with the slowly pattering blood, ha! Ha! This phantom is one of Devilbug's familiar spirits. But the pit of Monk Hall, ha! Ha! He shudders at the name. He starts and grows pale. The phantom of the murdered man he can endure as he has endured for years. But to go down step by step into the lowest deep of the pest house, to stand in the nethermost cavern of Monk Hall for the first time for many long years, to start with fear at the palpable presence of the bare skull and mouldering bones of the murdered man. Ho, ho! This were a hard trial even for Devilbug's strong nerves and strong heart. But down, down into the pit he will go. Down, down, with the form of his intended victim on his shoulder and the lamp held firmly in his taloned fingers. Down, down, until the air grows thick with the breath of corruption, and the light flashes in its socket as it dies away under the pressure of an atmosphere never yet enlivened by a single ray of God's sunlight, but rendered fatal and deathly by the decay of the human corpse, as it crumbles to dust, with the worms reveling over its rottenness and the thick night shrouding it like a pall. Shallow-pated critic with your smooth face, whose syllabub insipidity is well relieved by wiry curls of flaxen hair, soft maker of verses, so utterly blank that a single original idea never mars their consistent nothingness, penner of paragraphs so daintily perfumed with quaint phrases and stilted nonsense, we do not want you here. Pass on, sweet maiden man. Your perfumes agree, but sorrily, with the thick atmosphere of this darkening vault. Your white kid gloves would be soiled by a contact with the rough hands of Devilbug. Your innocent and girlish soul would be shocked by the very idea of such a hideous cavern, hidden far below the red brick surface of broad-brimmed Quakertown. Pass by, delightful trifler, with your civet bag and your curling tongs. Write syllabub forever, and pen blank verse until dotage shall make you more garrulous than now. But for the sake of heaven, do not criticize this chapter. Our taste is different from yours. We like to look at nature and at the world not only as they appear, but as they are. To us, the study of a character like Devilbug's is full of interest, replete with the grotesque sublime. The light of the torch glaring over thick walls trickling with moisture, the skeleton resting in the coffin that crumbles away from its bones, the solitary grave hidden far down in vaults where no mourners ever weep, the terrible chaos of a hardened soul like those of Devilbug, the phantoms ever present with him, like nightmares bestriding the heaving chest of the murderer. These are subjects and fancies and characters which we delight to picture, though our pen may not fulfill the quick conception of the brain. But as for you, sweet virgin man, oh, reign forever the prince of syllabub and lollipop. And when you are dead, should we survive your loss, we'll raise above your grave a monument of deep regard for your memory. Darley shall do the design, a bepantalooned girl with a smooth face and wiry hair, sitting on a volume of travels with a bundle of blank verse in one hand and cake basket full of paragraphs in the other. It shall be modelled in syllabub, dear Mr. Miss, surrounded with a border of sugar plums, besprinkled with pendant drops of frozen treacle. The foundation of the monument shall be of gingerbread, the crest a rampant katydid. The motto, in especial reference to your travels, shall be, "Here lies the poet of twaddledom, whose whole life was characterized by pervading vein of lollipopitude." This is our promise, sweet maiden man, therefore we prithee pass this chapter by.
Ho, ho, ho,
chuckled Devilbug as he stood on the verge of the granite stairway.
Here's dampness and darkness and the smell of bones all for nothing. Children under 10 years half price. This feller on my shoulder don't move nor struggle. Wonder if he thinks of the jolly things we're going to do with him. Buried alive. I do wonders how that'll work.
With these words, Devilbug began the descent of the granite stairway. The heavy echo of his footsteps resounded upward with a dull, monotonous sound, as lighting his way with the extended lamp, he went far, far down into the darkness of the staircase. Once or twice, as the moaning sound of the wind came rushing down the passage, Devilbug started with involuntary surprise, and with his burden on his shoulder, attempted to turn around and face the enemy, whom his excited fancy had imagined pursuing his footsteps. But the unconscious man gave a faint struggle, and occupied with the effort to hold him tightly on his shoulder, Devilbug smiled at the moaning sound of the wind, and with his usual grimace pursued his way. Down, down, down. Was not that low pattering noise the echo of a footstep at his heels? Devilbug smiled grimly as the fancy crossed his mind. Down, down, down. The old archway above the staircase grows crimson with the light of the lamp, and the drops of moisture trickling along the walls glitter like diamonds in a river's sands. Was not that faint and rustling sound the noise of a garment sweeping the stairs at his back? Half turning, Devilbug gazed into the darkness above, but the thick gloom enveloped the stairway like a pall, and his solitary eye might discern nothing but silence and night. As Devilbug turned round, he tossed the body of Burnwood rather roughly on his shoulder, and the victim uttered a deep groan of pain and agony.
"Oh, groan, little children, groan, as the nigger what plays on the banjo says, but it won't help you the least circumstance,"
muttered Devilbug with a hideous grin, as, extending the lamp in his left hand, he grasped his victim more firmly by the right and resumed his downward way.
"You see, the opium settled your hash, and the safety of this here commonwealth is in danger. You must be silenced for the sake of Monk Hall, so what's the use of cutting capers? Hello, wasn't that a footstep? I'm quite nervous, as the old women say. Howsoever, here's the door, the big door what opens into the pit of this here theater."
He stood at the foot of the stairway before the massive door, with timbers of oak and bands of iron. Time had rusted away the lock, and the timbers in various places, between the intervals of the iron bands, were crumbling to decay. Devilbug fixed his foot against one side of the door, and it fell before him with a crushing sound, whose echo swelled upward like thunder. Another moment, and advancing over a floor of hard clay, he stood in the pit of Monk Hall. It was a vast and gloomy place, all full of oaken beams, rising from the floor to the ceiling far above, with pillars of dark brick, massive and uncouth in their outlines, towering at irregular interval on every side. Where Devilbug stood at the foot of the stairway, with the light of his lamp flashing fitfully around, a few prominent features of the cellar or cavern were perceptible. The stairway seemed to descend into the very center of the place. On either side, the irregular light of the lamp disclosed faint glimpses of massive walls, all hideous with dark holes and obscure nooks, while the extent of the cavern was as uncertain and vague as the ghostly shadows which flitted from the hard floor to the distant ceiling far above. The floor itself was crowded with rubbish and lumber of all kinds. Innumerable heaps of broken bottles gave evidence of the revels held in Monk Hall in the olden time. Crumbling pieces of timber, heaps of old boards, and fragments of broken furniture littered along the floor, around the base of the heavy pillars, and among the uprising beams of oak, might have excited a momentary curiosity in the mind less calm and philosophical than that of the doorkeeper. Devilbug, however, treated all these things as matters of course, and holding the light on high, with the unconscious Burnwood on his shoulder, he picked his way among the heaps of rubbish and advanced along the cellar. He had not gone 10 feet from the entrance when a whirring sound broke upon the stagnant air, and then the trampling of 1,000 tiny feet echoed to the ceiling of the cavern. The next instant, a crowd of rats, whose immense numbers blackened the cellar for yards around, came rushing across the path of Devilbug, and with that same whirring noise, in a moment they were gone again. And then, crawling into the strange glare of the light from the heaps of bottles and the piles of old lumber, came vermin and reptiles of all kind, and of every loathsome shape. Glittering house snakes, warmed into life by the foul air of the vault, hung twining from the oaken beams, and the brick pillars were half concealed by thick cobwebs, woven by noxious spiders, who started from their resting places as the glare of the light flashed around the place. Devilbug paused in the center of a vacant space, extending between a massive brick pillar and a rising piece of ground, which, shooting upward at the distance of a few yards, closed all the floor of the vault beyond from view. On either side were heaps of crumbling lumber and rubbish, and near the sudden elevation, thick dust, the accumulation of years of decay, had gathered ankle-deep. As Devilbug laid down the unconscious form of Burnwood, placing it on the hard clay beside the lamp which burned dimly under the pressure of the foul atmosphere, a deep yet faint and moaning sound broke on his ears. It was like the rustling of autumn leaves driven ashore by angry waves, or like the rolling of a deep flood swollen by a freshet, or perhaps like the far-off moaning of wind.
Ho, ho! That's the underground stream of water which flows beneath the foundations of Monk Hall, and arter rolling onwards for a few feet, buries itself in the ground again. Ugh!
He started as if stricken by some fearful thought.
I wonder if his body was carried off by the waves. This piece of ground is under the eastern range of trapdoors. Let's see with the light. Yes, yes,
he added, rising the lamp overhead.
Yes, yes. Yonder's the archway with the trapdoor of the dead vault cut into its bricks. He must have fell somewhere about here.
He stamped his foot violently on the hard clay.
But I don't see him now, with my blind side. That puzzles me. For 6 long years and more, that feller has laid by my side, with his jaw broke and his tongue sticking out. Now I don't see him, and that does puzzle me. Cuss the thing, I forgot the spade.
He glanced at the form of Burnwood with a mocking laugh.
Ha ha! Don't be dispatient, young man,
he exclaimed as, turning away from the light, he moved toward the door.
I'll have to go upstairs for a spade, but I'll be back directly. 'Pon my word I will.
He disappeared in the darkness, but in a moment stood beside his victim, holding a rusted spade in his hand.
Rather old-fashioned, this, he muttered. I forgot it was down here. You see, my friend, we used it some years back to bury a gal what died rather sudden, as one might say. It's been a-standing against yonder pillar ever since. A little bit rusty, but it'll do.
While Burnwood lay prostrate along the hard clay, with the glare of the lamp flashing on his face, so wan and discolored, the bloodshot eyes starting from the lids, and the white lips falling apart with an expression of idiotic vacancy, Devilbug coolly proceeded to dig the grave of the unconscious though living man, chuckling merrily to himself as, sticking the spade into the earth, he paused for a moment and spat in his hands, like a laborer preparing for his day's work.
I've hung a man in my time on Bush Hill, and I've killed a man by the trap, and I've buried some few, and I've stolen corpses for the doctors, but I never did bury a man alive. That's a fact. Not meaning any harm to you, but only waiting to see how it'll work. I'll just lay out the grave. Oh, you begin to be sensible of your situation, do you?"
A slight convulsive tremor was visible on the lip of the victim. His outspread hands clutched faintly at the hard clay, and it was evident that he was making a desperate effort to rise on his feet.
"This here clay digs hard,"
calmly soliloquized the doorkeeper.
"You'd like to get up, would you?" "No doubt. I should, if so be I was in your place. What's your idea of grave digging, anyhow? Very low business, ain't it?"
Throwing the hard lumps of clay on either side, he gazed with his usual hideous grin upon the face of Burnwood Arlington, as like to a corpse as ever was living man. Burnwood had relapsed into his former unconscious state, and now lay with his fixed eyes glaring steadily upon the thick darkness above. Devilbug proceeded with his task. Plying the spade with all the vigor of his lusty arms, he soon stood in a square pit reaching to his knees, while the heap of clay at side of the grave increased in size. Now humming a catch of some dismal gallows-bird song in his grindstone voice, now muttering gaily to himself, now filling the old vault with the echo of a deep and piercing whistle, which he emanated from his large mouth puckered together like the end of a purse, and now glancing slyly aside at the form of his victim, while that same devil's grin distorted his inhuman face, Devilbug made speedy progress in his work. He soon stood up to his middle in the grave.
"Hello? What could that be? I thought I heard the sound of somebody breathing behind yonder pillar. Or was it you, hey? I'll be ready for you directly, that I will."
He again resumed his task. As half concealed in the grave, he bent down to his labor. A slight shudder, like the faint indication of a spasm, agitated the form of Burnwood. Then his hand clutched suddenly against the hard clay, and in an instant, while his chest heaved with convulsive throbbings, he arose into a sitting posture, and with his long dark hair falling wildly aside from his wan and ghastly face, he gazed around the vault, with an agonized glance that betrayed a fearful consciousness of his awful situation. Devilbug turned from his task and beheld his victim. He shrieked forth a horrible peal of laughter, more like the howl of a hyena than the sound of a human laugh.
"Ho, ho! Hooray! So you begin to discover your situation. It's all very good that you should know what's a-going to be done with you, especially when you can't help yourself. How you sit there a-staring round the cellar, as though you was about to buy the premises. Pound me to death with paving stones, but this is a jolly sight."
Laying down the spade, he advanced toward Burnwood. The half-conscious man shuddered as his torturer approached.
"Hope you'll excuse my not having prayers at the grave,"
he exclaimed as he laid his hand upon Burnwood's shoulder with a hideous grin convulsing his features.
"You may shudder, young feller, but into that grave you got to go, alive and kicking, by God."
Devilbug swore by the name of the Almighty, and this was always a sign of deep excitement with him. His solitary eye blazed with that instinct of cruelty which was his soul. Laying his hand on the shoulders of the shuddering victim, he dragged him slowly toward the grave. Burnwood's lips parted. He essayed to speak, but the effort was vain. An incoherent sound, like that uttered by an enraged mute, was all that came from his lips. Devilbug dragged along the floor and held him over the verge of the grave, when a deep groan awoke the silence of the cellar. Devilbug started as though a dagger had entered his heart.
"It's him,"
he muttered, dropping Burnwood heavily on the floor.
"It's that ordinary feller who's been haunting me for these 6 years. He always groans when anything evil's a-going to happen to me. It's him. It's him. Ha! There he is, with his jaw broke and his tongue out, and, ha, there's the old woman with the blood oozing from the edge of her broken skull."
Leaping over the grave, his hands outstretched and his solitary eye flashing with superhuman excitement, he receded step by step towards the elevation, which arose above the waters of the subterranean stream. The phantoms were before him in all their ghastliness and blood. As he receded, another groan sounded through the vault, and entangling his feet in some object hidden by the thick dust which had accumulated on the piece of rising ground, Devilbug fell heavily on his face. In a moment he rose on his knees, and was about starting to his feet again, when a yell of superhuman horror shrieked from his lips. As he fell, he had tossed the thickly gathered dust aside, and he now beheld the object which had entangled his feet. A ghastly skeleton, with the bones falling apart from each other, lay on the earth before his very eyes. The blackened skull, with long rows of grinning teeth, the orbless sockets, and the cavity of the nose, all crimsoned by the light of the lamp, touched his very hand as he knelt upon the corner floor. He started to his feet with a shriek, followed by another yell of horror.
"It's him, the man I pitched through the trap," he shouted. "Here he lays right under the trapdoor. Here he has laid for 6 long years, and now he wants to murder me. He moves them bony fingers as if to clutch me by the throat. He grins in my face. He rises from the floor, his bones rattling against one another, and his broken jaw dropping blood. I say, you devil, don't touch me. Don't you? Don't! Ah!"
His soul fired with the sight of the terrible phantom, aroused into life by the spectacle of the skeleton of the murdered man. Devilbug retreated backwards, with his face turned towards the light, while raising his hands as high, he aroused the silence of the vault with another yell of horror. As the yell broke from his lips, he fell backward and was lost in the grave which he had dug for another. No sooner had he disappeared in the pit than the form of a man sprung from one side of the brick pillar, at the same moment that the figure of a woman advanced from the other side. "Quick, Bess, quick, I say!" shouted the man, seizing the spade. "The antidote, quick, or all is lost. Apply it to Burnwood's lips while I keep the monster in his grave." Luke Harvey, his snake-like eye blazing with excitement and his slender form raised to its extreme height, stood beside the grave, while long-haired Bess, her face flushed and her dark eyes sparkling with animation, bent over the unconscious form of Burnwood and applied a small vial to his clammy lips.
"Hello, feller. It was you that groaned, was it?" shouted Devilbug as his hideous face appeared above the edge of the grave. "What in the devil do you mean by them sort of capers, anyhow?"
"You infernal monster!" shouted Luke Harvey with an oath. "Make but an attempt to get out of that grave, and I'll crush your skull with this spade. Quick, Bess, the antidote. Apply it to Burnwood's lips and lead him from the cellar while I hold this devil at bay." "Joy! Joy! He revives!" shouted Bess, gently raising the form of Burnwood from the floor. "The antidote has taken effect. Keep back the monster another moment, Luke, and we will escape from the vault."
"You will ya?"
cried Devilbug, grasping the edge of the grave with his taloned fingers.
"Just wait till I get out of this."
His eye glared with a ferocious gleam as, placing his knees against the sides of the grave, he began to crawl from its confines. "Back, devil! You have made the grave, and you shall sleep in it!" shouted Luke as, raising the spade above his head, he hurled it further against the skull of Devilbug. "Back, devil! You have met your match this time!" Stupefied by the blow, Devilbug reeled backward into the grave. Luke turned round and beheld Burnwood standing erect on his feet, with the arm of long-haired Bess gathered round his waist while her shoulder supported his head. "Lead him from the vault, Bess," exclaimed Luke. "In a moment old Devilbug will recover from the effects of the blow, and Burnwood may again fall into his hands." "The antidote has restored him physical, but not mental strength," exclaimed Bess as her cheek grew deathly pale with the war of conflicting emotions. "Ha!" she muttered to herself as she disappeared into the darkness of the vault with Burnwood walking unsteadily by her side. "Ha! It was in this vault that Paul Western fell when the trapdoor sunk beneath him. Yonder his bones lay uncovered to the light, and his murderess beholds them and lives." Luke stood beside the grave holding the spade in his hands, while he gazed upon the retreating figures of Bess and Burnwood. "If I believed in any particular saint, I think I'd call in their aid just now. A cursed scrape I'm in again, all from my disposition to meddle in other folks' affairs." There I stood, in front of my room, where I had just left my character of Bricktop, together with the rags and the wig, when who should tap me on the shoulder but Bess. "Burnwood Arlington's in danger. Devilbug has just now borne him to the vaults of Monk Hall," quoth the maiden, and without stopping to tell me the particulars, she hurries downstairs like wildfire. I hurry after her. Old Devilbug is seen far below with a man on his shoulder and a light in his hand. We creep along stealthy as cats, close at his heels. He enters the cellar, places the light on the floor, and commences his infernal orgies. We steal behind the brick pillar and watch his movements. Bess tells me about the poison and the antidote. I select my time for a melodramatic groan, and here lies the result of that groan. Old Devilbug in the grave which he dug for another. A deep groan resounded from the depths of the grave. "Oh, you're there, are you?" cried Luke, as his face darkened over with an expression of mingled hatred and rage. "Suppose I try your own game with you. How would you like to be buried alive?" With a mocking sneer playing over his features, he struck the spade into the loose earth and threw several clumps of hard clay into the grave. Another groan came echoing from the pit, and Luke turned his jest into serious earnest by throwing one spadeful of earth after another into the grave. "Oh, groan by all means, it will do you good," cried Luke, plying his spade with renewed energy. "An elderly gentleman like yourself, who whiles away his leisure time in burying folks alive, should hold himself prepared for any little contingencies like the present. How are you off for clay, Devilbug?" As he spoke, the spade rose and fell in his active grasp, and his face warmed with excitement. The beams of the light fell over his slender figure and around the grave, while all beyond was impenetrable darkness. As Luke stood on the verge of the grave, occupied with the use of the spade, which he plied so rapidly, a swarthy hand stole quietly from the edge of the pit and moved as quietly over the hard clay, as though feeling for some object, and in an instant another hand with taloned fingers appeared by its side. Luke did not behold these hands moving so quietly beside his very feet, but, absorbed in his occupation, continued to shower the hard clods into the grave. "Ha ha!" he laughed as his dark eye gleamed with excitement. "Old Devilbug little thought of this when he dug the grave. It was his turn a while ago, it's my turn now, and—"
"It's my turn again,"
shouted a hoarse voice, and the grim face of Devilbug, all streaming with blood, was thrust from the edge of the grave.
"There's such a thing as playing possum, young man."
He seized Luke by the ankles, and with all the strength of his iron-sinewed arms gathered for the effort, flung him to the earth. In another instant he had leaped from the grave and stood over the prostrate form of Luke with his iron hand upraised, while his eye blazed with rage.
"Take that, feller,"
he muttered with a deep emphasis as, gathering all his strength for the blow, he struck Luke on the head near the right temple. Luke saw the blow descending and tried to ward it off, but in vain. The blow descended, and in another moment, with a faint tremor quivering through his frame, Luke lay senseless as a stone.
"Now for the ring,"
cried Devilbug, raising the left hand of Luke in the light.
"Aha! There it is, on the third finger, and a very purty ring it is. He wouldn't part with it except with his life. Ha ha! I rather guess that he'll part with the ring and his life at once."
Bending over the unconscious form of Luke, he extended his hands and fastened the talon-like fingers around his throat with a grasp of a vice.
"I wouldn't give much for your eyes, my feller,"
he muttered, tightening the grasp of his fingers until the face of the prostrate man grew purple, and the lids of his eyes, slowly unclosing, revealed the bloodshot eyeballs starting from their sockets.
"It's my opinion you'd make a bad subject for a dissecting table."
A deep booming sound like distant thunder echoed through the vaults and chambers of the mansion. Devilbug released his grasp on the throat of Luke and sprang to his feet. It was but the labor of a moment to seize the lamp and rush toward the door of the cellar. With his muscular right hand he raised the fallen door from its resting place, and placing it against the doorframe as he stepped upon the first block of the granite stairway, left the vault in utter darkness. In a moment, however, the door was pushed slowly aside, and the face of Devilbug, all hideous with an expression of sneering glee, appeared in the aperture, while his extended hand flung the rays of the light over the darkness of the vault.
"He lays beside the grave. Ha, 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 and I've got the ring. He lays alongside the grave, and there he'll rot until his clothes fall piece by piece from his stripped bones. Ho, ho! The worms won't play all sorts of games with his eyes. O' course not. Nor strip the flesh from his skull, nor fatten on his lips until his white teeth grin for joy. Nobody thinks of such a thing. Ha! There goes the gong again. I must tend to the wants of Parson Pine."
The incarnate sneer which played over his countenance suddenly gave place to that peculiar expression which had agitated his visage an hour before, in the presence of Parson Pine and his fair daughter. What was the meaning of this expression it were difficult to tell, but it drew the eyebrows down from the protuberant forehead of Devilbug until the sockets were nearly hidden by their thick and uneven hair. It compressed his wide mouth with an expression as grotesque as it was determined, while his solitary eye grew alive with a deadly and glaring light, like the white heat on a bar of iron. There was revenge in that expression, and memory, and love. The heart of the monster suddenly became a chaos, over whose tumultuous clouds of thorns and darkness a single ray of light, streaming from the fair distance, revealed a gentle form, with arms outstretched in mercy, and a fair face animated with a smile of love.
"Nell,"
muttered Devilbug between his clenched teeth,
"it's very long since I saw your face."
He paused suddenly, while some dim memory seemed struggling from the chaos of his soul.
"I don't know much about it now, but if it is, I say, then he shall die by inches, or there ain't no sich person as Devilbug."
He closed the door of the vault, and all was darkness. Close beside the grave, cold and stiffening, lay the form of Luke Harvey, with the rats, who were so soon to hold their revel on his flesh, already crawling around their prey and snuffing their banquet in the tainted air of the vault. Close beside the grave lay the skeleton of the murdered man, mouldering to dust, in darkness and silence as it had lain for years, and the sullen stream of the vault still rolled moaningly onward, its sluggish waves chanting a rude death song for the slain. The nooks and crannies of the vault took up the echo of the flood, and on all sides a low muttered murmur, swelling to the arching roof above, seemed but the whispered tones of fiends, chuckling with glee as they spoke of the murders done in the pit of Monk Hall. Meanwhile, along the rough steps of granite, long-haired Bess, supporting the head of Burnwood on her shoulder while her arm encircled his waist, endeavored to lead the half-conscious man, as the distant echo of voices came muttering to her ear from the pit of Monk Hall, whose door lay but a few yards at her back. "He is yet unconscious," she murmured as the head of Burnwood pressed heavily on her shoulder. "The stairs are dark, and his footsteps are faint and trembling, but he shall yet be saved." And thus, in silence and suspense, she led him up the lofty stairs, until they stood on the floor of the hall in front of the banquet-room. Here his strength seemed to fail him, but the brave woman gathered her arm yet tighter around his waist and hurried him along the stairs leading to the first floor of Monk Hall. Then the massive stairway of the mansion was passed, and in a few moments Bess and her charge stood in the darkness of the hall on the second floor. "The secret door lies this way," she murmured, leading him toward the northern end of the hall. "The secret door leading to the well-room of Monk Hall. A private staircase, built in the walls between the mansion and the Tower building, leads down into a narrow entry. This entry once traversed, He will stand in the well-room, which is on the ground floor of the tower building. A narrow door separates him from the yard. That door passed, the fence scaled, and a long valley traversed, he will gain the wide street. He will be saved. Ha! Devilbug approaches. I hear his footsteps on the stairs. My sister, murmured Burnwood, speaking for the first time. Ah, I have been entangled in the mazes of some horrible dream. Where am I? Whose hand is this upon my shoulder? And this darkness, what does it mean? The antidote has taken full effect, cried Bess in a tone of joy. His strength is restored. This way, sir, this way. She continued leading him toward the secret door. Down the secret staircase and through the small room at its foot, you will enter the yard of Monk Hall. Scale the fence and you are saved. Quick, or all is lost. Ha! Mark you the gleam of that light flashing from the stairway along the entry. Devilbug approaches, and all is lost. The light flashing up the stairway faintly illumined the hall. Burnwood pressed his hands madly to his brow, as if in the effort to awake himself from some horrible dream. Then a sudden glow flushed over his face, and with a rude movement of his arm he flung Bess aside. I remember it all. My sister and the drug. It comes like a lightning flash upon my soul. And you were one of the minions of the seducer. Back, touch me not. Your hand is as polluted as your soul. Quick, pass through the secret door and gain the well-room, or you are Devilbug's prisoner once more. Leave Monk Hall and my sister in the power of the seducer? Never. Oh, Mary, my own true sister, I will save you yet. The villain shall pay for his crime with his life. Your wrong shall be washed out in the blood of the seducer. Exerting all her strength for the effort, Bess seized him by the shoulder and forced him through the narrow doorway. Quick, or all is lost, she shrieked. Before God, I swear to rescue your sister from the foul den of Monk Hall. Away, away! As she spoke, the light grew more vivid along the stairway, and Devilbug stood on the floor of the hall. At a glance he beheld Bess and the form of Burnwood as he stood in the narrow door. He hailed them with a yell, and holding the light in his hand, rushed wildly forward. "Now will you fly?" shouted Bess. "Delay one moment longer, and your life is in this monster's power. Your sister is lost forever. Away!" "I go," shouted Burnwood, as his wan face reddened with a gleam of excitement. "But I will return again, with the power to avenge my sister's wrong. Let the seducer and his minions make the most of their hour of crime. My hour will come, and my sister's wrong shall be washed out in her seducer's blood." Bess hurried him through the doorway, and his footsteps were heard upon the stairs. Devilbug stood before the tall woman, his face darkened by a hideous frown.
"Well, you she-devil, so you've let that feller escape, have you?"
he muttered as he approached her with a look that boded no good. "He has escaped! Thank heaven he has escaped!" cried Bess as her dark eye fired with triumph, while her proud form towered to its full stature. Devilbug made no reply, but folding his arms across his chest, with the light in one hand, he inclined his head to one side, as if in the act of listening to some far-off sound. In a moment a crushing sound, like the peal of musketry, came thundering up the private staircase.
"Do you hear that?"
shouted Devilbug as his eye flashed with an expression of malignant triumph.
"Do you hear that sound, gal? Ho, ho, ho! Your feller passes down the stairs. He passes the entry. He crosses the room. Ha, ha, ha! In the center of that room is the old well of Monk Hall, covered with loose boards. Your feller tries to cross that room. Ho, ho, ho! The loose boards don't give way beneath his feet. What does that crash mean? You've made a pretty spot of business of this matter, I do declare."
"Great God! He is lost!" cried Bess, turning white as a sheet in the face. "But I will save him yet," she cried, opening the secret door. Even yet I will foil you, monster and devil that you are."
"Very likely, gal, very likely,"
exclaimed Devilbug, quietly interposing between her form and the door.
"But just now you'll retire to your apartments. Arter this minute consider yourself a prisoner. Go home, Bessie,"
he continued with his habitual sneer.
"Go home, little gal. Your mommy's got shortcakes and coffee for supper. She wants you. Don't you hear her calling?"
Bess calmly folded her arms, and while a dark brown marred the beauty of her countenance, she moved slowly toward the staircase of the mansion.
"Fine gal, that,"
chuckled Devilbug, eyeing her retreating form.
"Only she takes too much opium in her brandy now and then. But Bess is a screamer when her dander is riz. A regular hellcat for all sorts of devilment."
Bess slowly turned her head over her shoulder, and with her eyes flashing with concentrated rage, whispered a single name. "Paul Western!" she exclaimed, with her eyes fixed on Devilbug's face.
"What do you mean by that? Hey, you she-devil!"
cried Devilbug, advancing with a threatening gesture. "What do I mean?" echoed Bess with a bitter sneer. "Why, I mean that your account is almost full. The blood of Paul Western clings to your skirts, and— Look there, Devilbug, look there!" she exclaimed, pointing to the vacant air at his back. "Do you not see his skeleton standing at your shoulder? Look, look! The long bony fingers are grasping for your throat." Devilbug turned round with an involuntary shudder. Then he looked toward the stairway again. Bess had disappeared.
"That gal is a born devil," he muttered. "Howsoever, I'll go downstairs and see if that feller is really done for."
He disappeared through the private door, and for a few moments the hall was wrapped in darkness.
"All right, just as if I'd done it myself,"
he cried as he was again visible through the aperture of the doorway.
"The board's all broke and smashed, and a heap of clothes fluttering and moving near the bottom of the well."
He laughed with ungovernable glee, but in a moment the expression of his hideous face was overshadowed by a heavy frown.
"The gal," he muttered. "Here I've been fooling my time away with trifles, when...
As he spoke, he entered the door of Dr. Pine's antechamber. End of section 34.